In a capital city at night, under a heavy downpour inside a room, a girl kneels on the floor, begging hesitantly, "Please, please marry me." Man shows clear shock the air. Inside, the room grows heavy. Receiving no answer, the girl lowers her head and continues to beg. "Please, just let me stay here for 3 years. During this time, I will be as quiet as a mouse. When the time comes, I will leave on my own." Only then does the man before her speak. "Why should I accept your proposal?" The girl worries silently. What if she is kicked out of here? With no other choice, she clutches the hem of her skirt tightly. In that case, she summons all her courage and says, "Because I know what you are running from." He asks coldly, "What am I running from?" Flash of lightning strikes, brightly illuminating the night sky. Inside the room, the girl whispers something. Hearing it, he curls his lips in a cold sneer. She can only look up at him, her face filled with confusion and hope. Suddenly, he crouches down in front of her, and the two of them just stare at each other as if time stands still. Unexpectedly, he agrees to her proposal. "Then let us marry." "And is that why I marry a Slanthello?" Everyone cannot help but gossip. "Oh my God, I am quite shocked. Duke Slanthello, I know he has everything, but his taste in women is so poor. Ha, to let those rumors slide just to embrace a wife like this. She does not even have a proper family, and her looks are withered, yet she catches the eye of Duke Slanthello. What if she has some use value? I hear everything they say about me and this marriage, because I have read the original novel, a novel I read in my past life. When I wake up, I am in the body of a 10-year-old child. I clearly understand my fate. At first, I only think the story has nothing to do with me because my life is extremely ordinary. She is on her way back from buying bread, but a tragedy strikes my life when I witness that terrifying sight. The bread in her hands falls and scatters on the ground. It is as if everything is trapped in a predetermined fate. Ultimately, I am married to a Slanthello for 3 years. In the original novel, I become the Duchess of Thello, following the exact path of the book. Neither do I. One day, she stands quietly on the balcony. Suddenly, from behind, a coat is draped over her shoulders. A Slan tenderly says, "It is windy, my lady." She thinks, as if it is a destiny that even I cannot resist. I am sure that I, too, have fallen for him, even if it is a contract marriage. It does not matter, as long as I can be by his side, it is enough. I only wish this happiness could last a little longer. On another day, inside the mansion, the servants work busily. "Hurry up, move the luggage quickly. Be careful, do not drop anything." Leela Violet walks down the stairs, lost in thought. But 3 months after that day eventually arrive. She witnesses the sight of a Slanthello bringing a girl home. She freezes in her tracks, her face unable to hide her shock. The other girl smiles warmly and introduces herself. "Greetings, Duchess. I am Rosaline Peridot." At this moment in her eyes, everything seems to crumble. Rosaline speaks again. "I will live here from now on. I am very looking forward to it." Leela Violet staggers, thinking to herself, Rosaline Peridot, the young girl who steals a Slanthello's heart. Rosaline looks up at her with a puzzled expression. "Duchess of Thello." Suddenly her entire body falls forward. Aslan calls out in shock, "Wife!" Seeing her about to tumble down the stairs, he rushes to catch her. He holds her in his arms, his face filled with worry. "Wife!" she thinks to herself, "I know this day is bound to come." The male lead of the novel is indeed a Slanthello. He meets Rosaline Peridot and falls in love with her. At first sight, Aslan is determined to stay by Rosaline Peridot's side for the rest of his life. After 3 years of living in this marriage, he makes Rosaline Peridot his official wife. The servants in the mansion take down her wedding portrait with a Slanthello, replacing it with a portrait of Rosaline Peridot with a Slanthello, then set fire to her portrait, and no one knows what happens. To me, the main leads of this story are a Slanthello and Rosaline Peridot. My name barely appears in the original novel. People only know me because I am the Duchess, because I am a figurehead character. After being brought back to her room, it takes a long time before she gradually wakes up. Aslan immediately calls out, "Wife, are you awake? I will call the doctor right away. Wait for me." As he turns to leave, she holds his hand back. She reassures him, "I am fine." Aslan purses his lips in silence. He walks to the table, picks up the pitcher, and pours a full glass. Then he holds it out to her. Here, drink. She receives it and softly replies, Thank you, my lord. Aslan remains worried and says, You must see a doctor, you cannot just. Faint, I am fine, it is not serious. I am just a bit surprised that you brought a woman home. Aslan is slightly surprised to hear this. I am sorry for ruining the warm atmosphere. She is a guest, yet I did not behave as a duchess should. Aslan immediately says, It is fine. It is my fault for bringing a stranger without warning. She is a distant relative of mine. I ran into her and heard about her pitiful circumstances. And so I feel a bit of pity. She thinks to herself, I know, that is a plot point from the original novel. The heroine Rosaline Peridot unfortunately becomes an orphan after an accident. She's about to be sold to an old man to pay off her debt. Aslan, due to their distant relation, happens to run into her and feels pity. He pays off all of Rosaline's debt, promises to become her guardian, and brings her to the mansion. Aslan says again, She will not stay here long, only until the end of this year. I will show her our marriage. She will find a new partner and live happily by next spring. So, wife, please let her live here for just 1 year. Her face pales. If I kick her out of this mansion, nothing will change this fate. Although she does not want to, she still smiles and replies, As you wish, my lord. Hearing this, Aslan happily says, Thank you for understanding. She thinks to herself that no matter how much she tries to change the original novel, the ending still follows its set trajectory. There are many changes this week. A few days later, a tea party is held at the mansion. The young ladies surround Rosaline. Oh, my Lady Rosaline, is all of this for us? A truly romantic letter, she replies radiantly. Everyone is so important and kind to me, so this is just a small gesture. Ho, 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 you are so humble, Lady Rosaline. Lady Rosaline is so radiant. It is as if she has lived here since birth. Indeed, I even believe she will be the mistress of this mansion. Those flattering compliments make Rosaline extremely happy, but she still pretends to say, Do not speak. Like that, the Duchess will, before she can finish. She suddenly stops. Duchess of Thello, she smiles politely, feeling a bit awkward. Everyone seems to be having a good time. Those young ladies only look at her coldly, their faces no longer bright like before. She thinks to herself that familiar coldness. No matter how hard she tries over the past 3 years, they still do not accept. Me, what I strive for 3 years. To obtain, Rosaline gets in just a single week. Rosaline approaches, showing concern. Duchess, are you well? I want to find you to greet you this morning. After yesterday's incident, they say you are ill. So I cannot pay my respects. It is fine, thank you for your kindness, Rosaline intimately grabs her hand. I have a few things to say to you, please come with me for a moment. Just like that, she pulls her out of the tea room. Seeing that they have walked quite a distance, she asks in confusion, What do you want to say to me? Rosaline hesitantly replies, Actually, I hear some bad rumors about you, Duchess. Bad rumors? Rosaline hesitantly says, I hear that the Duchess forced and coerced Lord Aslan to hold a wedding with him. Those words are like a bolt from the blue, freezing her entire body. Stiff, Rosaline continues, I do not believe it. Aslan would not be that kind of person. It is just a rumor, right, Duchess? She lowers her head, not knowing how to answer. She recalls the image of her father screaming that Aslan Thello is a demon, a devil who uses his status to force his daughter to marry. People gossip, why does Lord Aslan Thello insist on agreeing to this marriage? The bride's family is the complete opposite of him. I do not know what is going on either, but his decision is certainly wrong. I do not know he is such an arrogant, ill-mannered, and shameless man. How on earth is he so obsessed with his bride that he would do anything? Is she beautiful? She is Helena Lerston, right? I have never heard of this name in the nobility. Before the wedding ceremony takes place, she goes to meet Aslan. How are you? Do you need something, so your parents cannot stop you from marrying me and becoming the Duchess? That is our agreement, even so. Returning to reality, Rosaline's call snaps her back to her senses. Duchess. Leela Violet hesitantly speaks up. Aslan, he is a sweet person, do not believe in those rumors. Excuse me, I have some matters to attend to, so I must leave first. Rosaline only cries out, Ah, as Leela Violet turns and leaves. Aslan Thello is the sole heir of the ancient Thello family, a young duke who inherits a vast fortune, great power, and a handsome appearance. a perfect man, and I am his very first flaw. I know this, but I have no other choice. In her head, the haunting voices of her mother and father echo. Leela Violet, come here, my dear. To escape the Lairston family, everything happens when. I am 10 years old. At that time, she snaps along, heading back home after buying bread. Right at that moment, a carriage rushes right in front of her eyes. The bread in Helena Lairston's hands falls and scatters. She falls backward, her face turning pale. A woman steps down from the carriage, calling out to Helena Lairston. She looks up at the woman. That person is, oh, she laughs out loud. Helena. Are you still alive, my daughter? She wonders in a daze. Who is Helena? Excuse me, madam, I am not Helena or anyone like that. A man from the carriage steps down and calls out loudly, my lady, calm down, my lady. Helena is dead. He firmly pulls her up, making her cry out, no, Helena, Helena. He holds his wife, trying to get her back into the carriage. At that moment, he looks back toward her, and suddenly his eyes widen. Oh my goodness, is that Helena? He immediately steps forward and lifts her face. You look so much like her, so much. You look the most like her out of everyone I have seen. How old are you? She is startled by the question. That night I was kidnapped. Terrified, she cries out. Her parents quickly chase after them, but to no avail, helplessly and desperately calling out her name. Leela, Leela, give my child back to me, Leela. The kidnappers hurriedly mount their horses and gallop away, leaving her screaming in agony. Mother, from that day on I become Helena Lairston. To soothe the pain of his mad wife, who cannot forget her deceased daughter, I become an unexpected gift for Countess Lairston. The servants in the Count's manor all gossip behind her back. Out of all the children Count Lairston brought back, doesn't this little girl look the most like her? Right, that lowly creature is so lucky to live here. Before truly becoming Helena, she is summoned and threatened by the Count. As long as you play the role of Helena well, I will let you know what it feels like to live like a noble. But if you fail to do so, just like the previous two girls, I wonder if you will even survive in the days that follow. Helena truly tries her best to play her part. She obediently lets the Countess brush her hair. Seeing this, the servants find another opportunity to whisper. My, the Count seems very sincere toward his mad wife, doesn't he? The Count doesn't want to do this either. He just doesn't want to lose his wife's family's massive fortune. He has no choice but to take his wife's fortune. She keeps her face bowed down, her heart filled with profound grievance. I am Leela, not Helena, Leela. Violet, once the Countess passes away, I will become a child that no one wants. I want to go back to being Leela. The long-awaited day finally arrives. However, Count Lairston does not let me go. Annoyed, he asks his secretary, what did that mad woman write in her will? She said she will leave all her assets to Lady Helena once she comes of age, and it is written that no one is allowed to touch those assets. He stands up abruptly from his chair, ruthlessly ordering, damn it, kill that wretched brat immediately. Once she is dead, all the assets will simply go to her father. The secretary is too terrified to look him in the eye. If Helena dies before reaching adulthood, everything will be donated to God. Curse it, is there nothing I can do? Lock that girl in the attic. I will confine her until she comes of age, and so I am locked in the attic. I am treated worse than a servant. The servants in the manor already looked down on her, and now they respect her even less. Hey, Helena, come eat this slop. I am exhausted, but at least I no longer have to wear a fake mask. How peaceful. But that peace does not last long, only a short while later. Her life takes another sharp turn. My, is this the troublesome brat you mentioned? The Count's mistress. Shortly after the Countess passes away, this woman becomes his second wife and the illegitimate son of Count Lairston. Glock, the son of that woman, stares at her with a vile look. You look so beautiful, sister. I think I am falling for you. He makes my life utterly miserable. After that day, she truly becomes a servant in the Count's family. Glock orders her around at his whim. Helena, can you clean my room for me? When she sees him approaching her, her entire body shudders with fear. Leaning close to her ear, he whispers, if you are too tired, you can rest in my room for a bit before you leave. She knows he has wicked intentions, but she is completely powerless to resist. Right then, his mother walks over and says in a stern voice, Glock, I told you not to speak to that girl. Helena, this is the dress you will wear to the banquet next week. After Receiving the gown, she hastily leaves the room as if running for her life. She turns to the Count. "Darling, how long do you plan to keep this girl here? I do not want our son ruined because of that wretched brat. Now have some patience, I will watch over her." When the day of the banquet arrives, she stands quietly in a corner. It is a noble event that I regularly attend to confirm that Helena is still alive, and that is where I meet him. At that moment, she sees Aslan drop. His handkerchief. The handkerchief is embroidered with an incredibly exquisite and beautiful pattern. She bends down to pick it up hastily, calling out, "Excuse me, sir, you dropped this." Hearing her, Aslan slowly turns his head. His face is radiant and handsome. She is instantly captivated by his beauty, her entire body freezing in place. Aslan steps forward, smiles, and says gently, "Thank you, young miss. Oh no, you are too kind." In her heart, she secretly thinks, "Oh my goodness, I have never seen a man this handsome in my life." Aslan fingers the handkerchief in his hand, his eyes incredibly warm. "It is a very important keepsake of mine. I am always dropping it. My name is Aslan Thello." Hearing that name, Helena is slightly dazed. Aslan Thello, where have I heard this name before? While she is still staring blankly at Aslan, he chuckles softly and asks politely, "If you do not mind, may I have your name?" She hesitantly replies, "I am Helena Lairston, that is what everyone calls me." "Helena Lairston, because you returned something precious to me, I want to thank you." Hearing him say this, she is somewhat confused. "My apologies, but it is no big deal." Seeing her wave her hands in refusal, he remains firm. Unbuttoning a button from his coat, he says to her, "Perhaps next time then, please accept this. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to the Thello-Ducal Manor and present this. I hope to see you again." Afterwards, Aslan walks away. She stands in place, watching his retreating figure for a moment before returning to the Count's manor. Lying in bed, she takes out the button to admire it and mutters to herself, "Aslan Thello, the Duke's family, the Thello family." She remembers now. That is the name of the male lead in that novel. Now that she thinks about it, the name of the Duchess in that novel seems to be Helena Lairston. If she remembers correctly, the Duchess, how absurd. I will never meet him again anyway. It is a keepsake, isn't it? I should hide it away carefully. Just as she finishes hiding the button, a knock sounds outside her door. Glock opens the door without permission and walks in. "Helena, my dear sister, what are you doing? My mother is planning to marry you off to a dying old man. Do you know they are going to make you marry him, selling you to that old man? Wouldn't it be better if you stayed here and became my pet?" Hearing those words, she turns her face away in disgust. At her reaction, Glock smiles threateningly. "You had better not give me the cold shoulder. Your biological parents, don't you want to know where they are?" she asks excitedly. "You know where they are? Of course, not long ago your father came here to look for you." A spark of hope ignites in her heart. She hastily asks him, "How is he now?" "My father told me to kill his entire family if he bothers us again. They said they wander around like a pack of rats." Unable to contain her grief, tears stream down her cheeks. "So where are they now?" Pleased, Glock leans close to her ear and states his terms. "If you want to know, you must please me. If I am satisfied, I will let you know his address using my father's information." At this moment, even as he gropes her, she still endures it. She must see her parents again. She suddenly remembers her biological mother's words. "Leela, you are the most special child in this world. If anyone tries to hurt you, do not stand still." Just as she is about to be violated by Glock, she regains her senses. She grabs the base of a nearby candlestick and strikes Glock hard in the face, forcing him to let go. His head begins to bleed. He gnashes his teeth and glares at her with eyes full of rage. A few seconds later, Glock collapses, completely losing consciousness. Her entire body trembles violently. She drops to her knees on the floor, her mind filled with panic and fear. What did I just do? What should I do now? Suddenly she spots the handkerchief containing the button that Aslan gave her. She quickly picks it up, her mind made up to escape. My family, I must find them and survive. Aslan's promise echoes in her mind. If you ever need anything, come to the Thello residence to find me. Immediately after, she bolts outside, not daring to look back even once. That night the rain pours heavily and bright lightning flashes across the pitch black Sky, she braves the rain to reach Aslan's mansion. Her entire body shivers, not just from the cold, but also from fear. Do you still remember me? I am Helena Lairston. At the last banquet, you told me to come to you if I ever needed anything. Aslan bends down and gently wipes away the raindrops running down her face, his eyes filled with pity. I think you need to warm your body first. Your skin is freezing. You walked all the way here alone without any warm clothes. He then turns toward his desk and rings a bell to summon a servant while she clutches the hem of her skirt tightly, saying timidly, I am sorry for getting the manor wet. Aslan turns back to look at her and replies, I do not know what happened, but for now you must warm yourself first. I will listen to your story in a moment. Take good care of the young miss. Following his instructions, the servants of the Duke's mansion take her to have a bath. They treat her with utmost politeness and etiquette, sitting in a large bathtub filled with fragrant flowers. A soothing warmth envelops her body, carrying the scent of lilacs, her favorite scent. After her bath, she is dressed by the servants. When she sees that the dress fits her perfectly, she wonders how they could have clothes that fit her size so precisely. Does the Duke live alone with no sisters? A moment later, her appearance radiates the elegance of a true noble. Lady, she hesitantly approaches Aslan. I wish you a good evening, your grace. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazes at her intently. Thank you for your kindness. Now tell me what happened. She presses her lips together, her mind in a fierce, silent struggle. She suddenly drops to her knees on the floor. She clenches her fists tightly, gathering all her courage to say to Aslan, Your Grace, please marry me. Hearing this, Aslan is utterly astonished. The room falls into a heavy silence, and the sound of the rain outside grows louder by the second. She raises her eyes to meet his. She has truly gambled everything. If an unmarried girl dies, her inheritance goes to her father. But if I marry, I will become a legal adult in just 3 years. Even if I die, the Lairston family will not be able to lay a finger on me, and my entire fortune will belong to my husband. Then she bows her head, her voice pleading, Please let me stay here for just 3 years. During this time, I will live quietly and stay out of the way. Aslan continues to look at her in silence. He asks bluntly, Why should I accept your proposal? My lady, I possess Countess Lairston's estate, which I will inherit when I come of age. I will give it all to you if we marry. Very well, but I am not a greedy man. The Duke of Thello does not need such things. Hearing him say this, she grows extremely anxious. What if she is driven away? There is no other way. According to the novel, Helena Lairston and Aslan reach a compromise to enter a contract marriage. For 3 years, because Helena knows Aslan's secret. Remembering this, she immediately blurts out, I know what you are hiding. Aslan looks straight into her eyes and asks probingly, What am I hiding? Outside, thunder rumbles and Helena takes another leap of faith. After hearing her words, the corner of his lips curves upward. Helena watches his expression intently, her heart pounding with worry. Suddenly, Aslan walks over to her and kneels down. The two of them look at each other for a long moment before Aslan smiles and says, Then, let us get married. 3 years later, that is why we are husband and wife. 1. The sunlight is beautiful. As she sits lounging in the garden, a voice rings out, startling her. A contract marriage? Not far away, Aslan and Rosaline are conversing. He answers her question. Yes, at her suggestion, we became husband and wife under a contract for 3 years. Hearing this, Rosaline gasps, Oh my goodness, you married the Duchess, but you do not love her. He firmly asserts that feelings have never developed in their contract marriage only. A mere 3 years in which there is only coldness. Leela hears every single word, and her face instantly loses all color, leaving no room for doubt. A contract marriage is indeed not easy at all. Even in the original novel, Helena and Aslan do not have a good relationship. It is a loveless bond. And yet right now, Aslan stands right in front of her. He calls out, Duchess, how long has it been since you last called me this? She snaps out of her daze, looking at him with apprehension as she asks, But is there something wrong? Call me Aslan. We are husband and wife, after all. Her face blushes involuntarily. I never knew that Helena could call him by his real name. In the novel, contrary to the book's plot, Aslan seems much closer. To me, while enjoying afternoon tea outdoors, Aslan asks her tenderly, Do you like it, Duchess? How do you know my favorite flower? I prepared this as a wedding gift. It is difficult to live in such a dreary mansion, so I wanted to create a place like this for you to nourish your soul. Thanks to my Duchess, I have come to know such beautiful flowers. Thank you so much. Is it really true? What am I hoping for? Although my reputation is just as wretched. As in the original novel and at the noble banquets, quite a few people look down on me. Look at her, she does not seem to have been raised properly. This is the first time I have seen a duchess who does not know how to behave like a noble. How could a woman like this steal the duke's heart? She must be a witch. Those rumors reach her ears. Her gaze grows heavy when suddenly a gentle hand rests on her forehead. Aslan anxiously asks, "Duchess, why is your face so pale? If you are tired, come here. Your body is already weak. Do not overexert yourself." Aslan is truly so different from the novel. At his warm gestures of care, her heart flutters, and she wonders if Aslan also loves me. I was harboring a foolish hope. Everything was just my own misunderstanding. That day, after overhearing the conversation between Aslan and Rosaline in the garden, she faints once again. The maids peek through the door into her bedroom, their voices laced with worry. Did she faint again? I thought she was getting better. Because of the abuse and stress from the Lareston family, my body has become extremely weak. When she hazily wakes up, the sound of trickling water rings in her ears, and a hand places a cold towel on her forehead. She is still not fully conscious, and the sight before her remains blurry. Is this hand Aslan's? No, it must be Jenna. I cannot hear what she is saying. The ringing in my ears is too loud. Seeing her slip back into unconsciousness, Aslan's lips move as he pleads, "My wife, please open your eyes." Just then, Jenna brings in a fresh basin of water. She respectfully says, "My lord, I will look after the Duchess, please." "Go and rest." Aslan immediately refuses, his tone rather cold. "I will stay here. Everyone go outside. Do not let a single person enter the room and disturb the Duchess's rest." Jenna does not dare to disobey and leaves the room. "Yes, Lady Rosaline has come to visit the Duchess." Hearing her announcement, Aslan snaps slightly. "I told you not to let anyone in." Jenna says nothing more. She bows her head and backs out of the room. The door shuts, leaving only him and Leela. Inside, he gently pulls the blanket up and then tenderly holds her hand. "Helena," he whispers, pressing her hand against his face. "Whenever you are like this, I do not know what to do. Please get well soon, please." Time slowly passes, and the golden sunset glows into the room through the window. Down on the first floor, after leaving Helena's room, Jenna locks eyes with Rosaline. Crossing her arms, Rosaline asks, "Did you tell him that I am here?" Jenna does not look directly at Rosaline as she honestly replies, "Yes, I did, but he said not to let anyone in." Hearing this, she bites her lip. Rosaline clenches her fists as she walks down the long corridor of the mansion. She recalls how earlier, when he heard that the Duchess had fainted, he rushed away so quickly without looking back. What coldness of a 3-year marriage! Why are you acting like this? You said you do not love her. Suddenly she stops and looks up at the large painting of Aslan and Helena. She smiles faintly, thinking to herself within this brief 3-year term, the marriage will end, right? Who needs a woman who cannot even fulfill her duties as the Duchess? Her smile is smug as she tells herself, "Everyone says I deserve the title of Duchess. More than you. The noble ladies do not like you. They compare her with you. It is just like Duke Aslan Thello, a sovereign of high society, yet embroiled in a scandal just because of his wife. Since her body is so weak, the Duke cannot even introduce her to high society. They look down on her like a lowly commoner, don't they? Lady Rosaline is so elegant and confident. I even heard that Duke Aslan Thello himself asked her to go to the capital with him. I also heard the Duke paid off a massive debt for her. Duke Aslan Thello is a businessman, so he does not care about charity or anything of the sort. The two of them must be in love with Lady Rosaline already. It is only 3 years and they do not have any children. Since it is a contract relationship, they surely do not love each other. Rosaline recalls her previous conversation with Helena. Aslan is a sweet man. Because Aslan is so kind, he cannot turn his back on that lowly woman. He is only looking after her. Therefore, if I act a little more proactively, that position will be mine soon. Leela slowly opens her eyes. Jenna says with joy, "Duchess, you are awake. The master was so worried because you have been ill for several days." She sleepily asks, "Aslan?" "Yes, after staying here, Lady Rosaline said she had an urgent matter to discuss with him, so he left just a moment ago." She lowers her head, thinking of Rosaline *I. "Think I know why I fell ill? I guess it is because I do not want to admit that it is time for me to leave." She calms herself down a little. "What date is today?" Jenna looks at the calendar and says, "Oh, you can see the date on it yourself. Tomorrow is my birthday, the birthday of Leela Violet, not Helena." "Lairston," she recalls Aslan's words. "So no one has ever celebrated your real birthday." He places his hand on hers. "From now on, I will celebrate your birthday with you. I hope you will never feel lonely again." Her eyes well with tears as she looks at him. "In the end, I want to celebrate my birthday with Aslan. Is it all right to be this greedy?" She turns to Jenna. "Can you help me bathe and change? I have something to ask of Aslan." "Yes, Duchess." Now it truly comes to an end. After bathing and changing, she goes to knock on his door. "Aslan, is he in his room?" "The master has gone out today." "Oh, I see. Then when will Aslan return? Please tell him that I have something to say to him." Before she even finishes her sentence, she hears the sound of a carriage outside. She eagerly looks out the window. Aslan is here. Suddenly she freezes, seeing Aslan helping Rosaline down from the carriage. The two of them seem so happy, she even leans in to whisper in his ear. This is like a heavy blow to her heart. Aslan seems to notice someone watching him. He glances up at the window. She flinches, avoiding his gaze and hiding behind the curtain. While Aslan remains silent, Rosaline pretends to cover her mouth and asks, "Aslan, why are you like that? Who is that?" He replies dismissively, "It must be my imagination. I want to hear what you wanted to say." She smiles, taking his arm and asking, "Then would you like us to have dinner together?" The two of them walk away hand in hand. Upstairs, Leela's entire body is trembling. She sits gloomily in front of the large mirror. Aslan's assistant hesitantly informs her. "The master says that tonight he will have dinner with Lady Rosaline." She pretends to be fine. "Very well, I think I have disturbed a busy man. I am fine now, so tell him there is no need to worry." He and Jenna exchange doubtful looks. She looks at her reflection in the mirror. She is so beautiful with rose-red hair and azure eyes. When she is with Aslan, they look as perfect as a painting. Is it because of that she is the female lead? One fine day at the palace, Leela is talking to Jenna. Rosaline suddenly approaches and greets her. "Duchess, you are awake. I was so worried because you were ill for so long. Are you all right now?" "I am fine, thank you for your concern. If only the Duchess could have attended the banquet with me yesterday, it would have been wonderful. It was so much fun." She finds it confusing. "The banquet?" Rosaline acts innocent. "Ah, because the Duchess was ill, Aslan had to attend alone, so I asked him if I could go in your stead." Aslan agreed immediately. "Thanks to you, I had a truly wonderful time." Aslan even said, "Thank you for accompanying me." In return, he said he will buy me a new dress today. Her heart sinks. "Today?" "Yes," he said he will go with me and personally choose it for me." "Aslan is very kind, is he not?" She receives another shock. Today is her birthday. Her hands begin to tremble. Yes, in the original novel, the two of them grow closer and closer like this, because Rosaline can fill the void that his fake wife, Helena, is unable to fill. "Indeed, I am just a supporting character." She forces a smile and says, "Have a wonderful time. Thank you for taking care of Aslan in my stead. I have not fully recovered yet, so I want to rest alone today." With that, she quickly departs. The sweet Aslan only made that promise because he pitied her. In her memory, Aslan once said, "Why don't you celebrate your birthday with me every year? I will never forget and will take care of you." Even though he has forgotten it now, she cannot resent him. Now that the protagonist has appeared, it is only natural for the supporting character to be forgotten. She is lost in thought when she sees him and Rosaline walking past. Aslan leans down close to her face. "After all, from the very beginning, he never belonged to me." Watching the two of them kiss, she silently sheds tears. Now is truly the time to leave, but in reality, he does not kiss Rosaline at all. Instead, Aslan is whispering in her ear, "I think you have had enough fun." Rosaline Peridot, now you must reveal the information you promised. 1. Morning at the palace. Today is a beautiful day to leave. Today is my birthday, and it is also the day our contract marriage ends. Aslan is a good man. He would never be the first to tell me to leave. Thus, it is better if I say goodbye to him first. Over the past 3 years, Aslan has been so good to me. In the end, I think it was right of me to care for him. She stands outside Aslan's office, placing her hand on her chest to compose herself. She knocks softly. From inside, he says, "Come in." She pushes the door open and enters. Aslan is focused on his documents. He asks absent-mindedly, "Is that you? Are you feeling better? I heard you woke up. My work has been very busy, so I only saw you yesterday while you were fast asleep." Standing in a corner, she says, "You are busy, but I am sorry. I have something I must tell you." Aslan quickly pulls out a chair for her. "Sit down first. You cannot ignore your health. 3 years ago, we drafted our contract marriage here. Do you remember?" At her mention of the day they wrote the contract here, he looks bewildered and replies, "Of course I remember. Today is your birthday and our contract also ends today." Aslan is about to say something, but someone bursts in, interrupting him. "My lord, what you requested is ready." He ignores him. "Wait there, I am speaking with my wife." She does not want to delay. Delay Aslan Thello's work? No, I come here to say goodbye. This time he is truly stunned, but she remains completely calm. "Thank you for everything, Aslan Thello. Our contract has expired and I am leaving now." "Wait, please wait a moment. Have I done something wrong? If I have offended you in any way, I will correct it immediately." Leaving so suddenly like this, she remains resolute. "No, there is nothing of the sort, for you have been so good to me. I truly hope you find happiness, Aslan Thello. Please take care of yourself." Well, his eyes widen in shock. Aslan Thello chases after her, but Rosaline Peridot appears and urges him to hurry. "Aslan Thello, if we do not leave right now, we will be late." Aslan Thello is at a loss, not knowing what to do. He can only tell Helena Lairston, "Wait for me just a little longer. We must speak again. If you have any grievances, I will listen to every single one and make amends. Please patiently wait for me." With that, Aslan Thello hurriedly leaves. He and she are still discussing something, while she simply stands there watching them go. And so everything comes to an end. "Goodbye, my love. It does not take long for me to pack and prepare to leave, since I do not have much luggage to carry. In case Aslan Thello misunderstands the situation and feels guilty, I decide to leave a letter. Duchess, are you ready? The master will return soon." She only offers a soft smile. "I am ready, thank you for everything." During this time, Danton. Not long after, Jenna feels anxious upon seeing her leaving with her luggage. "If only you could tell me where you are going." She looks remarkably calm. "It will be fine. Aslan Thello will not bother to look into it." Both Danton and Jenna watch as Helena Lairston's silhouette fades into the distance. That afternoon at the train station, she silently watches the scenery pass by the train window. Elsewhere, the scene is chaotic and messy. Someone reports to Aslan Thello, "According to our information, we have arrived at the right place." He looks around and asks, "What is going on?" Rosaline Peridot stammers, trembling. "They say they are still here, so the property still belongs to them." He expresses regret. "I think that with just a little more time, we would have caught them." Aslan Thello thinks to himself, "I thought this time I would find them." The first goal he accomplished was his marriage to Helena Lairston 3 years ago. It brought down the Lairston family. The Count had tried to use his daughter as bait in the railway business of the Thello family. It was easy to bankrupt Count Lairston. After his death, Marissa and Glock Clairston fled together like rats. After tracking them for 3 years, he finds a clue at the estate of Baron Peridot. "As expected, I tracked Glock Clairston down. You contacted Rosaline Peridot knowing where he was, yet missed him again, Glock Clairston. I will surely find you." At this, his expression darkens as he asks, "You should not be thinking of him at a time like this." "Marissa, they say you enticed Baron Peridot into gambling and squandered his entire fortune." Upon realizing he lost everything, he flew into a rage, killed Marissa, and committed suicide. Glock Clairston, however, seems to have escaped successfully. Hearing this, Aslan Thello asks, "Do you not know where Glock Clairston went?" We have not uncovered that yet. Ah, there are rumors that the daughter of Baron Peridot knows you. He looks. Doubtful Rosaline Peridot. He turns his attention to Rosaline Peridot. Glock Clareston has escaped, and Rosaline Peridot is to be sold to pay off her father's debts. Hearing this, Aslan Thello conceives. A plan. I should try to approach her. Once the rumors have spread far and wide, pay off all her debts and bring her to the capital. Glock Clareston will surely seek Rosaline Peridot out again. Thus, he brings Rosaline Peridot to the capital, at the train station. Of Airs, Leela Violet's train has just arrived. This is Alo, a small, peaceful port town. This is where her real family resides. During that time, thanks to Aslan Thello's help, she was able to exchange letters. But it has been 3 years since they last saw each other. Out of fear that she would be discovered as a commoner rather than Helena Lairston. That is why her parents settled in a remote, secluded countryside. To avoid implicating Aslan Thello, she steps down from the carriage, standing before a beautiful cottage. Her mother peers out the gate to see who is arriving. Oh my, at this hour. Who could it be? Suddenly she drops her basket of apples. She emotionally calls out to Leela Violet, tears welling in her eyes. Mother. She rushes over to embrace her. Leela Violet, her younger brother calls into the house. Father, sister is back. Leela Violet, my daughter. The family of 4 tightly embraces, overcome with emotion. She says through her tears, I am sorry that for all this time I could not come back to visit everyone. What is there to apologize for? It is enough that you are safe and alive. Her younger brother teases, surely the person who needs me to wipe their tears is father, not you, sister. Right, sister, this is our home. Leela Violet, yes, this is our home now. At Aslan Thello's manor, Danton and Jenna are trembling with fear. He holds the letter of Helena Lairston in his hands, his face dark with fury. To Duke Aslan Thello, I wish to thank you once again for your kindness and generosity over the past 3 years. Please forget all the trouble I have caused you. I sincerely wish you and Lady Rosaline Peridot a lifetime of happiness. As you know, ours is a relationship in name only. Therefore, please do not let Lady Rosaline Peridot misunderstand us. I have attached the contract we signed 3 years ago along with the divorce agreement. I will always pray for your good fortune. May you always find peace and happiness, with gratitude from the bottom of my heart. Signed, Leela Violet. Aslan Thello demands in a freezing tone, why did you not stop her? Both of them hurriedly explain, even though we tried to convince the Duchess that you would return soon, she remained stubborn. I made a mistake. I should not have left like that. Did she misunderstand that? I wish to divorce her and remarry Rosaline Peridot. Indeed, according to her request. We signed a contract marriage for 3 years. I wonder if she overheard that conversation. There is a high probability that Glock Clareston will contact Rosaline Peridot, and I cannot let it be discovered how deeply I cherish Helena Lairston. Glock Clareston knows Helena Lairston's true identity, and he might use it as a weakness to threaten her without even knowing the full picture. Therefore, I decided to lie to Rosaline Peridot that my relationship with my wife is merely in name. Aslan Thello stares at the name written on the letter and tears it to pieces. He crumples the letter. She must have gone to Alo. He commands, aside from those hunting Glock Clareston, dispatch all remaining knights to protect and escort my Duchess back. Danton nods. Yes, your grace, I shall obey your command. We are also leaving, so prepare for the train to Alo immediately. Yes, sir. After that, they depart. Aslan Thello seems to be in a rush. But suddenly he stops. Aslan Thello looks out at the garden outside the window, his expression completely unreadable. He reaches into his pocket, searching, and pulls out a ring box. This is her birthday gift for this year. I wanted to give this to Helena Lairston after severing all the toxic ties from the past, ending the 3-year contract marriage to start a real marriage. Because from the very beginning, I never had any intention of letting her leave. 4 years ago, I began to dream of those things in those dreams. I am older than I am now. I love a girl. She uses my secret as a weakness to force me to marry her. Filled with a deep sense of betrayal, I resolutely enter into a 3-year contract marriage with her. But after 3 years, she leaves. I cannot forget her, and I miss her desperately. and I die alone in my utter loneliness. Those visions are too vivid to be dismissed as mere dreams. Is this a prophetic dream? I do not believe in superstitions. I search for the name of the woman I see in my dreams. Eventually, I find Helena Lairston. When we first meet, she wears a pink dress. He steals a glance at her departing back. There truly is a woman with that name. She often feels unwell, so she rarely appears in high society. A woman whose name is known to very few. Her chestnut brown hair and petite figure look exactly like what he sees in his dreams. If it is not merely a dream, is there truly something between that woman and me? If so, perhaps she also knows of my existence just as I know of hers. Islanthello has just dropped his handkerchief in front of her. She sees the embroidered name, quickly picks it up and calls out, "Sir, did you drop this?" In her eyes, he is a remarkably elegant man. Helena Lairston looks at Islanthello with adoration, and he feels the same. Islanthello can only think, the moment I lay eyes on her face, the emotions from my dream merge perfectly with reality, even more than in the dream, the very first moment. I see her, he stands frozen. For a few seconds, Islanthello wonders, how can my heart beat so fiercely as if it is about to burst? If you ever need anything from me in the future, just come to the Thello mansion and show this to me. And once he finds the real Helena Lairston, his obsession with that dream truly begins. The dresses Helena Lairston wore, the things she used, her favorite flowers, he has obsessively collected them all, waiting for the real Helena Lairston, finally. She is right before his eyes, looking much younger than the Helena Lairston of his imagination. He seems quite concerned about her. I do not know exactly what has happened, but first let us warm you up. I will listen to you later. He gazes out the window, and Helena Lairston softly steps closer. Your Grace, thank you for being so kind to me. She looks even lovelier than the Helena Lairston. His imagination, she is so beautiful. Suddenly a strange sensation washes over him. Why does it feel like he can hear his own frantic heartbeat? Islanthello regains his composure. Tell me, what is it that you desire from me by coming here to find me tonight? She does not dare to speak and collapses to the floor, adopting an attitude of earnestly asks the Duke, Mary. Me, he is truly surprised. Aslan feels annoyed. Are you trying to threaten me? And now marrying you, are you daydreaming? He still maintains a polite attitude and asks, why should I accept this marriage proposal? What should I do? If I am kicked out of here, there is no other way for me, if that is the case. I know what secrets you are hiding. Aslan furrows his brows. My secrets. She intends to continue speaking to him, but she coughs weakly. He asks in concern, are you feverish? The floor is very cold. Do not sit there anymore. It is raining quite heavily tonight. He wants to help Leela Violet up while she is still calculating. He cannot force someone to treat him sweetly in a marriage with threats. Should I beg him? She lowers her head and speaks loudly, please. Help me, Clairston kidnapped me. His expression gradually darkens. I am sorry. In the end, she has to admit, I am not Helena Lairston. My name is Leela Violet. The Helena in his imagination has never told her the whole story until she leaves. She trembles, not daring to look straight. Glock is down and I am trying to escape, but I remember the button that the Duke gave me. I am sorry for appearing suddenly and making unreasonable demands of you. He just stares at her. Tears streaming down. I must have lost my mind. I have no choice but to marry the Duke. I am sorry. In her heart, she silently wonders why he is making such a fuss over picking up a handkerchief. He must be angry. Suddenly, Aslan bursts into laughter. Hearing this, she freezes. She immediately looks up. Is this the Helena Lairston of his imagination? Is it because of those circumstances that she asked him to marry her? I once betrayed the one I loved, hated her for using secrets as a weakness and trying to exploit me. Her love seemed to blur that hatred and betrayal. I wondered what Helena was thinking even when she left me, but now so. Let us get married. I do not want to repeat those mistakes. Helena is full of surprise. Pardon, hush now, I will do as you wish. Stand up, the ground is cold. Really, is it true? He hands her a handkerchief. Wipe your tears. You do not look beautiful at all. This is the reward for finding my handkerchief. To me, some things are very precious. She reaches out to take it. Yes, she does not understand Aslan's action either. Does he marry her just because she found his handkerchief? He should have been angry and kicked her out. What kind of person is he? Suddenly he speaks up. I have a question, she quickly replies. Yes. What will you do if I do not help you? She becomes flustered. If I do not return that button, I will sell it and go to a very far place. It will not be easy, but I will not stop searching for my family, he continues. But that plan is guaranteed to be unsafe for you. How many years will it take for us to meet again? She is not like his imagination. Helena is not naive at all. Aslan, with good intentions, wants to help. I think it is safest for you to remain here until you find your family. I will ask the members of the Duke's household about it. She asks skeptically. Really? He smiles gently. After all, how could I refuse? I am not a cold-blooded person. He will not turn his back. Out of guilt, she bows. Thank you very much, Your Grace. Aslan silently observes. She is indeed a sweet person, a relationship that will completely change from the beginning. He shows her a lot of care. Your hair seems wet, you should dry it first. We will talk later tonight. A relationship where they only have love without any hatred or misunderstandings. She shyly murmurs, I will never forget this favor of yours, Lord Duke, so I will never lose her at this moment. Returning to the present at Aslan's manor, everyone is very busy with work. Rosaline Peridot looks around, stops a maid, and asks, What are you all doing? She politely replies, Yes, Lady Rosaline Peridot, the Duke has ordered us to prepare carefully for the trip. What trip? Where is he planning to go? The maid replies, My lady, he is going alone. It seems the Duke is going to pick up the Duchess. The surroundings of the two of them are very busy at this moment. Hurry up, put it right here. She is suspicious. Has the contract term ended yet? Why must he go after her? She wants to leave. Is it not because the Duke is worried about the weak Duchess traveling a long distance alone? She finds it strange. How odd. Is this not the time to say goodbye and leave? I thought Aslan would not regret that wedding. Am I wrong? I cannot let them meet again. She asks the servant. Can you help me bring my luggage as well? She hesitates. But I see that he will depart soon. But she still insists. It is fine. My luggage is not that much. I will speak to Aslan myself while you get the luggage for me. Having no choice, the maid has to agree. Yes, my lady. She thinks again. The Duchess is leaving just like that. The Duke must be very confused. Once the task is done, Rosaline Peridot leaves first, full of triumph. But soon, he will find the one he truly cares about. Delicious and beautiful dishes are laid out on the table. At this moment, Leela Violet's father calls Aiden. Come here quickly, son. Her mother gently says, Eat more, Leela Violet. Seeing such dishes, she cannot help but exclaim. Let me help you, Mom. I miss this dish so much. It may not be as delicious as what you eat at the Duke's house, but when you were young, you loved it very much. Nothing is more delicious than this, Mom. Next time, your father will also cook a special pot of soup for you. Aiden sits down and gently exclaims, Sister, you look much prettier. The Duke's side must have treated you well. Right, she is a bit awkward. Yes. Hearing this, her father speaks up. Look at how the Duke takes care of us. We lack nothing. Aiden gives a thumbs up in agreement. That is right. Running away all the time back then was so exhausting. When you got married, we were able to live comfortably. Seeing everyone discussing, she awkwardly utters a sound. Aslan. No, the Duke is very benevolent. We are truly lucky. Aiden teases. Are you sure he only does this because he is a good person? Helena hears this and looks bewildered. Her mother immediately warns Aiden. Meanwhile, he still looks at her intently. No, even in his letters, he always formally writes my mother-in-law and my father-in-law. Parents even say he is like a real son-in-law. He turns away in embarrassment. It just means, thank you for treating us well. But do you really think that after 3 years you will not return? Seeing that the situation is not good, she hastily covers his mouth. This child, Leela, must return to us. What are you saying? But in her letters, she only talks about Aslan. She acts as if she is completely in love. His parents are extremely panicked and stop him. She smiles awkwardly and says, Leela Violet, do not mind what your brother says. Do you have a problem with Aslan? No, with the Duke it is fine. Leela Violet, you have us. Aiden is also on. Your side, right? She looks bewildered when. Seeing that scene, she smiles and explains, Thank you, everyone. There is no problem between the two of us. It is just that the contract has ended, and I came back because I do not want to bother Aslan anymore. She finishes speaking and silently thinks, I have also been in a one-sided love with Aslan for 3 years now. Surely by now Aslan has forgotten me and is happy with Rosaline Peridot. Her hand unconsciously rises as she feels a slight pain in her chest. She hastily stands up and pushes her chair back. I am finished eating, Mom. I will go inside and clean up a bit, just like that. She runs off before the surprised eyes of the three. Seeing this, Aiden asks in bewilderment, did they not have a fight? And she angrily left the house. She immediately raises her finger to signal Aiden, whispering, just pretend you do not know, wait until Helena tells us first. Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, Danton reports, I have booked train tickets to Ayers. I do not know what we should say. When you travel from Ayers to Elon. Just at this moment, Rosaline Peridot happily runs up and calls, Aslan, are you going somewhere, I think? You will be very lonely, so I will go with you. A train trip. That sounds really fun. Immediately, she sees Aslan coldly glancing at her. Then he turns away and says, it will be very difficult if you do not have a ticket, Lady Rosaline Peridot. Hearing this, Rosaline Peridot is extremely disappointed. But I, Aslan, while walking, indifferently orders, lead Lady Peridot inside, then depart. Hurry up, there are still a few missing things to prepare. The guard takes the order, turns to her, and invites her inside. Hearing this, Rosaline Peridot remains silent and says nothing. Very soon after the train departs, she is led into a room. Suddenly, Rosaline Peridot asks curiously, when is Aslan coming back? I do not know, my lady, he left. Without saying anything, he went after the Duchess. When his work schedule is over, will he return with the Duchess? She learns the reason for Aslan's actions and immediately becomes sulky. Afterward, Rosaline Peridot looks at the bags of items in front of her with curiosity. Are those my clothes? Ah, yes. That is correct, my lady. At this moment, she calmly orders, I want to buy a new dress. Hearing this, the maid cannot believe it. The money Aslan gave you to take care of me is still a lot, is it not? I want to spend it as I wish. I cannot wear clothes I have already worn to welcome someone returning from a tiring trip. She understands and replies, ah, yes. When evening comes, now she is happily spinning around, looking at the dress she has just tried on, and says with satisfaction, I will take this one. The shop assistant bows respectfully. Thank you, customer. See you next time. Having chosen a satisfactory outfit, she walks out of the shop. Rosaline Peridot strolls down the street in high spirits. She has absolutely no idea that her movements have been caught by Glock. He quickly follows her from a dark alley. At this moment, she seems to sense something unusual and turns her head back to look. A moment later, in a secluded alley with few passers-by, she is shoved hard by Glock against the wall behind her. At this moment, Rosaline Peridot leans against the wall, panting heavily. What? His voice rings out, making her startled. I see you have been living well lately. Rosaline Peridot suddenly trembles as she recognizes this voice. Meanwhile, Glock wears a sinister smile. As his face approaches, she discovers him. Glock Clareston? Glock questions. I heard that you gave my address to Duke Aslan Thello. It seems you have forgotten our past romance, have you not? Is that not a bit too much, my love? In a panic, she quickly pushes him away. What love are you talking about? When my father died and I was sold, you abandoned me and ran away. All right, I am sorry. That was an unavoidable situation, but then you also betrayed me for Duke Aslan Thello. It seems he is very good to you. How much money has he spent on you? Terrified, Rosaline Peridot quickly avoids Glock's hand. Do not touch me. As for him, he calmly rubs his hands. It seems your ego has grown after you obtained the position of the Duke's daughter. While Rosaline Peridot stands there, Glock gradually approaches her. In the blink of an eye, he and Rosaline Peridot are standing next to each other. Glock threatens, but I can reveal your secret at any time. 2 years ago at the Peridot mansion, In the countryside, he appeared before my dreary eyes, the sounds. A commotion in the distance catches the attention of Rosaline, who is inside the carriage my father. Newly hires, back then, Glock smiles with immense tenderness. I have never heard that the House of Peridot has such a beautiful young lady. As this, I fall deeply into the trap of love with a man of rare beauty seldom seen in the countryside. Meanwhile, my father is still gambling. Frantically, completely neglecting me, I share a deep, passionate relationship with him. Sometime later, he yells in disbelief, "You are pregnant." She is so. Terrified, sobbing uncontrollably. If my father finds out I am dead, what should I do? Glock tells me to wait a little longer. He promises to take full responsibility, but that dangerous man might also find a way to harm her. Marissa is stabbed to death. Glock runs away in fear, my father, who loses his entire fortune, is absolutely furious. Not long after, he commits suicide. The sheer shock causes me to suffer a miscarriage. Then before I am sold off to clear his debts, Aslan appears. He sets a single condition when helping me pay off the debt. Rosaline still clearly remembers Aslan's words. If the son of Marissa comes to find you, let me know. He is a young duke who is not only kind and handsome, but also wealthy. His wife, on the other hand, is sickly and painfully timid, and her reputation is far from stellar. I do not think getting rid of that woman is difficult at all. Furthermore, their marriage is a short-term contract. So naturally, I think to myself that I will take her place once she leaves. Returning to reality, Glock is currently questioning her. Will the Duke continue to love you when he learns of your past? A woman who once carried another man's child. Do you think any man will still welcome you? Unable to bear it any longer, she slaps him. Shut up. Go ahead and whisper that nonsense to Aslan, and I will kill you. Following that, Rosaline hurries away, leaving Glock standing there. He watches her retreating figure and flashes an eerie smile. Back in her room, Rosaline slams the door shut with a loud bang. She leans against the door, panting heavily. What should I do? What if Glock reveals my past to Aslan? No, Aslan is searching for Glock to kill him. Suddenly, she visualizes the image of him holding a sword, ready to deal with Glock. Only then does Rosaline feel a temporary sense of relief. He is surely doing this to protect me. Perhaps even if he learns about my past, he will still accept me. But she suddenly recalls Aslan's cold attitude from earlier today. It will be very difficult without a ticket, Lady Rosaline. Instantly, Rosaline's face darkens. Aslan's feelings, but I do not know what I must do. At Ern's station, along with his subordinates, he rides toward Helena's house. Spotting the house in the distance, Aslan immediately halts his horse. He then swiftly dismounts and turns to give orders. My Duchess might be startled if so many men with swords come looking for her so early in the morning. I shall go ahead. All of you wait from a distance. Having finished his instructions, he gently walks toward the house. There he stands in a daze, staring at the house before him. Aslan lets out a soft sigh, lost in thought. Are you still asleep? Right at this moment, someone reaches out to open the door. Oh dear, Leela, are you awake already? Hearing the voice, Aslan quickly hides behind a tree trunk. At the same time, Leela opens the door and says, Yes, mother, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. Very quickly, he recognizes Leela's voice. Meanwhile, she says excitedly, The morning air is wonderful, so cool. Aslan's heart suddenly beats rapidly as he beholds her current appearance. Still unaware of anything unusual, she calls out to the house. Didn't father say he would make soup for breakfast? It will be delicious, won't it, Leela, that special soup? It sounds absolutely delicious. Meanwhile, Aslan is lost in a daze seeing her reaction. Can she smile so brightly? Wanting to help, she asks if there is anything she can do. Right then, Aiden approaches and suggests, Sister, come gather herbs with me. Their mother quickly reminds them, It is still very cold, you children should put on more clothes before you go. Aslan thinks to himself, she always appeared so sad and timid back in the manor. As Aiden walks, he speaks up, whoever arrives last has to do the laundry today. Leela quickly runs after him in protest. Hey, who allowed you to run first? She dashes off without Noticing Aslan hiding behind the tree trunk, he clearly sees the moment Aiden smiles and chats with Helena. Sister, I have never seen her smile like that before. Leela lives better than she did with me. His hand unconsciously clenches into a fist. She is now. Happier now. Aslan feels a pang of sadness, silently witnessing this scene. To Leela, who is smiling so. Happily, can I ask you to return to my side? In another place, while Rosaline sits in a daze on her bed, she secretly calculates in her heart. Very well, if I observe Aslan once he returns from his journey, I will know how he feels about me. If he returns with the Duchess, then I am certain he is still lingering on her. But if Aslan returns alone, it means his heart has turned toward me. By then, whatever Glock wants to do to me will be in vain. Meanwhile, Aiden is devotedly instructing Leela. After we pick these thin leaves, her hand reaches toward the herb and suddenly stops. She turns her head in confusion to look behind. What is that sound? He also asks in curiosity, is someone coming here this early in the morning? She then stands up with an expression of sheer surprise. It cannot be. Her heart suddenly beats wildly as she spots an approaching figure. Aslan. Unconsciously, she runs forward. Just then, a young man on horseback arrives and calls out with a smile. Oh, hello. She freezes as she sees Aiden wave and say, Good morning, Han. Good morning. Here is this morning's newspaper. Sister, this is Han, our local mailman. Why don't you greet him? Oh, hello. Han cannot help but marvel in his mind, so beautiful. He then smiles and says, Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Leela Violet. She cannot help but feel a wave of disappointment. How depressing. Why did I think it would be Aslan? That is impossible. Aiden nudges Han with his elbow. Han, do not go dreaming about my sister. She is already married. You are married. Leela quickly waves her hands in denial. Oh no, I used to be. But we are divorced now. Hearing this behind the tree trunk, Aslan feels as though struck by lightning. Han notices the change in her expression and quickly speaks up. Oh, is that so? I am sorry. Leela smiles in response. There is nothing to apologize for. She clenches her fists, lost in thought. All right, I must stop thinking about Aslan. The blessings I received over the past 3 years are more than enough. I should put an end to these misunderstandings of Aslan's generosity and these illusions. After a moment of reflection, she speaks aloud. Everything is fine now. And my heart feels lighter, but hearing this, his expression darkens even further. Meanwhile, seeing her cheer up, Han feels relieved. Is that so? I am glad. Thank you for worrying about me. Aiden warns, but still do not stare at my sister anymore. At this moment, Aslan bows his head in sorrow, while she feels relieved. Meanwhile, Aiden continues to chatter. Endlessly, my sister's standards are very high, you know. After chatting for a while, Aiden waves goodbye to Han. Bye-bye. Over here, her mother opens the door and asks, This morning is so cold. Why have you two been gone for so long? It is not cold at all, Mother. We have the newspaper. I am just worried my precious daughter might catch a cold. Mother, do you think I am still a baby? Father is waiting. Let us go inside. Standing in the distance, Aslan is lost in a daze at this sight. He recalls her words from earlier. Everything is fine now, and my heart is lighter. When she was by my side, was she always suffering? In his dreams, Leela seems like someone who cares for nothing but him. She never speaks of her family, hobbies, or friends. She just clings to him, yearning for his love. And always following him. Was it truly like that? If only I showed her my love, if only I treated her well, unlike in my dreams. I thought she would be happy. Is she not happy with me? Does she wish to return to her family? I never asked her. Forced to live under a different identity and live dependently on a husband in a short-term contract marriage. How could she possibly be happy after a long moment of contemplation? He turns to leave. Aslan does not enter the house but returns to his subordinates. He then quickly mounts his horse and instructs, Stay here and protect the Duchess. If anything happens, report to me immediately. And what about you, Your Grace? I will return once everything is settled. With that, Aslan rides away from this land. Time passes. At the Amber House, Rosaline sits up in sheer joy. Is Aslan back? The maid immediately confirms, Yes, milady. Upon hearing this, she frantically asks, Oh, did the Duchess accompany him? The maid reports, His Grace returns alone. Hearing this, Rosaline is instantly overcome with joy. Next, she rushes outside in excitement. As she runs, Rosaline thinks happily, Splendid, I am right. There is nothing left between them. Meanwhile, Aslan, after his long journey, returns, sorrow clearly etched on his face. He whispers to himself, I must restore Helena's real name. I cannot let her be separated from her family any longer. To do that, I must quickly eliminate that man, Glock. Meanwhile, she runs down the stairs and exclaims, Aslan, you are back. I was so worried. I did not know if the Duchess hurt you. He asks in irritation, what do you mean? The Duchess wanted me to care for you, so she feigned illness, did she not? Even though you treat her so well. Aslan hears this and cannot believe his ears. What? She continues. The Duchess told me to care for you in her stead at the ball, and the next day she approached me to say goodbye. If she had any feelings for you, she would never have said that. His hand unconsciously stiffens. Wait, the day after the ball is Helena's birthday. Ah, no, Leela's birthday. I promised to spend that entire day with her every year. There is no reason for her to leave me. With Rosaline, it cannot be. Aslan suddenly recalls the past. I think you should go dress shopping alone, Lady Peridot. Today I have an appointment with my Duchess. Back then, Rosaline grabbed his hand and said, but I just met the Duchess. She said she was not feeling well today and wished to rest alone. Since your schedule is cancelled, you have no plans today. Could you please spend the day with me instead, please? Unconsciously, Aslan steps back, avoiding her. You said you needed time to talk about Glock. I have already accompanied you to the ball as promised. Then he suddenly leans close to Rosaline's ear and sighs. Aslan's cold voice echoes, I think your little game ends here, Rosaline Peridot. Now give me the information as you promised. Returning to reality, he holds his forehead. I make yet another mistake. She does not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Pardon? Paying no attention to her reaction, Aslan questions, Jenna, were you with my Duchess that morning? Jenna quickly confirms, yes, your grace. He continues his questioning. I had a prior arrangement with my Duchess that day, so I told Lady Peridot it would be better to shop alone. Was that message delivered accurately to my Duchess? Jenna glances at her and denies it. No, your grace. Lady Rosaline said that as a reward for attending the ball with you, you wished to personally buy her a new dress. Learning the truth, Aslan lets out a cold chuckle. Though exposed, Rosaline still attempts to explain, the maid must have misunderstood something. Losing his patience, he cuts her off. Indeed, it is all my fault, Lady Rosaline Peridot. Hearing this, she stands bewildered. Pardon? I should not have let you act so willfully without knowing your place. I have perhaps been too merciful. Take Lady Peridot to Amber House. If Glock Clareston comes looking for her, capture him and bring him to me. Immediately after capturing Glock Clareston, banish Rosaline Peridot immediately. She trembles, crying out, what? But he directs a murderous gaze at Rosaline Peridot. Do not dare come near me or my Duchess ever again. Rosaline Peridot hurriedly grabs Aslan Thello's hand, desperately clinging to him. Wait, but she is quickly seized. Meanwhile, he speaks coldly. Go, Rosaline Peridot, I will give you time to pack your things. Dragged away, Rosaline Peridot screams in a hopelessness. No, she is swiftly dragged away, vanishing from Aslan Thello's sight. Just then, Danton approaches to report, Master, the guards at Alo have sent a letter. He immediately extends his hand, asking for it. Aslan Thello's face pales as he reads the contents. Mr. Violet went down to the street to buy medicine for a fever. My Duchess is always very fragile. He begins to speculate that she must have caught a cold from going out in the chilly morning. My Duchess seems to be ill. Dispatch our doctor immediately. No, it will look too strange if I just send someone. I must go there myself. Along with the doctor, Danton feels a bit helpless watching this scene. After a moment of hesitation, he turns and instructs, I am leaving right now. Get everything ready. Danton asks with some concern, you have worked all night and now you want to leave immediately without resting. At least you should eat. I can sleep on the train, it is no big deal. The health of my Duchess is far more important. As he hurries away, Danton bows respectfully from behind. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Leela Violet is sneezing repeatedly in her room. Her mother scolds gently. I knew it. I told you to put on an extra coat before going out. Here is the strawberry-flavored cold medicine you like. Drink it and go to sleep. You just need to sleep. You act like a child, but we are so glad we can be by your side now when you are sick. How sad you must have been when we were not around during those times. Our dear daughter did not have us. Duke Aslan Thello took such good care of you. Whenever I was sick, Aslan Thello was always by my side. Back then I thought it was Jenna, but she told me Aslan Thello was the one who stayed with me. Helena Lairston falls silent as she thinks of this. Keeping her thoughts to herself, her hand unconsciously clenches into a fist. I should not miss him. Very soon the train is about to depart. Aslan Thello runs while urging, "The train is leaving soon, hurry up." The doctor chases after him in a panic. "Excuse me, what?" Just like that. He rushes off, completely unaware that someone is watching him. The shadow stares intently at Aslan Thello, his gaze sharp and icy. "I heard he is traveling alone without any guards. This is my chance." Next, he quickly mounts his horse, and the horse swiftly gallops away. Only then does the doctor notice something unusual and turn his head, only to see horses charging aggressively toward them. In a sheer panic, he screams, "Duke, look out!" Hearing the loud commotion, Aslan Thello also turns, but he fails to react in time and is knocked down by them. A loud crash echoes through the station. The doctor panics upon seeing him lying unconscious on the ground. A severe wound is now visible on Aslan Thello's head. His memories suddenly flash back to the day he and Leela Violet first met. Back then, she took the initiative to propose an offer. Aslan Thello could not believe it. "What did you say?" "Please marry me, Aslan Thello, I know the secret you are hiding." "What secret?" "It is that your mother killed your father, and you disguised it as an accidental death to lock your mother away in a monastery." He asks in surprise, "How?" "I will not trouble you for long, a 3-year marriage, just 3 years. After 3 years, I will leave quietly." Time passes, and he gently opens his eyes. Aslan Thello sits up in confusion. "What was that dream just now? My head feels like it is about to explode." "Master, you are awake." Aslan Thello glances at Danton and asks, "Why am I here?" "You were struck by a carriage. I was so worried because you would not wake up." "You should not be sitting up." Aslan Thello asks, somewhat bewildered. "Struck by a carriage?" "Yes." "You were heading to the station to go to the Duchess, do you remember?" His brows furrow tightly. "What do you mean, Duchess?" "Pardon, I am not married yet." "Who are you calling Duchess?" "My mother." The doctor and Danton stand frozen. "Master, why do you both look so pale? Is there something wrong?" "Doctor, what is the master talking about?" Analyzing the situation, the doctor concludes, "His recent memories have likely been lost due to the shock." "Excuse me, Duke, how old are you this year?" He still does not comprehend what is happening, but he answers regardless, 20. The room suddenly falls into a dead silence. Unable to believe it, Danton asks him, "You do not remember anything after you turned 20? "What?" Aslan Thello stands before a portrait of himself and Leela Violet. He stares at it blankly, lost in thought. Aslan Thello speaks up, questioning, "I married that woman." "Yes, do you not remember anything?" He thinks to himself, "She looks like the person in my dream. Did she force me to marry her?" Curious, he inquires, "More importantly, what is the status of the Tonsa company?" "Pardon?" Aslan Thello repeats calmly, "Tonsa, the railway transport business I established. I hope it has not yet been ruined." Danton finally understands. He brings him to the office to review the documents from the past few years. Aslan Thello looks around with suspicion. "Are we expanding to the west? This development is faster than I anticipated, because the Thello company expanded to the east and north first. Along with these successes, the reputation of the Thello family has grown ever higher. Should you not be staying behind to secure the western region? And we are out of cigars. Didn't I tell you to always restock them?" "Well, you quit smoking 3 years ago, master." Aslan Thello looks surprised. "Me," Danton explains, "the Duchess is very fragile, even if she is indirectly exposed to second-hand smoke. You said it would be bad for her." He feels a sense of irony. "This woman called the Duchess seems to appear everywhere, doesn't she?" Aslan Thello tilts his head, scanning the contract, and asks, "Isn't this a contract marriage with her? There is a document recording the duration of the contract, and it expired some time ago." "That is correct." But he coldly questions, "Why did I marry her in the first place? Her family is not powerful at all, and she did not fulfill the duties." "Duchess," Danton asserts, "that was your own decision, Duke. We also do not know the exact details, but rather than showing that you were forced into marriage, she was supposed to act as your wife." "I believe the high society thinks so." Danton immediately adds, "But if you wish to recover your Memories, you should meet the Duchess again. Didn't you say I went to find her and returned alone? I must have decided not to keep her anymore. Well, yes, but if you want to regain your recent memories, the doctor says you must speak with someone you have interacted with lately. He suddenly remembers. Someone I have interacted with recently. I heard there is another girl staying in my manor. Rosaline Peridot is both surprised and overjoyed to be summoned for an audience. She puts on an act of deep concern. I am so glad you have woken up, Aslanthello. When I heard about your accident, I was terribly worried. I heard that I ordered you to be confined at Amber House to be expelled afterward. His words leave Rosaline Peridot utterly stunned. Is he truly suffering from amnesia, just as the butler said? My opportunity has arrived. That was merely a slight misunderstanding. My former lover came looking for me. I know I no longer have any feelings for him, but I believe you acted out of jealousy, Aslanthello. He does not comprehend. Why would I be angry with you? Taking advantage of the situation, she fishes in troubled waters, because we love each other. He looks at her in astonishment. I love you, Rosaline Peridot feigns embarrassment. Yes, do you not remember? Weren't you the one who cleared all my debts and brought me to this mansion? Your current marriage with the Duchess is merely a contract. You even mentioned that this contract has been highly troublesome for the past 3 years. Aslanthel cannot help but feel doubtful. I do not think I would speak so carelessly. He calmly requests, continue. She slowly narrates, my deceitful ex-lover was likely to harm me. You told me to inform you if he approached me. After hearing my words, you personally went to capture him. When you missed him, you were furious and told me to search for him. His name is Glock. Clareston, Aslanthello ponders silently. I seem to recall something like that, and it does sound like something I would do. Do I really love this woman? She is quite beautiful, but what? I never even thought I would get married in this lifetime. I cannot believe I not only married, but also committed adultery. He probes further. I do not quite understand. Did you secretly meet someone from your past? She hurriedly denies it. No, he came looking for me and threatened me. He threatened to spread rumors about me. I barely managed to escape. Aslanthello asks Danton, are her words credible? Danton is not entirely certain. I do not know the details, but the reason you were angry, Duke, was because Lady Rosaline Peridot failed to mind her manners around you. After all, you always held the Duchess in the highest regard. He snaps back, and then what? Didn't she leave on her own? Because my weakness was exposed, she surely seized upon it. Leaving guards by her side was probably to prevent her from revealing my secret. Why did I not just eliminate her? It is strange that I let her live for 3 years, but there must be a reason I did not touch her. I cannot act recklessly when my memories have not fully recovered. I am not sure if I am truly dating this person. However, as we speak, some vague memories seem to return. I want you to stay by my side for a while, Lady Rosaline Peridot. The face of Rosaline Peridot flushes with joy. He explains, I still cannot remember everything about you. If we stay together, my memories might gradually return. I hope you can help me. She smiles and replies, yes, of course. Deep down, Rosaline Peridot is ecstatic. I did it. A hand holds the thermometer to check, 36.5 degrees. Leela Violet's father dances around. Congratulations on your recovery, Leela Violet. Her mother is moved to tears. Well done, my sweet daughter. Aiden chimes in supportively. Sister, I knew you would get through this. She blushes with embarrassment. It is just a mild cold. Do you want to eat something to celebrate your recovery, daughter? Or should we go down the street to buy you something delicious? Helplessly, she reassures them. I am fine. Then does my daughter want some hot tea? Yes, indeed. Father also baked some apple pie. Aiden suddenly gasps as he glances over the newspaper. They say there was a carriage accident at the Central Station. Leela Violet looks over curious. At the Central Station, let me see, that is where Aslanthello is. Her entire body suddenly freezes in shock, the teacup in her hand crashes to the floor, shattering. Her parents turn around, startled. Leela Violet, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? What is wrong? Trembling, she answers, Aslanthello had a carriage accident. Duke Aslanthello, Helena Lairston's father, cannot help but worry. Is he seriously injured? Her hands tremble as she holds the newspaper. She reads aloud word for word. Duke Aslan Thello, chairman of the Tonsa Company, has not been seen in public recently. It appears to be a very severe injury. Aslan Thello, oh God, please be safe. Her parents look at her with worry, gently touching her shoulder. Leela Violet, if you are so worried, why don't you go there and see him? Even though you and Aslan Thello are no longer together, you can still visit him once. You lived together for 3 years, can you not care for each other? She hesitates, silent. Did you say I can meet Aslan Thello again? Meanwhile, Rosaline Peridot speaks up to draw Aslan Thello's attention. So, we attended the ball. Together, I only wore this dress that Aslan Thello bought for me. I attended in place of your Duchess. Everyone said the atmosphere was much brighter. Do you remember? With a headache, Aslan Thello replies coldly, Is that so? He thinks to himself, I do not remember a thing. She quickly steps closer to him. You even ordered that I lack nothing here. You also gave me a lot of money. You often spent time with me. You cared for and loved me deeply. His brow furrows in deep displeasure. He rejects her and pushes her away. I am sorry, Lady Rosaline Peridot. I do not remember. Perhaps that is why I feel nothing when I look at you. Rosaline Peridot tells herself. Since his memories have not returned, this is my chance. The Duchess has already left, and once he likes me, she will never be able to kick me out. It is all right, Aslan Thello. There is no need to rush. I will always be by your side. Aslan Thello cannot help but wonder. Did my taste change as I grew older? I have no idea why I would be intimate with this woman. Even though I have no interest in women, if I were to like someone, that person should be gentle and pure. Yes, like the person I saw in the portrait. A soft knock on the door interrupts Aslan Thello's train of thought, making him snap back to reality. A voice from outside. The door calls. It is Danton, master. He tells him to enter. Who caused the carriage accident? He wore a mask and fled. They say they cannot identify him. The mask suggests it is highly likely someone hired him. Furthermore, since you have not appeared in public, the rumors surrounding the accident are growing worse. Because the Duchess is not here, some are even saying you took your own life out of shock after the divorce. He gets a throbbing headache, feeling highly irritated. I am going mad. If things continue like this, the stock price of the Thello Company will plunge. Rosaline Peridot suddenly turns to suggest, Aslan Thello, why don't you go out to dine with me? Taking a stroll with a young lady, what better way is there to prove your good health, he remarks. That is a good idea, Rosaline Peridot. Aslan Thello quickly stands up. In any case, I will. Must soon handle the divorce papers with my ex-wife. If we show them that I have someone new now, there will be less trouble. He gently extends his hand. Rosaline, will you accompany me? A massive crowd gathers at the train station. Leela turns back to reassure him. I can go alone, father. He paces anxiously, filled with worry. What if someone kidnaps you again? I will not let that happen again. If anyone recognizes you, just say I am your luggage porter. I will not reveal your identity. Shall we go, Lady Helena? She calls out in embarrassment. Father, really? Finally, I arrive in the capital. Aslan no longer care about me, yet I cannot stop worrying about Aslan. I will just stand from afar and see how he is. That should bring me some peace of mind. Rosaline turns and asks, How do I look, Aslan? He smiles and answers, It suits you beautifully. She beams with joy. Really? Aslan suggests, Shall we head to the jewelry boutique? Your dress will look even more stunning with the right accessories. She immediately agrees. That is wonderful. The gentle chime of the door, as it opens, echoes softly, followed by the hushed whispers of the crowd nearby. Is that Duke Thello? They say he was in an accident, but he looks perfectly fine. Is that Rosaline Peridot beside him? They have been living together for quite some time now. Aslan feels satisfied. This is enough to dispel the rumors of my accident. After all, Rosaline suddenly spots Helena in the crowd ahead. She starts in surprise as their eyes lock. By accident, Duchess Thello. Helena's heart suddenly aches. Why does it hurt again at the sight of Rosaline and him? Is Aslan truly unharmed? His face looks a little pale. Meanwhile, Rosaline cannot help but wonder in distress. Why is she back? If he meets his Duchess, he might remember everything. I must stop her. She suddenly stumbles, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Aslan quickly checks on Rosaline. She says coyly, It hurts. My new shoes do not fit so. I tripped. My ankle hurts so much I do not think I can walk any more. He offers, Lean on my shoulder. In an instant, Aslan sweeps Rosaline up into his arms. She feigns shyness in his embrace. "Everyone is watching. Is this really all right?" Aslan replies calmly. "Are we not supposed to show off?" Seizing the chance, she adds, "If we are going to show off, we should make it convincing, right?" Rosaline leans up to plant a gentle kiss. On his cheek, Leela stands frozen, completely paralyzed after witnessing the scene. As whispers quickly ripple through the crowd around her, "Oh goodness, look at that lovely sight. Is the rumor about them dating true?" She quietly slips away, whispering to herself, "Aslan is doing perfectly well. I have no need to worry." Her father happily appears, showing off his purchase. "Leela, I bought this honeycomb cake. It is strawberry flavored." She immediately pulls him along. "It is freezing out here. Let us go inside to eat." She secretly thinks, "Yes, as long as he is healthy, that is enough. I must be satisfied." With that, her father asks with worry, "Are you cold? Then let us head." Inside, a familiar voice calls out, stopping her in her tracks. "Duchess!" She turns her head and instantly recognizes her. Jenna joyously grabs her hand. "Duchess, you have returned?" "Oh no, I do not intend to stay. I only have some business in the capital. Duchess, you must return to the Duke's estate immediately. The situation is incredibly serious." She looks on in confusion, not yet understanding what she means. Aslan is suffering from memory loss. An image of Aslan flashes in Leela's mind. Jenna stands before her, breathlessly explaining, "He cannot remember anything past the age of 20. Rosaline Peridot is taking advantage of this to masquerade as the master's lover. Masquerade as his lover. Did those two not love each other from the beginning?" What are you saying? That is impossible." "Rosaline Peridot, that wretched woman, has deceived you, Duchess. The master finds out and is absolutely furious. He orders us to banish Rosaline Peridot. Already, when he heard that you were ill, he rushed to you with a doctor, only to meet with an accident." Leela stands, completely frozen in shock after hearing her words. "This cannot be. It makes no sense." Aslan clearly says, "Our marriage is nothing but a nuisance." Jenna takes her hand and says with conviction, "The doctor says that for the master to regain his memories, he must speak with those he has been close to recently. Is the Duchess not the person closest to him over the last 3 years? I will arrange a secret meeting place for you, away from Rosaline's prying eyes. You two must meet and talk." Hearing this, Leela falls silent, her eyes vacant. In another scene, Aslan gently carries Rosaline. She asks shyly, "Am I very heavy?" Aslan looks down at her with a gentle gaze. "What of it? You are slightly heavier than before, but to me you are still as light as a feather." "What do you mean by before? Did I not often carry you like this?" "I faintly recall so, as you are very frail and prone to falling." The image of Leela suddenly flashes. In Aslan's mind, he pauses for a moment as though sensing something and slowly withdraws his hands. Rosaline watches him, clear anxiety shining in her eyes. Aslan's aura darkens as he wonders, "What did I just remember?" Aslan looks slightly exhausted and gently sets her down. "You should head back first, Rosaline. Let the carriage take Lady Peridot back to the mansion." "Yes, your grace." Rosaline watches his retreating figure with a trace of regret. "I still have a lot of work to do, so I will stop by the office." "Yes, please take care." The two standing behind watch him depart with steady, calm steps. She grows somber, a touch of disappointment in her eyes. "Let us go, Lady Rosaline." Back in his room, Aslan crosses his arms and stares out of the window in deep contemplation. "No matter how much I speak with Rosaline Peridot, I can remember nothing. Even though scenes occasionally flash before my eyes, they are anything but memories of Rosaline." As Helena Lairston waits in anxious anticipation, a knock sounds at the door. "Your Grace, the Duchess is here to visit." Upon hearing this, Aslan quickly turns around, his eyes flickering with doubt and sudden anticipation. "That woman? Let her in." Each of Leela's footsteps echoes with a soft clicking sound, making his heart race violently. She enters hesitantly, her gaze cast downward in shyness. Leela lifts her head, revealing her radiant face. Upon seeing her, Aslan frowns as memories rush back with overwhelming force. I love you. Aslan Thello, please, just once is enough." A vision of his cold, expressionless face appears. Look at me, not Rosaline Peridot. Memories and emotions surge back. How can this be? He cannot distinguish them. The two return to reality. Lost in the depths of his past thoughts, he suddenly stumbles backward. Leela rushes to his side. Aslan, you look so pale. Are you all right? Aslan, your face is so flushed. Do you have a fever? She gently touches his face, but he startles and quickly recoils. Startled, she calls his name. He steps back to maintain his distance. If my memory serves me right, this woman threatens me. I am forced to marry her. Yet why does seeing her face fill me with such overwhelming love? He asks. Our contract has ended. Why are you here to find me? She hesitates. Well, do you remember me? My name is Helena Lairston. Memories flood into his mind like a deluge. Who is this woman to me? I heard that you were in an accident and lost your memories. He is breaking out in a cold sweat. Is he in pain somewhere? She lowers her head slightly and says, to help you recover your memories. You must speak to those you have been close to recently, even if it is a contract marriage. Facing her words, his heart beats frantically. Since we were married, I can help. Aslan's face turns slightly flushed. I cannot breathe because of these surging emotions. I want to embrace the girl before me. I cannot think straight. I only want to kiss her. Abruptly, he turns his back to hide his confusion. Am I losing my mind? Did the accident damage my brain? Worried, she reaches her hand toward him. Aslan, are you all right? He immediately brushes her hand away with cold determination. This is dangerous. I cannot expose my weakness. This woman threatens me. She will seize my weakness once again. His gaze darkens. Do you wish to hold my weakness over me again? You simply believed those rumors and came looking for me. Do you think you can still exploit me now that our contract has ended? Hearing this, she gasps, replying hesitantly, No, that is not it. I am only worried about you. The sight of her tears draws his thoughts back to the past. The woman who threatens and exploits me. As if that is not enough, she even uses those tears to demand. My love, but why, just watching her tears fall, does my heart ache as if it wants to stop beating? He slowly reaches his hand out toward her long, flowing hair. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts his unconscious action. Your Grace, Lady Peridot is here to see you. She turns around, slightly dazed. Rosaline! Upon hearing her name, he permits her to enter. Rosaline rushes inside, calling his name aloud. Aslan! Spotting Aslan standing opposite Leela, she freezes. Oh heavens, Aslan, your face! Are you all right? Your body has not yet fully recovered. I was so worried about you coming to work like this that I followed you. My ankle feels much better after resting a little. Aslan contemplates. In front of this woman, my emotions remain entirely dead. He suddenly rests his head on Rosaline's shoulder, catching her completely off guard. My agonizing heart is now at peace. She quietly wraps her arms around him. Aslan's reaction clearly shows he has not recovered his memories yet. I must drive this woman away and stop her from ever seeing him again. Rosaline immediately turns to her with a fierce, angry look. What are you doing here? Is the relationship between you and Aslan not over already? Rosaline turns on her. Leela feels a pang of sorrow. Ah, you exploit Aslan's soft heart, knowing he can never abandon you in your weakness. Having lived in luxury for 3 whole years, are you miserable now that the contract has ended? Do you plan to exploit his guilt to cling to him again? These heartless words strike Leela, leaving her utterly stunned. And then she screams, get out of here right now and never return to Aslan ever again. Aslan, it is all right. You should sit down and rest. Witnessing this scene, she can only stand in silence, allowing her tears to gather and naturally stream down her cheeks. Ultimately, she chooses to leave, stepping outside. She stands frozen for a long while, cursing herself like a fool. What did you expect when you came here? I misunderstand everything. Aslan and I are nothing more than a contract. The memory of them sharing a photograph suddenly shatters in her mind. The contract that brings only trouble. Troublesome for Aslan for 3 whole years. She takes a deep breath and wipes away her tears with her hand. In an instant, she runs as fast as she can without looking back. Suddenly, she runs into her father. The moment he sees her, he calls out her name cheerfully. Leela, have you spoken to the Duke? she replies with a nod. Yes, I have. The Duke says he is fine now. Let us go. Home, father. Are you all right? She quickly pulls him along and changes the subject. I plan to buy a gift. For Mother and Aiden, what else should I buy? Father. She thinks to herself, Rosaline is right. She can no longer return to Aslan's side. Now she must truly stop yearning for him like a fool. Later, inside the Duke's mansion, the doctor turns to speak to Danton while Rosaline hides behind them. Because he is overworked, his condition suddenly worsens. And he needs to rest. Aslan is currently breathing with difficulty. After meeting her, familiar memories of her suddenly flood my mind. Was I happy? When I was by her side, I never think that I could ever be happy with anyone. Ever since my mother lost her mind. In the past, he is comforting his mother. Calm down, mother, she repeats in sheer panic. I must kill them all. Aslan tries to call her mother. Please let go of this. Suddenly, she screams and swings a knife at him. Get away, or I will make you bleed. Aslan is shocked by the madness of the mother who gave him birth. Go away, I will kill you. The scene of his mother being dragged away leaves him desolate amidst the chaos. After locking away his mother, who could no longer control herself due to her mental illness in the monastery, his father's death is faked as an accident, but perhaps because of that he has no interest in women. He lives a life entirely immersed in his work. She is the one who used my secret to threaten and manipulate me. Please. Marry me, Aslan Thello, I know. The secret you are hiding, but why do I feel like I was happy when I loved her? Aslan lies on the bed with a towel on his forehead, his face flushed with exhaustion. Rosaline asks the doctor, is he all right? He has been sleeping all day since he returned. This is a brain recovery process. He may regain many memories after he wakes up. Rosaline sits by the bed, filled with anxiety. Did the meeting with the Duchess help him regain his memories? I am so worried. On another side, the image of Leela Violet appears. It is another dream about her. Before the funeral, witnessed by many, Leela Violet thinks to herself, this is the monastery where my mother lived. This must be her funeral. She finally passed away in the monastery. You will live peacefully in a place with no more pain. You will suffer no longer. Aslan, wearing a black suit, smiles. She cries more heartbreakingly than I do. Was she always this close to my mother? Aslan gently holds a white flower before a white dress. Leela's tears stream down. She is beautiful, not only stunning but also elegant. He slowly steps forward, holding a white handkerchief. Even in mourning clothes, she is still so beautiful. It seems she needs this. My name is Aslan Thello. Following her intuition, Leela quickly turns around. Are you her ladyship's son? You do not look like her at all. People always say I look more like my late father than my mother. She takes the handkerchief to wipe her tears, turning her face away. The handkerchief is dirty now. I will wash it and return it to you later. Is it the loneliness after my mother's passing that made me love this person so much? Whether it is due to loneliness or sadness, I do not care what the reason is, I thought. I wanted to be by this person's side. My wish came true in a strange way. Marry me, Aslan Thello. I know the secret you are hiding. The image of their backs at their wedding appears. My love for her is distorted and stained by her threats. I hate her, and when I know she loves me, I want to hurt her in the most cruel way. Please, please, just this once, look at me, not Rosaline Peridot. Finally, as she cries and begs me, I thought I was quite pleased with myself. Rumors that Rosaline and I are getting remarried begin to spread. Helena could no longer bear it and left me and I. Helena, Aslan wakes up feeling exhausted. Ah, immediately Rosaline rushes over. Aslan, are you all right? He sits up, gasping for air. What is this? Did I commit suicide because I missed Helena? The rumors about the accident are getting worse. Since the Duchess is not here, some even say you attempted suicide out of shock after the divorce. She sees his face drenched in sweat and quickly wipes it with a handkerchief. Heavens, you are sweating so much. You should rest more. Aslan ignores her, wondering, why did I do that? Aslan leans back against the bed with a sorrowful expression, causing Rosaline to panic. Aslan, his eyes are heavy with emotion. The emotions in my dream are too real. It feels as though my heart is being ripped out. The truth is she is not by my side. Is it truly that despairing? I want to run to her side right now and beg her to return to me. Why? Was I driven mad by the loneliness after my mother passed away? Rosaline suddenly says. This will not do. I must call the doctor, doctor. Aslan, he... Suddenly, Aslan grabs Rosaline's arm tightly. Do not call anyone, she looks dazed. Aslan thinks to himself, I cannot expose any weakness to anyone. Then he quickly pulls Rosaline back. She lands squarely in his lap in utter surprise. Her face turns crimson. Aslan. He wraps his arm around her from behind, thinking, when I am with this woman, no memories or emotions rise. I can return to being a cold man. Rosaline Peridot, have I ever proposed to you? Rosaline looks at him shyly. Ah, not yet. Then I will do it now. As soon as I complete the divorce proceedings, I will marry you. Hearing this, her eyes widen in disbelief. Unable to contain her joy, Rosaline immediately embraces Aslan. Of course, Aslan, I am so happy, he thinks to himself. I do not understand why I crave the woman named Helena so much. But I can no longer let her affect me. To keep myself sane, I must completely distance myself from her. She will never appear before me again if I marry this girl. While hugging Aslan, Rosaline smiles endlessly. Oh my God, I was worried he would regain his memory and chase me away, but then he proposed. In another scene, Leela sits in a train carriage with her father when suddenly she hears the whispers of those around them. Is it true? Duke Thello is about to remarry. Rosaline Peridot has already contacted the most famous wedding dressmaker in the capital. Then what about Duchess Thello? I heard those two have finished the divorce proceedings. Once the paperwork is finalized and approved, the wedding will surely begin. Right after hearing this, Leela Violet feels a wave of sadness. Only the Duchess knows, so how would I? She thinks to herself. In the end, his story with Rosaline remains the same. No matter how hard I try, I cannot escape this thing called fate. On the other side, Danton asks in surprise, Master, are you truly going to marry Miss Peridot? You still have not completed the divorce proceedings with the Duchess. Has the paperwork not been fully signed? Fix the missing parts and submit it immediately. I do not want to return to someone who is already in the past. But your memory has not fully recovered if you rush like this. Aslan's face turns cold as ice. Danton, who gives you the right to interfere with my decisions? It might have been easy in the past, but there is no such thing now. I am sorry, Master. Then do you still wish to hold the wedding at the same place? Where was it held back then? The wedding was held at the largest grand temple in the capital. Hearing this, he is taken aback. Was it not at the monastery? The monastery, Master. Was it not a wedding at the monastery where my mother died? What are you saying? Master, the former Duchess is still alive. You are saying my mother is still alive? I just received news from the monastery saying she is growing weak, but she is definitely still alive, Master. Then where did I meet my former wife? After meeting her in the corridor at the banquet a few years ago, did the Duchess not visit you herself? That day, you decided to marry her. Flashback to the past. At that time, Leela Violet is trembling in fear, asking, do you remember me? Excuse me, please save me. I was kidnapped by Count Lairston. Yes, even if they are just fragmented memories, I definitely have a memory of that moment. Then what about the scene at the monastery that I saw in my dream? Was that just a dream? So you are saying Helena Lairston never threatened me? After a long silence, Danton speaks. Master, Aslan suddenly shouts, stop all preparations for the wedding. There is something I need to verify. My father was a devil, Aslan remembers. When he was a child, he kneels on the floor, his entire body trembling as he hears his mother's screams. Darling, please stop. The room door slowly creaks open, and his mother's pleading voice continues. Please, do not beat Aslan, do not beat Aslan. Hit me instead, I will be fine. Aslan always thinks that since he was young, his only goal has been to kill his father. That way, Mother and I will be free. The plan to kill his father and fake it as a fatal accident is a perfect plan until his father found out about it and grabbed him by the collar. Are you planning to kill me? Come on, let's see who dies first. His mother quickly runs over and clutches Aslan's arm. Aslan, quickly tell your father you are wrong. Hurry. Aslan scowls in frustration. He flings his father's hand away. A devil like you deserves to die. I will kill you. You ungrateful brat that I sired. I raised you, and this is how you behave. He shoves Aslan, causing a plate to shatter completely on the floor. Aslan's mother desperately tries to stop him. "Darling, please stop. No." He grabs a knife nearby and aims it at Aslan. "I will make today your funeral." Aslan tilts his head, raising his arms to shield himself, his face filled with panic. His mother screams, "No!" A knife plunges down and another knife clatters onto the floor. Aslan gasps in shock as his father collapses right before him. In utter confusion, he looks ahead. His mother is holding a blood-stained knife, panting heavily. Her eyes are lifeless and her tears stream down. Aslan anxiously stands up and approaches his mother, but she flinches. Mother." The image of Aslan in her eyes now distorts into his abusive father. Aslan's mother kneels down in terror, begging, "Ah, darling, I am sorry. Please do not beat me. Save me." Aslan can only call out, "Mother." She completely loses control, screaming incessantly, "Do not kill Aslan. If you touch my son, I will kill you." Aslan is stunned. His mother went mad from the shock of taking a life, unable to distinguish between him and his father. At the funeral, his mother still mistook him for his father. She rushed forward to beat him. "I must kill him. He will kill my son. He will kill my son." Every time I visit the monastery, when mother sees me, she goes into fits, screaming and breaking things. After that day, I never meet her again. Back in the present, Aslan sits at his desk, deeply lost in thought. According to the records, mother has shown no improvement since that day. I have not met her once, but I am certain she is still alive, as the monastery regularly sends me updates about her. Then are those memories truly just a dream? Did I really marry Helena because of love? Suddenly someone knocks on the door. "Aslan, it is me, Rosaline." Aslan replies, "Come in." She slowly steps inside. "I heard you suddenly halted the wedding preparations." Aslan says, "I need to check a few things. Now that I think about it, I also have something to ask you." Rosaline looks blankly and asks, "What is it?" His gaze is razor-sharp. "You said my ex-wife and I had a contract marriage. Did I tell you that the contract bothered me for 3 whole years?" Rosaline immediately answers, "Yes." Aslan falls silent, deep in thought. "I vaguely remember. I must have said so, for 3 years. It was a troublesome contract marriage, but if I truly loved Helena, why would I lie?" Aslan remains silent. The silence is chillingly terrifying. "I am so worried. Did he regain his memory after meeting the Duchess? If he remembers everything, he will chase me away again. The monastery, now that I think about it, Aslan's mother is in the monastery. I heard she has been trying to recover for a long time." With that thought, she speaks up. "Aslan, you clearly told me that you did not marry your ex-wife out of love, but it was just a fake contract marriage. You did not even invite your mother, did you? Count Laerston did not attend either because he opposed the wedding. That is also why Aslan's mother did not attend." Aslan's face darkens. He turns his face away, remaining silent as he sinks into his thoughts. "Yes, my mother did not attend the wedding because I did not want to see her again. But sometimes, when I read news about her, I truly want to see her." But he recalls a time in the past. Leela walks up to him and calls, "Aslan, what are you reading?" Aslan hides the letter behind his back, smiles, and replies, "Ah, it is nothing." Leela Violet catches a glimpse of the letter, and she asks with a gentle smile, "Is it a letter from the monastery? Are you reading updates about your mother?" "Ah, yes. Mother sent a letter of congratulations for our wedding. She apologizes that she cannot make it due to her failing health. In the original novel, his mother's mental illness prevents her from ever seeing her son again until she dies." Leela asks him if they should go to the monastery together to pay their respects, even though they are not a real couple, but Aslan quickly declines. "Oh no, it is fine. She does not wish to see me. Our relationship is not very close." She gazes at him, her heart aching for him, and she squeezes his hand in gentle comfort. She looks intently at him, thinking to herself, "He is surely keeping his mother's condition a secret from me, so I will not pry. If he does not wish to speak of it, he does not have to. Aslan, I will pray for both you and your mother." He looks at her with deep gratitude in his eyes. "She does not exploit my secrets. She asks for nothing. She simply stays by my side." As the memory ends, Aslan murmurs, "I must go see her." Rosaline Peridot stands, frozen in confusion. "Pardon, what do you mean?" "Rosaline, the wedding is postponed until I regain all my memories. I do not think I can make such a monumental decision in this state." Rosaline tries to stop him. Wait. Hold on a moment, Aslan. But he swiftly rings the bell. Delton immediately appears and asks, "Did you summon me, your grace?" Delton, "Purchase a train ticket to Alo. I think I should meet my ex-wife." "Yes, your grace," Rosaline gnashes her teeth in sheer frustration. She instantly rushes forward, clutching his arm, and cries out to stop him. "Aslan, please do not do this. You usually worsen after seeing her. I am worried it will happen again. Please do not rush. Get some proper rest first. And after your body recovers." Suddenly, Aslan calls her name. "Rosaline." She instantly freezes in her tracks. He takes her trembling hand and says, "When I am with you, not a single emotional memory enters my mind. I feel so incredibly calm, so I am confident that—" He coldly pushes her hand away from him. "I am certain of one thing." He coldly casts her aside. "I have never loved you." Hearing this, Rosaline is utterly struck with horror. "I do not know why I brought you back to my estate, but one thing is certain: you are of no help in helping me recover my memories." He turns to Delton and asks, "You said I initially let Rosaline stay at Amber House, correct? Send her back there." Delton immediately replies, "Yes, your grace." Rosaline stammers in panic, "Aslan, I told you that day was just a misunderstanding. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we will settle it after I regain my memories. If it truly is a misunderstanding, I will apologize to you then. For now, leave my house, Peridot." At that moment, Delton grabs Rosaline's hand immediately. He smiles and pulls her out. "As quickly as possible. I will buy the earliest ticket and have everyone pack your luggage right away." Rosaline can only scream in protest. "Wait!" The room falls into silence. Aslan casts his gaze toward the window, still unable to distinguish which of the thoughts in his head are real and which are false. Memories continue to clash in utter chaos. Helena Lairston, who is she truly? All of these memories are because of her. I must have been so happy by her side. As for the reason why, I will surely understand once I meet her. Shortly after, Aslan hastily departs from the estate. The train sets off. At this moment, Rosaline is sitting dejectedly on the cold floor, her luggage piled beside her. She blankly turns around to look at the two servants. Rosaline clenches her fists and screams, "Wait! Are you going to leave me all alone like this? Shouldn't there be someone to look after me? How am I supposed to live here by myself?" The master did not command us to serve you. "Young miss, it seems we will be busy preparing the room for the Duchess's return." Meanwhile, Leela is quietly reflecting on his words. "You believed the rumors and came looking for me. Do you think you can still use me even after the contract has ended?" She never expects Aslan to be so cold and indifferent. How can a man as gentle as Aslan ever get angry with her? Has he truly thought of her that way for the past 3 years? She remains completely oblivious, like a fool, constantly deluding herself into believing he loves her. Suddenly, she buries her face on the table and scolds herself. "Stupid, foolish girl, I will never make this stupid mistake again. Never." Outside, a sudden commotion fills the air. Commuters disembark from the train one by one. Aslan gazes at the town before him and asks, "Is this the town where my ex-wife resides?" "Yes, your grace, that is correct, despite being in the countryside. This station looks remarkably clean, because the Duke himself manages the facilities here." Yes, the tracks are connected to this place and the station is built. I hear that you specifically ordered its construction, your grace." Suddenly, Aslan turns away in deep thought. Why is all of this also for her? Where is she now? In a house bathed in golden sunlight. Leela is intently embroidering a handkerchief when suddenly the needle pricks her fingertip, making her cry out in pain. A crimson drop of blood wells up and an illusion of Aslan appears, whispering softly in her ear, "Careful, is your hand bleeding?" She gently closes her eyes, trying to escape the illusion. Why am I acting like such a fool? Once again, she drifts back into her previous thoughts. For 3 years, Aslan was only ever good to me out of pity. Deep down, he must have always thought of me as a bothersome, shameless woman, and I didn't even realize it. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Sister, sister, Aiden, what is the rush? Come outside quickly. Aslan, no, the Duke is here." She bolts upright and asks, "Who?" Hurriedly, she Rushes downstairs, her heart hammering with anxiety. She freezes in her tracks when she spots the familiar figure standing on the lower floor of her home. At that exact moment, Aslan looks up at her, their eyes meet, and she gasps inwardly, *Al. Why is Aslan here? She stammers in sheer disbelief. Al, your grace, what brings you here? Her half-open hand lifts slightly, revealing a tiny speck of blood on her index finger. Aslan's face instantly fills with panic and worry. Are you hurt? She quickly pulls her hand back. Pardon, be careful, your hand is bleeding. Ah. No, suddenly she slips, her entire body tumbling forward. She lets out a sharp gasp. Aslan's eyes widen and he swiftly rushes to her side. He catches her securely in his arms and they gaze at each other in flustered silence. Aslan quickly explains, forgive me, my body moved on its own. He gently sets her down and adds, or rather my brain, it definitely remembers. Her mother and father walk in and witness this scene. It seems my lady's finger is injured, Aslan politely asks. Could you bring me some cotton, bandages, and medicine? Hearing this, everyone freezes in surprise. Right this way. I will fetch them for you. Aiden, go get the first aid kit. I will be right back. The bandages and medicine are brought over and placed on the table. Moments later, she looks at him in utter disbelief. What? Have you truly lost your memories? I lost my memories of the past years due to the accident, how I met and married you and why our marriage abruptly ended. I do not understand any of it. Leela. Violet hesitates, her mind racing with silent thoughts. So what Jenna says is true. He was so cold to me back then because he didn't remember me. That means asterisk. The tenderness he showed me, asterisk, over the last 3 years was not a delusion of mine. Aslan continues, so wish to ask for your help. Yes, could you tell me more about our relationship and why did you leave me? She hesitates. We signed a contract to act as a fake couple for 3 years. This year the contract expires and you also have someone you love. An image of Rosaline kissing Aslan's cheek flashes in her mind. She tells herself it is fine. Aslan loves Rosaline, not me. It was the same before he lost his memory. I almost caused a scene, letting my thoughts wander foolishly again like an idiot. I must not harbor such self-indulgent illusions ever again. Never. She lifts her head and flashes a bright, radiant smile. Our contract has already ended, so you do not need to worry about me. Besides, there is someone waiting for you back in the capital, Duke. You should return to her. Aslan does not reply, but observes her intently. Furrowing his brows, he says, you look thinner than I remember, and your complexion does not look well. Leela. Violet freezes. At his words, Aslan steps closer and leans down near her. Are you unwell? Are you not eating properly? Or are you not getting enough sleep? Oh, I am perfectly fine. Suddenly she covers her mouth and coughs, ahem. Aslan immediately stands up, pours a glass of water, and offers it to her. Drink this. She reaches out to take the glass. Aslan says, I remember now. My wife is very frail and often coughs. When the weather turns cold, she easily falls ill and needs plenty of rest. Just by being near my wife, I can recall so many things that I could not remember without you. Therefore, I want to stay here for a while. Hearing this, her face flushes a deep crimson. What? I am saying that staying under the same roof will accelerate the recovery of my memories since we were originally a couple living together. Leela hastily protests. Oh no. I already told you we are not a real couple. Aslan pays no heed. He slips off his outer coat as if whether it is real or not does not matter at all. Leaning down, he drapes the coat over her shoulders. I must reclaim my memories. To do that, I need to be by your side. He sits, kneels down, taking her hand. I beg you, please allow me to stay. Here, elsewhere, Rosaline Peridot collapses onto the ground, her entire body trembling. Violently, Rosaline Peridot strikes a match. But it snaps instantly. With a tearful pout, she rubs her hands. Ah, it hurts so much. Should I sell my things to buy firewood? I think I also need to buy something to eat. I tried to ask the ladies close to me for help, but they didn't even bother to help. Oh dear, look at her. She is like a shameless country girl clinging to someone else's husband. They only wanted to keep Helena Lairston under control, which is why they treated me Well, an uncultured and uneducated person, playing tricks with nothing but her looks. You should be ashamed of yourself. Being thrown out of Aslan Thello's estate, I am treated even worse than Helena Lairston was in the past. Disgusting people, if only I had been born into a better family. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out from nowhere. Look how miserable you are, Rosaline Peridot whips her head around to find Glock Clairston sitting casually on the windowsill. Rosaline Peridot leaps to her feet. Ah, you, Glock Clairston approaches. You slapped me so hard last time, but why do you look so pitiful now? Rosaline Peridot backs away in fear. She shrieks, hey, threatening me won't do you any good now. Look at me, I'm kicked out and now I don't even have anything to eat. Glock Clairston kicks a box right beside her, spilling its contents everywhere. What are you talking about? He bends down to pick up a gemstone. Don't you have plenty of things to eat here? Hearing his words, Rosaline Peridot's face turns even paler. Back at Leela Violet's house, her mother cheerfully asks, Your Grace, do you like this meal? The apple salad is truly delicious. Those are apples we grew ourselves. Please try this toast with apple jam. Make yourself at home, if there is anything bothering you, just tell me. Aslan Thello politely replies, I cannot do that to the people I am deeply grateful to. If you need any help, please let me assist. Or how about Leela Violet shows you around? Quickly take him up to see your room. Leela Violet sighs helplessly at her mother's overwhelming enthusiasm. Mother, since you have come all this way, Your Grace, I will show you around the house. That's right, my girl, isn't this only natural? She helplessly replies, Yes, it is. Aslan Thello looks at her intently and smiles. Leaning close to her ear, he whispers, If you don't mind, I would like to see that place. I want to know where my wife sleeps. Her eyes widen, her cheeks flushing crimson. She averts her gaze. Your wife, but we are no longer husband and wife. Her parents chime in. What does a title matter, Leela Violet? After all, His Grace is our family's benefactor. Aiden immediately adds, That's right. You two used to live together after all. What's wrong with you, sister? Why are you behaving like this? Her mind screams. Her parents casually say, While you show His Grace around, we will move into Aiden's room. Aiden winks. I can sleep with our parents. So there, I will give you two some private space to enjoy yourselves. Everyone leaves, leaving only Aslan Thello and Leela Violet standing in the awkward silence. She has no choice but to step onto the stairs and lead the way. This way, they enter a room with a neat and tidy desk. This room was originally my father's study, but I am currently using it. Near the window, there are lilacs. My father says that every time he thinks of me, he looks at them. Aslan Thello remarks that her relationship with her family seems very warm. Father did that because he was devastated when he lost his little girl. We were separated for nearly 10 years. He frowns and asks, You were separated? Startled, she replies, Ah, yes. She wonders to herself, does he not remember? She continues her story. When I was 10, I was kidnapped by Count Lairston. I ran away and had nowhere to go. You showed mercy and took me as your wife. Only then was I finally able to reunite with my family. Aslan Thello agrees. That is indeed true. Is that why you call our marriage a contract marriage, Ah, yes. Until I reached adulthood, we were married for 3 years. He asks in return, what benefit did I receive? Ah, you didn't get anything. I told you that I would transfer all of Countess Lairston's inheritance to you, but you said you didn't need it. If it is the Countess's inheritance, it's just an estate left behind by her parents. To me, that is nothing, aside from wealth you didn't provide me with any valuable information or business opportunities. She freezes for a moment, then gently explains, It's just that you were very kind and pitied me. When you heard about my situation, you couldn't bring yourself to abandon me. You are a kind and compassionate person. The corner of Aslan Thello's mouth curves up. Really, in all my life, I have never been praised for being good or kind. She stands stunned, not knowing how to reply. Oh, he places his hand on her cheek. That is because of your existence, because you deserve it, Helena Lairston. She stammers. I don't think so, she mentally reminds herself. Don't make a mistake. Aslan Thello has lost his memory and must have misunderstood everything. She blurts out. That can't be. You are the one who took me as your wife. You said this 3-year contract marriage is utterly dull. You Did not marry for love at all. Our marriage is completely devoid of love. Being bound for 3 years was truly tedious. Aslan Thello immediately refutes her words. You are referring to the conversation between me and Rosaline Peridot. It is true that I was forced to say that in front of her. Even when I was sick, you went out to dinner with Rosaline Peridot. On my birthday, you were also with her. Perhaps you don't remember, but Rosaline Peridot is the one you love, not me. Aslan Thello slowly approaches her. I don't know what happens next. My memory is still not fully restored, but I still remember the moment I said those words to Rosaline Peridot, and they're true. Meaning, when we signed the contract marriage 3 years ago, we did not vow to love each other. That has troubled me for 3 years. You never said you loved me, even when you were happy with this marriage, because I never asked if you wanted to stay by my side for the rest of your life. She stands, dazed, staring at him. I have never said I love you, have I? She stammers. MMH, yes, he continues, with an even more shocking question. If not with words, then what about with our bodies? Leela Violet tenses up even more and frantically replies, what? We never consummated our marriage. Sometimes we had to share a room to avoid raising the servants' suspicions, but all we did was sleep. We didn't even hold hands. I had to restrain myself. Perhaps back then I was waiting for you to initiate. I have never confessed my feelings to any woman. Why was I so shy then? She never expects him to say such a thing. What are you talking about? She thinks to herself that she must stop acting so foolishly right now. She abruptly turns around and walks away. You are mistaken. I guess because of your memory loss, you have misunderstood our relationship. I won't hope. Absolutely not this time. Once his memory returns, he will realize it's all just a ridiculous illusion. Aslan Thello seems completely unbothered by her words and presses himself close to her. Perhaps that is why from now on I must stay closer to you to restore my memories. Afterwards, Aslan Thello sits beside Mr. Violet to learn how to knead dough. He cracks eggs into a bowl. Mrs. Violet watches him with a warm smile. Leela Violet silently marvels in wonder. It has only been 2 days since Aslan Thello came to our house, yet he has completely blended in with my family. Aslan Thello suddenly asks Mrs. Violet, Sophia, is the dough ready like this? Sophia praises him. Our Duke is good at everything, Aslan Thello suggests. We will need more firewood. Let me go chop some. Ah, thank you, Your Grace. Leela Violet will give you a hand. Leela Violet panics, her face turning red. But how can I help? Aslan Thello gently grabs her shoulders. I will be very lonely by myself, so come with me. All right. He takes her hand and pulls her along. Sophia waves with a smile. Take your time and enjoy the scenery. Aslan Thello swings the axe up. Preparing to split the firewood, he strikes down forcefully. The wood splits cleanly in half. Leela Violet watches his decisive movements in utter surprise. She offers her praise. You are very good at chores, even though you've never had to lift a finger. Aslan Thello stares at the pile of wood. Chopping wood is very similar to sword practice. You are also a great cook. Aslan Thello smiles modestly and replies, I only mimic the person standing next to me, and I am not asked to do anything too difficult. A servant approaches and reports, Master, I have brought the clothes and shoes as you requested. Very well, the borrowed clothes are a bit tight and uncomfortable. Is there any news from the station? The servant answers immediately. While you are away, Dan is temporarily managing it. Is everything at the mansion all right? Yes, all is well. You may dismiss yourself now. If you need anything, just call me. I will go help Sophia in the kitchen. Very well. The servant turns to leave. Leela Violet watches him go, as if wanting to say something. Then she turns to ask Aslan Thello, is Lady Rosaline Peridot not waiting for you at the mansion? What if she finds out you're seeing your ex-wife despite being divorced? Aslan Thello calmly replies, you and I are still legally married. She is taken aback by his response. What? I am certain I signed the divorce agreement before I left. Aslan Thello casually takes off his shirt, revealing his sculpted abs. Leela Violet, all you need to know is that I ripped up that agreement. Blushing at the sight of him stripping, she averts her eyes and stammers. Why? Aslan Thello tosses his discarded shirt aside. I suppose it's because I have no intention of divorcing my wife, and Rosaline Peridot is not my mistress. but I can't remember why I brought her to the mansion. I am certain that the only woman I love is my wife. Besides, I haven't taken off my wedding ring yet, have I? She blinks in confusion for a moment, then thinks. To herself, for 3 years, Aslan Thello never took off his wedding ring, but on my way home I heard a rumor. Come to think of it. Regarding Duke Aslan Thello and his duchess, their divorce is hardly surprising. I heard a rumor that inside the Duke's wedding ring there is an inscription of another woman's name. They say the name sounds like a flower. If it's a flower, isn't it Rosaline Peridot? In any case, it isn't the Duchess's name. Is Rosaline Peridot's name engraved on his wedding ring? Does he truly not love me at all, now? She lowers her head and asks Aslan Thello, have you checked if there is another name engraved on the inside of that ring? Is there another name inside the ring? Yes, and once you see it, you will know who it is you love. Aslan Thello slips the ring off his finger and stares intensely. At it, she averts her face, her body trembling. He says, I see. You are right, look. Leela Violet suddenly becomes agitated. You don't need to show me, I already know it's Rosaline Peridot's name. Aslan Thello gently speaks her name. Leela Violet. She stands completely dazed. What? Aslan holds out the ring to let her see the engraving on it. It is her real name, Leela Violet, if one does not look closely. It is easily mistaken for Lilac. I presume this is the reason behind those rumors. She takes the ring, stammering and lost for words. He smiles like warm sunshine. The more I listen to you, the more convinced I am that you are the only one I love. You left behind your wedding ring, and I remember that inside your ring. It is no different from anyone's name. Yes, because we are only husband and wife in name. Only, now I understand. This realization wounds my pride, but perhaps throughout our 3 years of marriage I developed an unrequited love for you. She is stunned. What? No, that is absurd. Because my pride was too great, I spent 3 whole years hesitating, not daring to confess to you. You grew disappointed and decided to leave me. I will never make that foolish mistake again. I will make sure your heart holds only me, until you love me just as I love you. Leela Violet stands frozen, lifting her head. To look at him, she secretly thinks, he has never spoken to me like this before. Sounding like a completely different person. Can someone's personality change entirely just from losing their memory? Is this the Aslan I know? Meanwhile, on the side, Rosaline Peridot screams in hysterics. Please stop. My jewelry, my dresses, and even my shoes, I sold them all and gave the money to you. What more do you want? Glock Clareston smiles and says, do you think that is enough to satisfy me? I can only give you that much. I have nothing left. Aslan has abandoned me. Even if you threaten me with my secret, I cannot give you anything more. Threaten you? Do you think I am here to threaten and blackmail you? Rosaline Peridot asks blankly. What do you mean? My darling, if we cooperate, we can achieve great things that are incomparable to this handful of jewelry. Rosaline Peridot trembles in fear. What? Glock Clareston takes her hand. Rosaline Peridot, my love, suddenly. He kisses her hand. I will make you a duchess. Meanwhile, back by Leela Violet's side, Aslan is with her in the garden. Aiden brings a plate of pastries to him. Your Grace, I sprinkled cinnamon on the apple pie. I wonder if you like it. Just call me. Aslan, I love cinnamon. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will enjoy it. Aiden smiles with satisfaction. If you want more, just let me know. Aslan reminisces for a moment on the scene of him and Leela Violet talking, thinking, I will definitely make my duchess's heart turn towards me. Leela Violet gently casts a glance over at Aslan. I still cannot adapt to Aslan saying things like this. Did he get confused because of his amnesia? At this moment, he also turns back to look at her with an affectionate gaze. It must be delicious. You should try some too, Duchess. He enjoys the golden pastry deliciously. Seeing this, Leela Violet smiles helplessly. Judging by how he invites me to eat apple pie with cinnamon, he truly has amnesia. I hate strong scents, so I never eat anything with cinnamon, even in the smallest amount. Knowing this, Aslan usually clears cinnamon dishes from my sight quickly. She smiles and replies to him, Thank you, I will enjoy it. Aslan raises the plate high out of her reach and leans in close to her. It seems you do not like this, do you? A few days ago, you enjoyed the apple pie. But if this is different from that day, it means you do not like cinnamon. You do not like things with strong scents. Your nose is sensitive. Right, how do you know that? Have you remembered? No. Not really, I just know, looking closely at your expression. Duchess, I can tell. You ask if I have remembered, so it turns out I knew. This before, she stammers shyly. Ah, yes, you knew it so well that I was surprised because Aslan is someone with a good memory. And is considerate of everyone, hearing this. He casts a sly, smug glance. Me? No, is it not true? Because your memory is so good you only need to hear something once. And you will not forget. If it is important information, I will remember it, but I do. Not remember things I do not care about. Therefore, Duchess, you must be extremely important to me, for I even remember small details like your culinary preferences. I do not remember the names of people unrelated to my work, and sometimes I struggle with faces. I wonder if I am secretly hiding a massive sum of money somewhere, she replies in surprise. What? No way, that is impossible. Then, I must love you very much, Duchess, but unfortunately it is only unrequited love. Leela Violet stammers shyly, that? Aslan suddenly asks directly, but Duchess, do you really not have any feelings for me? Not even a little bit over the past 3 years. Hearing this, her cheeks turn crimson. That, no, he pats his forehead in utter helplessness. I did not expect myself to be such an unappealing man. If I had known this, I should have accumulated dating experience and learned seduction skills since childhood. Then, he gently takes her hand. Forgive me for being so clumsy. From now on, I will study hard, so could you please give me another chance? Hearing this, she remains silent, her heart beating in rapid thuds. No, stop racing like crazy, my foolish heart. Because Aslan remembers nothing, she decides to view it as a misunderstanding. Tell me when you have recovered your memory, she says, gently releasing her hand from his. By then, Lord Aslan will surely change his mind. With that, she walks away with a regretful look on her face. Standing behind her, he can only watch her retreating figure. He quietly stares in her direction. He clenches his fists, a wave of irritation rising within him. The next morning, walking down the stairs, Sophia speaks tenderly. My daughter, did you sleep well? Wait just a moment. Breakfast will be ready right away. Did everyone sleep well, sister? Can I ask father to have meat today? Just then, a familiar voice sounds from behind her neck. Did you sleep well? Duchess, instinctively, she turns her head to look. She sees Aslan carrying firewood inside as he asks. The weather is still quite chilly in the mornings and evenings, isn't it? I wonder if last night you felt cold. I was fine. Wonderful. I was worried you would be cold, so I burned extra firewood. I still remember that your body is delicate, so I always have to take care of you. Those words make her heart flutter. Erratically, she walks to the dining table, pulls out a chair, and sits down. She tells herself, do not pay attention to those words if he remembers. I am the only one who will get hurt. Just then, an announcement comes from outside the door. Newspaper delivery. Leela Violet stands up. Ah, I will go get it. Seeing this, Aslan asks, are you going out dressed like that? It is fine, it will only take a moment. He casually reaches for a coat on the chair. Duchess, wait. I am borrowing this for a second, mother. But Leela Violet quickly dashes to the door. Aslan catches up just in time and gently drapes the coat over her shoulders. Put this on before going out. Leela Violet blushes shyly and timidly. I do not really need it. It is already the beginning of summer. You have just recovered from a cold, so you must be careful, understand. How do you know I recently had a cold? This question catches Aslan off guard for a moment. He instinctively recalls the past and explains, I have a vague memory of it, as if I have heard it before. Leela Violet widens her eyes in surprise and asks, heard it? Where? Another call comes from outside. Miss Leela Violet, good morning, it seems you have a guest. Leela Violet reaches out to take the newspaper from Han. Good morning, Han, thank you again for today. Think nothing of it. I am always happy to visit the Violet House to see you, Miss Leela Violet. That sight makes Aslan grow gloomy as he remarks, if you are here to deliver the newspaper, you should only deliver the newspaper. You are not allowed to approach customers with improper motives, are you? Hearing those sharp words, Han feels a bit intimidated. Why, yes. Aslan walks over with a dark expression and issues a warning. No matter how beautiful a customer is, it is truly unpleasant to have her flirted with right in front of her husband. Han trembles in fear and responds, I cannot express how sorry I am for this unpleasantness. I am sorry I did not know you were her husband. Leela Violet blushes and stands frozen in astonishment. What is he talking about? Han, trembling. With fear, stammers out, I have been disrespectful. Immediately after, he mounts his horse and quickly departs. Aslan remains standing there with a dark face. Seeing Aslan glaring at Han with daggers in his eyes, Leela Violet asks, What are you doing? When working, one must not approach a customer for personal reasons or cast amorous glances. That is unprofessional conduct. Even if that is true, you still scared him by acting like that. A beauty like you, Duchess, easily attracts pests. I must deal with them thoroughly from the start to avoid future trouble. Of course, I understand that when someone sees a beauty like you, controlling their eyes and mind is by no means easy. That is why I did not lay a hand on him. Hearing this, Leela Violet gasps in disbelief and thinks, how can he say such things without even blinking? Is it because of his amnesia? He is not originally like this at all. Throughout our marriage, Aslan never showed vigilance toward men who approached me. On the contrary, I was the jealous one. Aslan is the ideal type for all women. Then she hesitates. Indeed, you have changed. What did you say? She is so embarrassed that her cheeks turn crimson. These days, you do not seem to be the Aslan I once knew. You are like a different person. How am I different? Explain. It to me as it is quite difficult. The atmosphere becomes tense. Aslan points his hand toward a stone bench. What was I like in the past? Tell me in detail. So I can listen, can you? To recover my memory, it is best to hear about what happened in the past. Besides, you are the one closest to me, but she is still slightly hesitant. You are a thoughtful, gentle, and affectionate person. You are also friendly with everyone and love to share. If the people suffer a bad harvest, you always help them with rice. Every year you support the poor in refugee camps and slums. You do these things without missing a single year. It is truly grand, but you never boast about it to others. Seeing Leela Violet's bright, happy smile, Aslan secretly thinks, it seems she thinks the charity work that wealthy businessmen do is out of compassion, but they actually do it in advance to save on taxes and avoid royal scrutiny. She keeps her steady smile. You will not ignore pitiable people or animals because you are very compassionate. He turns his face away, humming in response. Then a thought flashes through his mind. This is unexpected. I am not the type to like animals, nor have I ever pitied anyone. It turns out I used to do such things. Did I want to make a good impression on this woman that badly? How ridiculous. Her eyes hold the belief that I am the kindest and most compassionate person in the world. I fear I might shatter that faith. If I pretend to be the person she thinks I am, will she like me? Perhaps. I thought so, but my efforts over the past 3 years have yielded no results. Suddenly he speaks, catching her off guard. You have been deceived. Did I only pretend to make you think that way? My values cannot completely change in just a few years. I only put in a lot of effort to win your heart. That is all. What, since you do not remember, you should not make arbitrary assumptions like that. I know myself best. I am the type who will deceive others to get what I want. For the past 3 years, out of fear that you would leave me, I deceived you, Duchess, yet I still lost you. Now I want to live honestly. Hearing these honest words from me, are you disappointed? Leela Violet sighs and breaks into a cold sweat. I always thought he was a confident and wonderful person, but who is this? Who is the person standing in front of me? Even if it is true that you deceived me, I still think you are a good person. Why? Like that, isn't someone a good person for doing things to make a good impression on the one they like? Because you care about and respect them, you act that way, so you finally admit that I once loved you. I only say that because Aslan keeps calling himself a bad person. To me, whether 3 years ago or now, it is still the same. Aslan is a good person. And nothing has changed at all. Then she suddenly runs away. He remains sitting on the chair, watching her. A woman who trusts him so deeply. Just being allowed to love her is enough to make him feel truly happy. In another scene, Rosaline's voice rings out loudly. What do you mean by that? You will make me the Duchess. Aslan does not love me. He abandoned me after all, so how do you plan to make me the Duchess? I know a very huge secret of the Duke. A secret? If I use that secret to threaten him, you can certainly become the Duchess. What secret is it? Do you know the true identity of the Duchess? That woman is actually not Helena Lairston. Rosaline gasps in surprise. What? Her real name is Leela Violet, she is. The daughter of a lowly commoner. A commoner? Yes, she entered the Lairston household at the age of 10 and has been living under the fake name. Helena does. Aslan know about this as well. He knows everything and still married her. That is why this is advantageous for us. Advantageous? Even if Duke Aslan did not know Helena, no, Leela Violet will absolutely never find peace. You know how much Duke Aslan treasures his Duchess. Will he just stand by and watch her get hurt if we exploit? This weakness, I can turn you into the Duchess, she secretly thinks to herself. Can I truly become the Duchess? Glock reaches out, pulls Rosaline close, and kisses her forehead gently. Trust in me, my love. Everything they have will become ours. Meanwhile, at Leela's house, she is in her room reorganizing her books. Wearing a lovely dress, she steps out and gently closes the door. As she goes downstairs, Aslan sees her and asks, Where are you going, my lady? Ah, I have some errands, so I am going out for a bit, and will return before evening. May I accompany you? She immediately objects. No, you cannot. Ah, you have only recently recovered from your illness, so I think it is best for you to rest at home. She thinks to herself that if Aslan comes with her, it might spark unpleasant rumors. I am not going anywhere interesting. Today is just my day to teach the Pola language to the children at the church. You know the Pola language. In the past, I studied it, but my skills are not very advanced. If you can teach children, how can you call your skills basic? It seems my wife is being modest. It is because the children are so well-behaved and intelligent that they can keep up. I also know the Pola language quite well, so I can probably help you. Of course, she knows Aslan speaks the Pola language like a native, but since he has not been outside for a long time, he must feel cooped up. Her face suddenly turns solemn. You must be careful not to reveal your identity. No, he immediately stands up to get ready. Leela stands there, feeling a wave of anxiety, suddenly feeling so uneasy. No matter how common his attire is, his noble aura will surely shine through. Can they complete this outing without any incident? Outside, the streets are much more bustling. She and Aslan, dressed in simple clothing, walk side by side. An old woman greets her. Good morning, Leela. Are you here to teach the children? Good morning, Grandma. Has Jody arrived yet? The old woman smiles and replies, He came as soon as the sun rose. In the past, when I told him to study, he always ran away. It seems Leela teaches wonderfully, but who is this standing next to you? He is a guest staying at my house. You two look so beautiful together. Leela blushes furiously. He is indeed a guest, but it is not what you think, Grandma. She hastily whispers into Aslan's ear, Let's go. Quickly, with that, she darts away. Aslan stands watching her, a soft smile playing on his lips because she is simply adorable. After running for a while, she stops, panting heavily. Phew, it is not even summer yet, but it is so hot. It must be because I ran so fast. I should rest a bit before moving on. The two sit down on a bench. Aslan takes off his hat to fan. Leela, she asks in surprise, What are you doing? Do you not feel cooler? Leela nods, her face blushing crimson. Aslan says cheerfully, I told you I would help you. She silently muses that she felt it earlier too. He seems to have become a completely different person. Right now, Aslan is just like a child. She gazes intently at Aslan and their eyes meet. Shyly, she snaps her gaze away. She does not dislike it, but in the end, the two arrive at a schoolhouse. The children rush out to embrace Leela as soon as they see her. Teacher Leela, how are you? We are great. I finished all my homework. Already, me too. One child turns to look at Aslan and asks curiously, Oh, who is that? This is my first time meeting him. He is my guest. Can he join our lesson? He steps forward to introduce himself. My name is Aslan. The children look at each other in silence, and then they all smile radiantly. Yes, of course, the lesson begins. Aslan sits at the back, intently watching Leela passionately teach. He feels a sense of bewilderment. Is it truly just because the children are well-behaved and intelligent? He does not understand why she lacks confidence so much. Even though she is the Duchess, she constantly devalues herself as if she is accustomed To it, as he gazes at her, a flood of memories begins to return. Before their marriage, he used to have a recurring dream. In those dreams, a strange girl would appear. But after finding her in reality, he quickly realized that those dreams belonged to another lifetime. Rather than a prophetic dream, these two sets of memories are distinct. However, if he assumes a past life exists, all the chaos he has experienced can be explained. He recalls his conversation with Danton. Did I hold my wedding at the monastery where my mother passed away? Yes. What are you saying, my lord? The dowager is still alive. Then where did I meet my wife in the past? Although his mind is still in chaos, he knows one thing for certain. In his past life or this life, the one he loves is not Rosaline Peridot, but Leela Violet. Suddenly a child tugs at his sleeve. Hey, what is your relationship with our teacher? Aslan is briefly stunned into silence, but then he smiles warmly and says, if you promise to keep a secret, I will tell you. He bends down to whisper into the little girl's ear, we are actually married. The little girl's eyes widen in sheer wonder, looking absolutely adorable. Leela watches them chatting so happily and wonders what on earth they are talking about. In another scene, an angry voice rings out. Damn it, Aslan Thello, he should have been completely taken care of back then. What a mistake. To entrust such a task to a useless fool like you, who cannot even handle a simple matter. If it is Aslan Thello, he must have already suspected our rival. Sighed to be the culprit, but why has he not taken action yet? Is he plotting something? Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door and he barks irritably. Who is there? My, you seem to be terribly furious. It seems I can help you with that. What do you say? How did you get in here? You do not need to know that. You are the mastermind behind the attempt to eliminate Aslan Thello, are you not? Caught red-handed, he stammers while trying to keep his composure. What are you talking about? If you employ others, you should tell them to keep their mouths shut, he recalls, sitting in a tavern and overhearing his soldiers boasting. This time I received an offer from Mr. Mechet, as expected of a powerful family, right? So what did he offer, Glock? Listen to the entire exchange. A cunning smile spreads across his face as he thinks, so that is how it is. At this moment, he is utterly livid, cursing inwardly. Damn that fool. When a branch of the Thello family and the Council of Elders approached me, I thought luck was finally on my side. I was too thrilled when they said they would hand over the Western Railway. Since I was going to eliminate Aslan Thello, I should have thought more carefully about how to completely destroy him. So what do you intend to do now? Send me to my grave? Glock laughs in amusement. See, I told you I am here to help you. Then, how will you do it? I have devised a plan, guaranteed to finish off Aslan Thello. If this plan succeeds, that Western Railway will easily fall into your hands. Will it not? So shall we cooperate? The two then shake hands to seal their partnership. On this side, Rosaline paces back and forth. What should I do? By joining hands with Glock, can I really become the Duchess? But if that is the case, Glock will kill Aslan. Is Aslan really oblivious to Glock's plan? If Aslan uncovers it, he will send me to my grave without a shred of mercy. I cannot risk my life for Glock. I will not get involved anymore. Back at the school, Leela closes her book and announces, we will stop here for today. I will see you all next week. The children look disappointed. Suddenly, a boy excitedly suggests, the weather is so beautiful today, let's go outside and play. Hearing this, the other children join in with excitement. Agreeing, eager to play, Leela worries in secret, what should I do? I'm not an official teacher, so I do not know if I can just take the children outside on my own. While she is gently cajoling them, a figure pushes the door open and enters. The priest inquires, is something the matter, priest? It seems the children want to go outside for a stroll. A stroll outside? The children will love that. Is that truly all right? Of course, they often go to the sea or the forest by themselves to play. With a teacher accompanying them today, I feel even more reassured. Hearing this, the children look at her with eyes full of excitement. Leela has no choice but to compromise. All right then, today we shall go to the sea to play. Under the gentle, clear blue sky, she leads the children out to frolic, and Aslan joins in as well. The children are absolutely delighted. Teacher, let's play in the water. I want to go swimming. I did not bring a change of clothes today, so let us save that for next time. But I want to play. How about we play hide and seek? She happily watches them play. Teacher, let us build sandcastles. That is a wonderful idea. Afterward, she diligently sits on the sand, building a castle. Suddenly she looks around, wondering, where is Aslan? She glances over and sees him happily playing with the children. Gazing at this scene, she cannot help but admire him in her heart. He excels at everything, even taking care of children. Surely in the future, Aslan will be a good father. Perhaps I will not get to see Aslan Thello as a father. During our 3 years of marriage, Aslan Thello and I have never slept together. Although we share a room, he has never once touched me. Sometimes he even leaves the bed to sleep on the sofa. He must detest me so much. As the scorching sunlight begins to beat down, she feels a little weary. Hugh, tomorrow I must just sit still, asterisk, she tells herself, and then she massages her aching muscles. Aslan Thello runs over at this moment. I am so thirsty. Do you have any water left? Yes, here it is. Thank you. He seems a bit exhausted, gulping down the entire bottle of water. Seeing this sight, she finds it strangely familiar. An image of Aslan Thello lying on the bed with his shirt unbuttoned, eyes tightly shut as if intoxicated, suddenly flashes. In her mind, she turns her head in embarrassment, trying to compose herself. What is that image? We clearly have never touched each other at all. Suddenly he sits down beside her and unexpectedly grasps her hand tightly. Her eyes widen as she gazes at him, lost in thought. Perhaps she is the only one like this, the only one struggling to breathe, her heart racing and her chest tightening. Leela Violet finally speaks. What is the matter? Aslan Thello only remains silent, as if he is calculating something in his mind. He suddenly draws close to Leela Violet and pulls her nearer. An intimate atmosphere mingles with their rapid breaths, when suddenly the clear, bright voice of a child rings out. Teacher, both of them simultaneously turn around and Leela Violet immediately stands up. Ah. Yes, I am coming. He reaches out a hand in regret but can do nothing. Aslan Thello clenches his fist in frustration while Leela Violet runs off, her face blushing crimson with embarrassment. What should I do? To think I even feel a sense of regret at a time like this. This is so wrong, even though I do not know why Aslan Thello suddenly acts this way. Once he remembers everything, he will surely regret it. I do not want to become Aslan Thello's mistake. I must keep my distance from Aslan Thello. The next day after the incident of yesterday, whispers keep echoing in her mind like the whispers of a devil. If you love Aslan Thello, why do you keep refusing to accept that he is trying to draw closer to you? Overthinking leads to insomnia, so she uses the excuse of borrowing books from the priest's library to escape from the house, even though she naturally knows that Aslan Thello is currently expressing his affection for her in a rational manner. Wake up. Aslan Thello is supposed to date someone else, not me. Leela Violet just keeps walking. Watching the bustling crowd passing by, she mumbles in confusion. Oh, there are so many people visiting the village today. Suddenly, someone calls out, over there, Lady Helena Lairston. She approaches her, Emily. In her mind, she wonders, I am not very close to her. What is this about? Suddenly, I have something to ask. Do you have some time? She hears that Emily is still single and looking for a marriage partner. Could the reason she called her out be? Emily leans in close to her ear and whispers softly, the thing is, Leela Violet, what is your relationship with that handsome blonde man? Hearing this, she is taken aback. Meanwhile, Emily asks excitedly, well, the one who was with you a few days ago. Are you talking about Aslan Thello? Is Aslan Thello his name? Even his name is so cool. She thinks that, as expected, Aslan Thello is loved by so many people. She clenches her hands in silence, then smiles and steers the conversation in another direction. But why does the atmosphere in our village feel so different from usual? Is there something happening? Huh. Ah, it is because of the festival. Yes, starting tomorrow, there is a 3-day festival in ER. Since that is the neighboring city, the festive spirit has spread to our village as well. Ah, a festival. She speaks again, but more importantly about Aslan Thello. But Leela Violet quickly says, I have some errands, so I must go now. Thank you for telling me. With that, she quickly runs off, leaving Emily standing there in a daze. As night falls upon the town inside the small house, Sophia asks with a bright smile, "Should we take a break tomorrow to go see the festival?" Together, there is nothing urgent, so it is best to spend time with family before we get busier. That is wonderful. Taking a day off work to enjoy the festival. Tomorrow will be so much fun. Right, sister? Yes, it is my first time seeing this festival. So I am really looking forward to it. Oh, it is your first time too. I thought you were already sick of the Royal Palace festivals. Well, but I have never been to a festival like this. In her heart, she thinks I have indeed attended festivals hosted by the imperial family, but compared to a real festival, that place is nothing more than a social gathering for the nobility. Aiden turns to Aslanthello and asks, then, "Perhaps it is the same for the Duke?" He nods and replies, "Yes, I have never attended this kind of festival either. For all three of us, it is our first time. Let us try all the games at the festival." "I can come along too." Leela Violet's entire family freezes like stone, question marks practically floating above their heads. Sophia insists that of course he must come. He sighs and explains, "I thought you were visiting your family, so I did not expect to join." "Of course you should come. We are living under the same roof after all." Aslanthello thinks to himself, asterisk, it is the first time I have ever felt this way. Can I truly join them? Of course, even Leela Violet chimest in to encourage him, the more people the merrier. Hearing her words, Aslanthello pauses slightly. It turns out that family can make him feel this warm. Afterward, Aslanthello opens the door and steps outside, where his subordinate immediately greets him, "My lord." He inquires about the situation at the imperial palace. Has anything happened? "No, for now nothing major has occurred. However," Aslanthello asks, "what is it?" "A letter has been delivered to you, master, and the sender is Rosaline." Peridot, the content reads, "I have something very important to discuss with you. Could you please come and meet me in secret? I await your response." The guard anxiously steals a glance at the expression on Aslanthello's face. He crumples the letter in his hand, speaking with rage. How shameless! This woman has undoubtedly lied. To me, she does not know her lie has been uncovered, which is why she is shameless enough to send a letter like this. Perhaps before long I will return to the imperial palace. Master, you do not need to return there in person. Just give the order and I will. But he coldly cuts him off. No, I will handle it myself. I cannot let the woman who dared to steal Leela Violet's position off the hook. She must pay the price for her insolence. On the day of the festival, Sophia is busy doing Leela Violet's makeup in front of the mirror. After ensuring everything is perfect, Sophia announces, "All done, open your eyes. You are already beautiful, but now you look even more enchanting. I like this style the most out of all my past looks. Oh, my daughter is indeed sweet-tongued. Let us head downstairs now, everyone is waiting." Leela Violet walks downstairs to the astonishment of her father. "Oh, Leela Violet, you are so radiant that I can barely keep my eyes open." Aiden also gives a thumbs up in agreement. "Sister, you are truly beautiful today. You look so different from usual. You are all praising me too much." "Not at all. You are genuinely gorgeous." "Today, Aslanthello thinks so too, right?" "Yes, you are incredibly beautiful." Festive atmosphere is bustling. Sophia smiles warmly as she links arms with her husband, suggesting, "Let us start exploring from over there." All right. They stop by a jewelry stall. Sophia picks up a necklace, planning to put it on Leela Violet. "This is so beautiful, it suits you perfectly." Smiling, she listens to her mother. "Is that so, mother? Will you buy one for me?" "Actually, no, I will not wear it." Leela Violet smiles shyly. "I should not pose an unnecessary burden on my family." She notices a glittering bracelet on the stand and silently gasps. "This bracelet is so exquisite," but immediately afterwards she shakes her head. She walks away to divert her attention from the bracelet. Unbeknownst to her, Aslanthello observes this. Everyone is excitedly watching a clown perform. Leela Violet glances around, wondering where Aslanthello has gone. Finally, she spots his figure at a stall. She runs over and asks, "Aslan, what are you doing there?" "That. Did you buy it?" Helena Lairston glances at the items in his hands, thinking, "Those are all the things I looked at." She asks in surprise, "Did you buy everything? Could it be that you bought all the things I set my eyes on?" He nods in confirmation, thinking to himself, "I ended up buying everything. Have I never done such things before? Or does my Duchess feel burdened by this? Suddenly, a voice abruptly interrupts their conversation. So here you are, we must go home now. We still have work tomorrow, after all. That is right. Leela Violet glances at Aslanthello, feeling a pang of regret. I want to ask why he bought all those things, but she speaks up to answer. Her parents, yes, let us go back then. You two should stay and play a bit more before coming home. There are many exciting things later tonight. Aiden innocently turns to ask, two? Why two with sister and the Duke? Shouldn't it be three? The parents knowingly drag him away. We are heading home now. Have fun. Finally, only Leela Violet and Aslanthello are left standing there. Aslanthello offers, shall we enjoy the festival a little longer? Yes, of course. Amidst the night, couples are dancing together under the flickering firelight. Leela Violet looks at this romantic scene, enchanted by the sheer joy of it. Aslanthello takes the initiative and asks, shall we dance? Huh, anyone can. Dance, come dance with me. Helena Lairston nods, placing her hand in Aslanthello's. Yes, just move as you wish. This is not high society after all. She smiles happily at him, then starts moving to the rhythm of the music. She shyly looks down as he places his hands on her waist. Suddenly, he lifts her up, making her beam with joy at this beautiful moment. Her radiant smile stirs his heart, and he smiles along. The two gaze at each other. Pure bliss. Meanwhile, Rosaline Peridot grows anxious and impatient. Why do you not reply to me? Glock Clairston opens the door and walks in, startling her. Rosaline Peridot steps back, asking warily, what? What is it? He smiles sinisterly and announces that they have prepared everything needed for the plan. The key now is how much Aslanthello has remembered. Can you guess? Anything? If he has remembered everything, he would have returned to the Imperial Palace with Helena Lairston. But they have not returned yet, so perhaps they have not remembered everything, right? If so, that is problematic. Not until that man regains all his memories and deeply loves his Duchess will it meet our requirements. I suppose I must help him remember quickly. On this side, Leela Violet sits on a bench, thinking to herself, although my legs ache and feel a bit uncomfortable, asterisk. Today is truly a perfect day. Suddenly she sees someone dropping a handkerchief. The white handkerchief with a red border lies on the ground, and Leela Violet calls out, excuse me, sir. The person turns around in confusion and asks, is something the matter? She picks up the handkerchief and says, you dropped this handkerchief, look. I did not even realize when I dropped it. Thank you, young lady. You are very welcome, if you will excuse me. But which family's young miss are you? I am only asking because I wish to express is not so grand that it can be called a noble family. I thought you are a young miss from elsewhere visiting here for a vacation. No, I am not. Ah. Then, but at this moment, a cold voice cuts in. What is going on? Aslan steps forward, shielding Leela Violet. Feeling his overwhelming aura, the other man steps back. This young lady picked up my handkerchief for me, so I am just expressing my gratitude. Is it not taking a bit too long for a simple thank you? If you have nothing else to say, you may leave, he projects. A dark air that frightens the other man, he bows politely. I am leaving right now. Aslan keeps staring until the man disappears from sight. Leela Violet stands behind him, saying timidly, thank you for helping me out. But speaking of which, do you have a hobby of picking up handkerchiefs? Before was the same, and now it is the same. Why do you keep picking up handkerchiefs for? Other people. Aslan is stubborn when behaving like this. However, his words just now, Aslan, has he regained all his memories? Aslan, what did you just say? This time it is his turn to look dazed. It seems she does not like this jealous side of him. He replies, I did not say anything. Why does he suddenly claim it is nothing? He clearly has remembered it. You remembered, right? What you just said about the last time I picked up a handkerchief for you. Do you remember the first time we met? Why is she asking so pressingly? Could she be planning to tell him to return to the Imperial Palace if he has remembered? Those words of mine were just spoken on impulse, so our first meeting was like that. How surprising. You have not remembered yet. Yes, why would I lie to you? How strange. He remembers her picking up the handkerchief for him. Though why is he lying? Could it be that he feels embarrassed because his memories of love for Rosaline Peridot have returned? Perhaps he is ashamed of his constant denials, so he lied, if he has. Remembered, he can just return to Rosaline Peridot's side. But Aslan is a tender-hearted man. He does not want to hurt. Her thinking this, she calls out, Aslan. I am here, Leela. She secretly thinks that perhaps Aslan really has not been able to regain his memories yet. So, just a little longer, do you have something to say to me? She is startled and answers, nothing. Indeed, she is doubting him, so he must be more careful in the future to avoid being caught. She also thinks, I feel so sorry to Aslan, but I will pretend to know nothing for a little longer. Having finished thinking, she turns away. The family must be very worried. I must return quickly. But after taking a few steps, she stumbles. Losing her balance, she falls into his arms. He asks worriedly, Leela, where does it hurt? My foot just hurts a little. It is fine now, shall we go? No, I must look at your foot first. He carefully examines her foot. Aslan suddenly removes her shoe, revealing a foot covered in wounds, which startles her. Wait. He lifts her reddened foot. There are so many wounds, they must be treated immediately. I can just go home and apply medicine. No, if you neglect it, it might leave a scar. Just then, two girls pass by, looking on with curiosity. What is going on? That man is on his knees. Is he proposing? Or maybe he is her servant. Her face flushes with embarrassment. Everyone is watching. It is so embarrassing. She says, I understand. Let us go home already so we can apply medicine. My shoes. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock. Aslan has already scooped her up in his arms. If you keep wearing your shoes, the wounds will only worsen. I will take you back safely. Just relax. Leela Violet's heart beats wildly. With flushed cheeks, she thinks, in this situation, how can I possibly relax? The man from earlier has been watching them. As expected, that man is the lady's lover. It makes sense given how handsome he is. Suddenly, he notices a sound. He looks around and asks, who is there? But no one answers, and the sound only grows louder. Since he came to the festival, he did not bring a sword. Why do footsteps appear at this exact moment? He is suddenly dragged away by someone. Who on earth is this guy? Anyway, the carriage runs fast on the trail. Leela Violet quietly thinks, this is not the way to my house, is it? She asks curiously, Aslan, where are we going? We must go. Treat your foot. We can just go straight home, he firmly insists. We cannot, and that proper first aid and treatment are necessary. Having arrived, he steps down from the carriage. He gently takes her hand, then sweeps her up. She says embarrassedly, since we are here, I can walk. If you keep wriggling, I will fall too. He carries her inside and rings the doorbell. She asks anxiously, where is this place? He replies gently, a place that can treat you. They wait for a while, and Aslan knocks on the door again. A moment later, the person inside opens the door and asks irritably, who is it at this hour? Aslan coldly interrupts. Are you Oscar Langston? He cries out in shock. Master, Gus Chester told me that his assistant, Oscar Langston, is here. If I need anything, I should come find you. You know about my memory loss, do you not? Oscar replies quickly. Yes, I know. Your Grace, indeed, I am Oscar Langston. Please come inside, Aslan orders. Go call the royal doctor immediately. Yes, Your Grace, where are you injured? It is not me, but my wife who has an injured foot. I understand. Oscar hurries to call someone, she thinks to herself, a person who does not remember his assistant's name, but commands so naturally. As expected, he is hiding the fact that he has regained his memory. The doctor quickly bandages her. He carefully instructs her to avoid water until the wounds heal, and to remember to apply ointment every morning. Then I shall take my leave. She speaks up. I am sorry for bothering you over such a trivial matter. He objects. I do not find it bothering at all. Besides, this is not a trivial matter. You are the one who is hurt. Why do you not cherish yourself at all? When you are hurt, I feel the pain just the same. Why, Leela Violet hesitatingly explains, it really is nothing. Do not say such things. Cherish yourself and be sensitive even to small matters. Oscar suddenly says, the treatment is finished, is it not? Ah, yes, thank you for your concern, at any rate. It is late at night, so please stay here until morning before leaving. Oh, but my family must be so worried. Aslan calmly orders, prepare a carriage for me. I will leave tonight. I understand, Your Grace. Also, is there no news from the Imperial Palace? No, the news Master Gus sent last time. Is the last one. Aslan coldly orders, if there is an urgent message, do not hesitate to go to El immediately, open the window of the last room on the second floor and place it there. No. Need to waste time thinking whether. You should inform me or not. I am the one who makes that judgment. Oscar respectfully replies. Yes, Your Grace. He turns away and gently tells. Leela Violet, let us wait for the carriage. He secretly wonders, he is still the same as before, did he really lose? His memory, in front of the house, Aide happily calls out, Father, Mother, Sister is back. Leela Violet, welcome back. Have you all been waiting? Outside, we were worried whether something happened on the way back. Did anything happen? No. Well, not necessarily. You were gone for so long that Mother sent me to borrow a carriage from the church. She embarrassedly thinks, indeed, many things happened. But they are not anything major. I was just lost in playing and did not pay attention to the time. Aslan interrupts her. Actually, something did happen. Leela Violet injured her foot, so I took her. To get treatment before coming back. Sophia cries out in panic. What, injured? Oh, what is wrong with your foot? It really is fine. But he smiles, looking at her, meanwhile in another place. Who are you? Glock Clareston asks. You are interested in that woman, right? Let me help you. To be honest. I liked her at first sight, but the man with her seems to cherish her very much. I probably stand no chance with her, so even if you help, it will be in vain. Is that so? That is quite different from what I know. Actually, those two do not love each other, do they? How can that be? That man had an accident, so he currently has amnesia, but I think once he remembers, he will return to the side of the one he truly loves. Then that woman is indeed pitiful. She does not know that. Her ex-husband never loved her, and is only approaching her to find his lost memories. What did you say? That man is only intentionally approaching her. Wait, those two were once married? Indeed, but now it is no different from being divorced. What else did you say just now? Intentionally approaching. I think it is indeed the case, as those two are famous for hating each other. But they do not look like that now, do they? That is the very proof that the man is using her. But are you certain? About his amnesia, it is also possible that he has already regained his memories, Glock Clareston calmly declares, if you want to confirm that. That is simple enough, he whispers, plotting his scheme. This way is highly possible, right? Good. Then I wish you the best of luck, I truly hope. You find happiness with that woman. Why are you helping me to this extent? Today is the first time we meet yet. It is simply because I want to help. You do not need to overthink it. Please send your reply via letter. Let me know if the plan goes smoothly or not. Glock Clareston quickly leaves. The other man quietly clutches the piece of paper. Afterward, Glock Clareston meets Rosaline Peridot. He happily tells her that everything is going exceptionally well. At this rate, the day you become the Duchess is not far away. Rosaline Peridot immediately asks, really, I am so worried, but if that is the case, then it is wonderful. Yet she secretly trembles with anxiety. Once he turns her into the Duchess, Glock Clareston truly intends to kill Aslan Thello. Why? Has Aslan Thello not replied to my letter? It seems Aslan Thello misunderstands me. I cannot let this be. Glock Clareston calls out with excitement. Shall we go look at dresses for your wedding ceremony, or perhaps choose some matching jewelry? That is still far too early. Our plan is not yet complete. She must think of a way to avoid raising Glock Clareston's suspicions while still helping Aslan Thello. What should she do? Rosaline Peridot suddenly speaks up. I am thinking, how would it be if I personally go to Alo to check on the situation? Glock Clareston asks in surprise. Personally? Since Aslan Thello is not replying to her, she believes it is better to go there and tell him about Glock Clareston's plan. My darling, I have something to ask you. What is it? Glock Clareston suddenly grabs her, making her shriek in pain. I do not know what foolish thoughts are running through that head of yours anymore. What? It seems you have forgotten something very important. I can expose your secret at any moment, you know. Rosaline Peridot looks at him, trembling with fear. Glock Clareston issues. His command. So stop harboring foolish thoughts and just focus on doing exactly what I tell you to do. She answers in terror, yes. What should she do now? What action must she take? 3 days later, Leela Violet carefully inspects her leg. It is completely healed. Now, you must not move around until your leg is fully healed. Dear, if you need anything, just call for your father and me. Thanks to this advice, she is able to lock herself in her room for 3 whole days. Naturally, the memory of Aslan Thello carrying her in his arms flashes back into her mind. I feel too embarrassed to face Aslan Thello. Even so, she must venture outside today. In the past, I could stay cooped up in my room for a whole week, but why does it feel so difficult now? If I go down to the village, everyone will surely ask me about Aslan Thello. But since it has been a while, I should go and see. She climbs the mountain near her house, gazing at the scenery and letting out a sigh of pure relief. This is the first time I have returned here since Aslan Thello left. For Aslan Thello was not here for long, yet I feel much closer to him than I ever did back at the Imperial Palace. I used to think he is a mature man, yet sometimes he seems just like a sweet, caring child. And sometimes so clumsy. I truly have fallen completely in love with Aslan Thello, I thought. That by coming here I would forget him entirely. From behind, Aslan Thello calls out to Leela Violet. She thinks in a panic. Aslan, he calls her name once more with a tender voice. Leela, why must it be at this moment? All right, I must let him go now. A short while later, Leela Violet mentions that near the house she used to live in, there is also a hill just like this one. So when I discovered this hill, I was absolutely delighted. Ah, I see, when we were at the Imperial Palace. My favorite place was the garden. Lord Aslan planted countless different types of flowers there just for me. Hearing you say that, it seems we truly did love each other. I am not so sure anymore. Although Lord Aslan is gentle and kind, it is very difficult to get close to him. One day you seem to care for me, but the next day you draw back and keep your distance. I am utterly exhausted by your hot and cold attitude. Are you not curious about anything else? About how you were in the past, I can tell you everything I know. Aslan Thello asks in surprise, why do you suddenly bring this up? I only want you to regain your memories quickly. She thinks to herself, no, he has already remembered. I am still pretending not to know. He asks with a trace of sadness, do you want me to quickly remember and leave this place? I do not want him to go, but I must let him leave. Yes, because you are a busy man, and there are so many people waiting for you. If you wish to drive me away so badly, then I must comply with my duchess's wishes. Leela Violet panics and explains, I do not mean to drive you away. Aslan Thello takes her arm, declaring softly, if that is the case, then this is surely the best way my duchess can help me. Aslan Thello leans down slightly, placing on her lips a tender kiss. Holding her close, he delivers a deep, lingering, and passionate kiss. I cannot breathe, she thinks as she tries to push him away. What should I say? My mind is in complete disarray. Aslan Thello calmly states, to regain my memories, I believe we should do what we used to do in the past, since we are husband and wife. We must have done this before, right? She blurts out in embarrassment. If he has already remembered, he should know that between us there has never been a single kiss. She hurriedly explains, you and I have never done such a thing. You know the truth. Our relationship is merely a contract marriage. It seems you are truly certain that my memories have returned. Leela Violet asks in bewilderment, is it not so? I will not deny it, but in truth they still have not fully returned. I still cannot recall anything regarding our married life. I believe that even if it is a political contract marriage, it is still something we ought to do. It is indeed very strange if we have never done this until now. She stares at him in sheer amazement. Aslan Thello continues with a touch of sadness. Actually, I came to discuss this today, but it seems I have done things out of order. My aide handed this to me. Your maid left it behind. This is our wedding ring after all. Why do you? He gently declares, I want us to become a real husband and wife. I like you, Leela. She purses her lips slightly. It is impossible. A man like Aslan Thello could never love me, even I detest this version of myself. Aslan Thello belongs with someone far more wonderful, someone like the female lead. even if his feelings are genuine, she says with sorrow, I am afraid that once you remember everything, you will change. Therefore, please wait until you have fully regained your memories before we speak of this. I understand. To hear your answer as soon as possible, I will do my utmost to quickly recover my memories. She ponders in silence, the thought of Aslan Thello loving me is something I deeply wish for. But every time I dare to hope, the image of Lord Aslan with Rosaline Peridot crushes my dreams. The Aslan before his memory loss never showed me such a side. She says sadly, if you regain all your memories, your heart will change. It will not. Even when I remember, I will still love you. It is not like that in the past. You could never love me. She thinks to herself, if you truly loved me back then, you would have spoken. At least a single word of love, he states with firm resolve. I certainly would, if it is as you say, then I shall gladly lose my memory again. I will keep losing it until I become the man who loves you once more. Inside a study room, Glock Clareston asks, have you confirmed what I told you? Of course I have. I investigated everyone who might know about Helena Lareston. Indeed, before this, his subordinate respectfully reported, I investigated a lady who was close with Helena Lareston during her childhood. She says the current Helena Lareston is a completely different person from her younger years, differing in everything from her appearance and hair color to her overall style. He asks in annoyance, but a change in appearance from childhood is hardly a rare occurrence. Is there no other concrete information? Of course there is. Let me explain further. I questioned the servants who once worked at the Lareston residence. Upon hearing the name Helena Lareston, every single one of them fell silent. Only with great effort did I manage to hear the full story from one maid. The current Duchess of Aslan Thello is not the lady I wish to serve. You will understand why if you hear the rumors circulating in Lareston. At that time, what kind of rumors? The subordinate reports. There are rumors that Count Lareston frequently kidnapped young girls. Kidnapped young girls? Yes, people even whisper that the abducted children shared a similar appearance and age to Helena Lareston. The servant also added. The girl at first was indeed the mistress I wished to serve, but after a few times, various unqualified impostors gradually usurped the young miss's place. Thus, the Duchess is indeed a fake noble. Returning to the present, he says gleefully, we finally hold the leverage to break Aslan Thello. Perhaps I should add that person to the witness list. Coupled with my witness's testimony, he will have absolutely no escape. But how did you uncover this information? Come to think of it, I have never heard anything about you. What does that matter? What is important is that all the information I provide is unconditional. Do not worry, I will not betray you, so you must act exactly as I instruct. He replies, very well. Good. Now we only need to help Aslan Thello recover his memories. The moment I am certain his memory has returned, we will execute our next phase. Let us cooperate until then. At this, the two men shake hands in mutual satisfaction. Meanwhile, Leela Violet reflects in silence. Ever since their talk on the hill, Aslan Thello frequently asks her about his past self. To aid in recovering his lost memories, Aslan Thello asks Leela Violet with curiosity, did I like this in the past? She replies cheerfully. I am not entirely sure if you liked it, but during your spare time, you often solved them. Did you play with me as well? Yes, though not all the time. If you finished your duties early, we would play together. I never cared much for crosswords before, but after playing with you, I began solving them on my own. Is that so? Yes, they are quite fun. When I solve a difficult clue, it gives me a sense of accomplishment. Once I even sent my answers to the newspaper, and to my surprise, I won a prize. She muses quietly, though I seem to be sharing more about myself than about Aslan still. It feels good to have this chance to reflect on my own life. Aslan Thello praises, you received a prize. You are truly impressive. It seems you are fluent in the Pola language. Did I know this about you before? Yes, we often conversed in the Pola language. Thinking back, there was another reason you knew I could speak it. I wanted to earn some money, so I took on book translation projects. Wait, you work to earn money? Leela Violet answers with a flurry of panic. Yes. Aslan Thello inquires, did I not provide you with enough money in the past, or was it not sufficient? It was nothing like that. He asks with curiosity, or did you need it for your own investments? She murmurs shyly, well, I could not possibly buy a gift for you using your own money. Aslan Thello gazes at her intently, his voice warming. I had no idea my Duchess worked for such a reason. For a publisher to hire and pay you, your translation skills must be exceptional. It is quite amazing. But it is merely good luck. Besides, they only offered me the work because I agreed to accept a lower rate than other translators. You must not demean yourself like that. You say it is luck, but if you did not actively seek out work, there would have been no opportunities at all. Furthermore, poor translation quality can severely damage sales. For the publisher to seek you out repeatedly, your work must be outstanding. Is that truly so? She feels a quiet wave of happiness. Perhaps in the past I was not entirely talentless. Leela Violet smiles and says, this is the first time I have ever heard such words. I am so happy. Just like that, talking with Aslan Thello brightens her mood immensely. Suddenly, she asks in surprise, what is the matter with you? I feel angry at myself for never once saying these things to you before. Please do not say that. You do not need to defend me. I deserve to be criticized. Lately, he has been blaming himself far too much. She continues her story, and there is also this. The next day, Sophia happily calls out, Leela, Lady Gannet is looking for you. Looking for me? Yes. She says she has a message to convey to you. She ponders, I know my mother and Lady Gannet are close, but she has never spoken. Is about her, is it not? She quickly goes downstairs and Lady Gannet calls out to her. Leela asks curiously, I heard from Mother that you were looking for me, Lady Gannet? She replies, yes, I came to give you this, which is an invitation sent by Viscount Lanfield. She asks in confusion, an invitation. Indeed, perhaps he is inviting you to his mansion. In any case, open it and see. But who is he? Is it truly meant for me? Of course, a young lady with beautiful long brown hair living in Elon. In our village, who else could such a person be if not Miss Leela? There are many people in the village with brown hair as well, Sophia suddenly speaks up. That is true, it is indeed sent to Leela Violet. But why does someone of such high status seek out Leela Violet? Why look for Leela Violet when they have never even met? Lady Gannet explains. He says he wishes to express his gratitude to Miss Leela. She asks doubtfully, thank me. Yes, apparently you helped him during a difficult time at the festival, but did you do anything worthy of such gratitude? You picked up a handkerchief for someone, a young man, did you not? A handsome young man with blue eyes and brown hair. Aslan stiffens. Could it be? He mutters coldly. It is that bastard. I do not know the details, but it seems it is indeed that young man. Oh my, then it is true. The Viscount has taken an interest in you since then. Everyone freezes at the sudden, strange noise. Nearby, Aslan crushes his pen as he speaks coldly. My apologies, it seems I failed to control my strength. Please do continue. Sophia quietly looks at him and speaks up. But isn't it a bit too much to invite her all the way to his mansion just to express gratitude? That is merely an excuse. If he truly wishes to thank her, he can simply send a servant with some money. Perhaps he has fallen in love with Leela as well. Sophia gasps in shock. That is absurd. Lady Gannet asks calmly, why? Is it absurd? Of course Leela is beautiful and adored by many, but to invite her to his mansion after meeting only once is highly inappropriate. Lady Gannet says, who knows, if you are worried you can go along with her. Aslan contemplates quietly. It is not easy to overcome the barrier of social status. A noble associating with a commoner is never accepted as a serious relationship, but rather a moment of impulse, which only invites the disapproving whispers of their elders. Even if a commoner is ignorant of this, how could a noble not know such an obvious truth? Is it not enough that he pressured her, but now he dares to look down on my Duchess? He mutters in anger, realizing he truly should not have let that man off so easily. Sophia asks with concern, Leela, you are not going, are you? She carefully examines the letter, then hesitates. I will not go, but if he truly notices me and wishes for this, it is indeed a great honor. Hearing those words, Aslan smiles. Lady Gannet advises, still, you should go if you can. Viscount Lanfield is not a bad man, but the villagers will not be pleased if they think you are putting on airs of intimacy with him. After all, most of our villagers rely on the work provided by the Viscount to earn A living, if you refuse his invitation, who knows? If the entire family might suffer for it as well. Sophia speaks up gently. You do not have to go just because of that. Leela, do not worry about anything and simply do as you wish. She smiles happily. If Viscount Lanfield is as good a man as Lady Gannet claims, he surely will not seek revenge for being rejected, right? Yet the problem lies with the villagers, if. She flatly refuses, Lady. Gannet will spread rumors across the entire village immediately. She will say the Violet family outright rejected the kindness of Viscount Lanfield. What if? The Viscount merely wishes to thank her for the incident at the festival. After due consideration, she decides to say, I will go. Really? Why? Yes, it is not very polite to keep refusing nothing. Untoward will happen, please do not. Worry, mother. But Aslan suddenly speaks up. I shall go with you. It will bring more peace of mind if I accompany you, will it not? 2 days. Later, Leela sits inside the carriage, lost in thought. In the end, Aslan accompanies her to the mansion of Viscount Lanfield. Aslan asks, I hear the Viscount's estate and the Violet house are not far apart. She gasps in surprise and exclaims, Is that so? I do not socialize often, so I know nothing of it. This means he is a rather unremarkable noble. Leela Violet smiles radiantly. A moment later, she cries out, Ah, we have arrived. The Viscount welcomes them. You both have arrived. Thank you for your invitation. I am the one who should be glad you came. Aslan greets him coldly. Pleasure to meet you again. I am Aslan Tesset. Yes, the pleasure is mine. I have prepared lunch, please. Come inside. This is the dining room, and my family is inside as well. I hope you two do not mind. Do you? Leela speaks up gently. I am Leela Violet, just. Call me Lady Lanfield. I am Caroline Habit, a relative of Viscount Lanfield, and I am the Viscount's sister. Diana, Leela contemplates silently. She does not know that his entire family is present, and for some reason the gazes of those two feel rather peculiar. Everyone begins their meal, eating and chatting amiably. Leela calmly enjoys her food. Once the meal is over, the Viscount asks, Did everyone enjoy the food? It would be a pity to simply send our guests home. I wish to have a deeper man-to-man chat with Mr. Tesset here. Let us head to the smoking room. Aslan declines coldly. My apologies, but I do not smoke. I do not. Like the foul stench of tobacco, the Viscount asks, Then, shall we play billiards instead? Aslan asks Leela softly. May I go and return shortly? She replies with hesitation. Of course. I enjoy playing billiards when I have some free time. I as well. Then please walk this way. The two proceed to an empty hallway. The Viscount turns to look at Aslan, who asks coldly, What is your reason for calling me out privately? The Viscount gasps in surprise. It seems you realize I wanted to separate you from the others. After all, oh, have I been found out? Actually, there is something I wish to ask you, Mr. Tesset. What would that be? You love Miss Leela deeply, do you not, Mr. Tesset? I noticed it during the meal. You kept your eyes on Leela the entire time. I am unaware that I was staring so. Nevertheless, you are clearly devoted. In truth, I had my eye on Leela, but after seeing the way you look at her, I decided to give up. You sincerely love Leela, correct? Aslan bites his lips slightly and declares with unwavering resolve, Yes, to me she is as precious as my own life. You are indeed remarkably honest. Very well, let us go play billiards now. He ponders quietly. If that man's words are true, then before his memory loss, he did not love Leela at all. Perhaps it is true that he is currently suffering from amnesia. No, it is still impossible to be absolutely certain, surely. Right now, my sister and Miss Caroline are accomplishing their task perfectly. At this moment, Lady Lanfield says, I am fatigued, so I shall retire to my room. You young people may converse amongst yourselves. Caroline steals a glance at Leela and swallows nervously. Ahem. We were curious to see who exactly helped my brother, but it seems rather disappointing, is it not? Diana calmly replies, Indeed it is. Leela is secretly astonished. This is the Pola language. Are they trying to mock me? Their Pola language is so sloppy. Diana speaks with disdain. Since she lacks upbringing, she surely has no idea what we are saying, does she? Leela mulls it over. Frankly speaking, their fluency is merely on par with the children she teaches at the church. There is no need to rise to such childish provocation. Although she does not comprehend why they are suddenly hostile, she is accustomed to such treatment anyway. Already, suddenly Diana speaks haughtily. Pater once said this, "A person's worth is determined at birth." Caroline gasps in excitement. "Oh, Diana, you truly are brilliant. You have even read Pater's work, I shall note. Down your words to use in the future." Of course, Caroline has possessed a strong will since birth, so she will soon become just like me. But that woman, I hear her parents work in a small garden. Being born of such a lowly family, she can never hope to be like us. How truly pitiful. Leela sets her teacup down on the table. Annoyed, she thinks that while she does not care if they mock her, insulting her family is utterly unforgivable. Any longer, Diana asks haughtily, "Miss Leela, what are your thoughts upon hearing our recent conversation?" Caroline sneers in amusement. My, look at her. She does not even recognize her own name, but since she has not answered, we ought to ask again, should we not? "Miss Leela, can you not hear us? Why do you not answer?" Leela suddenly interrupts. "Ah, my apologies, I have much to say, but I am merely pondering how to phrase my response, hence the slight delay. While it is discourteous to point out another's mistake, there is a fundamental error in your statement. The author of the book you read, Lady Diana, is not Pater, but Picture." Diana stammers in sheer embarrassment. Furthermore, to truly grasp Picture's meaning, one must comprehend the entire context, though I shall not delve into the details. Diana shrieks in anger. Have you been ignoring me this entire time? Meanwhile, in the salon, the Viscount praises him. "Mr. Tesset, you possess quite a profound understanding of international affairs. Do you perhaps work in commerce?" Aslan replies calmly, "Something akin to that? Ah, is that so? I, too own a small-scale bakery." Aslan notes silently that the Viscount is keeping him here much longer than expected. "I believe we should return to the dining room." "Ah, quite right. Leaving them for too long is indeed inappropriate." The two converse as they make their way back. Aslan is surprised to hear the commotion coming from within. Caroline is attempting to soothe the situation, and his face darkens as clear displeasure washes over him. Aslan quickly rushes to Leela's side and asks with concern, "You have a fever, are you all right?" Leela is struck with secret amazement. How does Aslan know this phrase? It is a secret signal shared only between the two of us. Whenever she is sidelined at social gatherings, Aslan always uses this very method to rescue her from her plight. Is it mere coincidence, or does he actually remember? She wishes to ask him right this instant, but too many eyes are upon them. She speaks calmly, "I am fine, but I fear I shall grow weary if we tarry any longer." "Then let us return. Thank you for inviting us today." "Ah, of course, I have already prepared a carriage. Thank you for your hospitality." Once they depart, the Viscount hastily asks, "Was the plan a success? I could hear nothing from that room." Diana recounts with embarrassment. "I lost my temper earlier, but indeed, I did exactly as you instructed." He asked Miss Leela if she had a fever or not. The Viscount contemplates in silence. It is exactly as that man said that day. Previously, the cunning Glock Clareston instructed him that whenever that woman is in distress at a social gathering, that man will step in and say, "You have a fever, are you all right?" Just like that. He ponders quietly. If he informs him now that Aslan has regained his memories. But wait, he clearly stated that Aslan does not love his Duchess. Yet Aslan's words, "That woman is as precious as my own life," are entirely different from what he was told. Furthermore, his expression is precisely that of a man deeply in love. No one can possibly think that it is merely an act, or perhaps he is mistaken. Otherwise, I am simply the one being exploited by him. In any case, it is over. Those two are truly in love. I cannot possibly intervene. It was but a fleeting moment. Diana inquires anxiously, "What is wrong, brother? Is something amiss?" "No, thank you for your help today. You may head back first." Viscount marvels silently. On the contrary, it is thanks to him that he can let go so swiftly. For now, he must let him know the outcome. When night falls, Glock exclaims in excitement. Nearby, Rosaline Peridot looks at him with fear. Glock looks at him in dread. Glock continues joyfully, "Finally, our plan is complete." She secretly worries that she is still unable to reveal Glock's plan to Aslan. "What are you standing there frozen for?" Rosaline Peridot gasps in surprise. "Go write a letter to Aslan already." The carriage slowly travels down the forest path. Leela sits silently inside, gazing out the window, wondering if she has. Misunderstood. You have a fever. Are you all right? Since she has never mentioned that secret signal before, he can no longer deny it. At last, she decides to speak. Aslan, I have a question for you. What is it? What is the matter? Please feel free to speak your mind, my lady. No matter what it is, I will gladly resolve. Your doubts, my Duchess, have you remembered everything, haven't you? The sudden question catches Aslan completely off guard. When did you remember, or have you been deceiving me from the very beginning? Speechless, he can only call out, Leela. Why do you keep up this charade until now? Do you find it amusing to play me like a fool? Do you find it laughable that, knowing nothing, I offered to help you regain your memories? Hearing this, Aslan hurriedly denies it. No, Leela, that is not true at all. I never intend to deceive you. My memory loss was real, but being with you slowly brings it back. I simply find no opportunity to tell you. You claim you have no opportunity. You can tell me at any moment, if only you admitted you remembered while I spoke of our past. Perhaps I would not feel this foolish. He longs to protest that it is not like that, yet he cannot find the words. Aslan clenches his fists, wondering where he should even begin. He has lived a life of constant concealment, knowing that revealing his true heart means exposing his weaknesses. That vulnerability could spark a massive conflict if accidentally exposed. Though highly versed in politics, economics, history, and philosophy, he knows nothing about how to speak openly and sincerely with another person. Thus, he fails to give Leela the direct, honest answer she demands. He reaches out to touch her, but she coldly warns him not to say a word until they reach home. Aslan freezes as she adds, shattered trust is like broken porcelain. Even if put back together, the cracks remain, ready to shatter once more at any moment. He can only gaze at her in silence. The two finally arrive at their destination. Aslan steps down from the carriage first and extends his hand to help her, but she ignores him completely and walks straight past. He stands frozen for a moment, staring down at his own hands. Leela steps inside and calls out, I am back. Sophia cheerfully asks if her talk with Viscount Landfield went well. Instead of answering, Leela bows her head wearily. Forgive me, mother. And father, I wish to rest for a while. With that, she heads upstairs. Her father watches her with worry. Did something happen? Sophia also feels uneasy. It seems so. I hope everything will be all right. Upstairs, she opens her bedroom door and heavily collapses onto the bed. I am so exhausted, I do not want to think about anything anymore. In the dining room downstairs, Sophia asks Aslan if Viscount Landfield mistreated Leela. No, there is no such thing, mother. Then why is Leela acting like this? Suddenly, a sound comes from outside. He pushes his chair, stands up and says, let me go check. Aslan opens the door and steps outside. He looks around and murmurs, perhaps I misheard. Suddenly, he notices an object nearby. He picks it up and examines it. A letter. Sophia walks out, anxious. Did someone come? No, mother, just to be sure I will check the perimeter. He walks to a secluded spot and finally opens the letter. The contents startle him. It reads, I know the true identity of Helena Lairston. Aslan grits his teeth. Who sends this? Is it her? He crushes the letter as Rosaline's image comes to mind. I must return to the palace at once. Sophia asks hesitantly upon seeing him pack his things. What is the matter? I must return to the palace immediately. Please do not tell Leela I am leaving in such a rush. I do not want her to worry. The parents look at him with worry. Aslan departs resolutely, declaring in his heart, to dare threaten me, I will teach you a lesson. In the garden, Leela crouches down to admire the flowers. She lets out a soft sigh. Earlier, when she went downstairs, Sophia informed her that the Duke left early in the morning on urgent business. Leela feels a pang of regret. I meant to apologize for my harsh words yesterday. I could have let it slide. Sophia walks up to her. What is wrong, Leela? Hearing her voice, Leela turns around. Mother, is the Duke in the wrong regarding me? No, there is no such thing. So you two had a disagreement? After a moment of silence, Leela can only force a smile. It is just because of my narrow-mindedness. I thought Aslan might mock or ignore the things I mustered so much courage to start. Though I do not fully understand, do you truly think the Duke is the kind of man who would mock and ignore you? No, he is not. From what I see, you and the Duke are very much alike. Alike, comparing herself to Aslan, they seem completely different. It even feels a bit insolent to compare them. Sophia patiently explains, both of you care too deeply for each other, that is why. You neglect yourselves. From what I observe, the Duke may act insincerely with others, but with you he is always entirely sincere. Just think, thanks to whom are we able to live so happily? That is due to the grace Aslan bestowed upon us. It is not because he loves me. If he only helps out of pity, he would have stopped after giving us this house. Yet he continuously helps. So we can settle down here. He provides us with a garden too. Work in and sends letters regularly to inquire if we lack anything. If he does not love you, would he help complete strangers like us to this extent? She takes her hand and leads her away. But even if you do not believe me, it is fine. Just try reading the letters the Duke sent. Perhaps you will change your mind. Here they are all letters sent by the Duke. Read them. Leela takes one and opens it. After dining together, I notice Leela does not like strongly seasoned food. Today I stroll with her and admire the garden flowers. Next year I will decorate the garden with the flowers Leela loves. Lately, Leela begins to enjoy embroidery, but she does not let me see, which makes me a little sad. I wonder if she has shown you mother and father. She finishes reading, utterly surprised. I know he writes frequently, but I thought they are just formal greetings. To think it is actually like this. Seeing Leela finish, Sophia asks, do you feel how much he loves and thinks of you? Now you may read as many as you like, but do not let the Duke know I show them to you. She feels a sense of relief washing over her from Sophia's words and actions. Left alone in her room, she tells herself, I thought I knew so much about Aslan, but there is so much more I do not know. Why does Aslan hide all of this? If only he is honest with me. She startles, recalling Sophia's words from earlier. I see you and the Duke are very much alike. She finally understands. It is not that he refuses to speak, but that he cannot sincerely express his feelings, leading to misunderstandings of each other's hearts, and subsequently, hesitation and avoidance. Instead of facing one another, she smiles warmly, her mood vastly improved. They say husband and wife often grow alike, but how alike can they truly be? In any case, perhaps from now on, I can speak honestly with Aslan. Back at the palace, Rosaline paces back and forth with an anxious expression. The door behind her suddenly creaks open, startling her. Aslan enters, calling out Rosaline Peridot in a freezing voice. Rosaline turns happily, waving her hand. Oh, your grace, you arrive without warning. He cuts her off directly. The letter sent to Alo is written by you, is it not? Indeed, it seems it has reached your hands. What is your scheme? She replies calmly. Just as I write in the letter, I know the truth behind the identity of your Duchess, Helena Lairston. What happens if this secret is exposed to the world? Impersonating nobility is a grave offense, so she cannot escape punishment. Where do you obtain that information? How do you know I regain my memories? If my mind is incomplete, I might not understand. You could not possibly know this alone. Did Glock Clairston tell you? Rosaline's face instantly turns pale. She remains silent. Seeing her reaction, Aslan becomes even more certain. Indeed, he plans this beforehand. She suddenly proposes, if you accept my request, this information will never be leaked. Very well, tell me what you want. Marry me. And I will keep this secret until the end of my days. Disdain appears on Aslan's face. Rosaline, after uttering those words, late realizes that such threats hold no sway over Aslan. What if I say now that Glock threatened me? But to her surprise, Aslan easily accepts and asks, is that all if I make you my Duchess, will you promise to never speak of this secret to anyone? Her eyes widen in shock. Rosaline quickly nods. I promise. He makes his decision. I will do as you wish. The wedding date is for me to decide. For now, I stay at the palace. If you have anything to say, find me in my office. With that, Aslan turns and walks away. Left alone in the room, Rosaline cannot stop her violent trembling. She collapses to the ground in deep regret. It is over, I make a mistake. Even if I claim Glock threatened me, there is no saving myself. Why does Aslan agree to marry so easily? What will become of me? Outside the palace, Aslan walks, pondering. Glock Clearston cannot possibly orchestrate this merely to make Rosaline to become the Duchess. I suspect that after our marriage he will kill me and seize my fortune. What a ridiculously foolish plan. I just pretend to compromise until the opportunity arises to dispose of both of them. Elsewhere, Glock sits before his desk, probing. Did Aslan come to find you? Rosaline replies cautiously, yes. How did everything go? I tell him. If he does not want his secret revealed, he must marry me, and he agreed. Glock laughs heartily. As expected, Aslan Thello's weakness is indeed that woman. He surely says he will prepare for the wedding, right? Undoubtedly, since he says he will choose the wedding date. Everything is going much smoother than I expected. Indeed, the day our plan succeeds is not far off. All of Aslan Thello's wealth and fame will be ours. Glock suddenly glances toward Rosaline. Are you not looking forward to this? You have finally obtained the title of Duchess that you have long desired. She pulls away from Glock's embrace. But what are you so worried about up until now? Nothing has gone against my plan. Now we just need to execute the final part well. Rosaline whispers to herself. If Glock faces Aslan directly, he will not be able to say those words anymore. His gaze is as though he wants to slit my throat right this instant. I should have let go a long time ago. No, I should never have joined hands with Glock from the start. Is it perhaps too late to change anything now? Returning to Leela's countryside home, she sits at the desk, writing something. Once finished, she folds the paper neatly and places it inside an envelope. She presses it to her chest, full of anticipation. If Aslan returns, I will definitely have a sincere conversation with him. Mr. Violet asks, Where are you going, Leela? She replies cheerfully, I am going to mail a letter to Aslan. With that, she rushes out the door. He watches her retreating figure with curiosity. Her mood has been so poor lately. Why is she suddenly so happy again? Sophia smiles, saying she does not know, but it is probably because the misunderstandings have been resolved. A few days later, as Leela stands waiting, she sees Han riding up on his horse. It has been a long time, Miss Leela. Yes, it has been a while, Han. Han hands the items to Leela and announces, Here is today's newspaper and a letter for you, Miss Leela. Thank you. The reply from Aslan is finally here. He does not leave immediately but glances around. But today, that person is not here, is he? Aslan is busy, so he is away for a few days. Ah, I see. Then see you tomorrow, miss. Yes. Please travel safely. She quickly returns to her house. Leela hands the newspaper to her father. Father, here is today's paper. Ah, thank you, my child. She eagerly opens the letter to read. What did Aslan write? Surely he has not arrived in Airs yet. Contents of the letter express his apologies to her. A sudden emergency has arisen, so perhaps temporarily he cannot return. Seeing her freeze, Sophia immediately asks, What is wrong, dear? Did something happen to Aslan? He says there is an urgent matter, so for now he cannot come to Airs. Is that so? But he is not the type of person to refuse to meet you. Could something have happened at the Imperial Palace? Perhaps, if it were any other day, I would wait for Aslan calmly, but for some reason I feel so uneasy today. She purses her lips in thought, then makes up her mind. I will go to the Imperial Palace myself to see. At Aslan's palace, the knight hands him a letter. Aslan opens it and reads it very carefully. Perhaps Leela is still angry with me. It is understandable, since I lied to her until the very end. Moreover, when we were together, I showed many flaws, so it is only natural she is disappointed. The knight's voice suddenly sounds. What is the matter, your grace? He looks up and asks. I am a little tired, so I was distracted. Can you say that again? Yes, there are rumors that Glock Clearston has approached the chairman of Mechet Company, who are members of the branch of the Thello family. He frequently visits Amber House, but it seems not long ago he moved in permanently. Already, Aslan recalls Glock's image, judging by the way he approaches those who despise my existence, perhaps. Glock Clareston really intends to kill me. I have partially anticipated that. Perhaps one of those two forces is the mastermind behind my carriage accident. Is there still no concrete evidence regarding that incident? My apologies, Your Grace. He warns him to be careful with Glock Clareston. Yes, but regarding the two of them joining hands to cause the accident, he says he is doing his best to elevate Mechet to the top position in the industry. He views those who bring no benefit to his business as useless. If a man like him is willing to join hands with a nobleman who has nothing remarkable like Glock Clareston, there must be a reason why he cannot refuse Glock's proposal. Aslan orders, investigate what that reason is. I understand, but what is it? Perhaps I am overstepping my bounds, but please do not worry too much about the Duchess, because Gus is still in heirs to protect her. There is no unusual news, so the Duchess remains in Alloy. In front of the ajar door, Dance stands outside reporting, Master, you have a visitor. Aslan is surprised. A visitor who would come to see me at this hour? Leela suddenly appears, greeting him cheerfully. It is me, Aslan. Am I interrupting your work? He truly does not expect her to appear at this moment. Aslan pushes himself up, standing abruptly. Not at all, Leela. How could you? Oh, it is nothing, but I came here. I have something I want to tell you in person. Could it be that she has let go of all her feelings? For me, can you spare me some time? Of course, as much as you need. A moment later, they both board the carriage and depart. Leela sits opposite Aslan, thinking to herself, I have succeeded in creating a private space with Aslan, but now that I am actually facing him, I cannot say anything. He has not seen me in so long, yet Aslan has no reaction, does he? For some time now, he has been staring blankly out the window. She calls out, Aslan, are you calling me? Are you not curious about what I came all this way to tell you? He stiffens, unable to answer. At that moment, the carriage comes to a halt. The coachman outside announces, We have arrived, my lord. Aslan remains silent. He smiles, trying to change the subject. I am very curious as well, but we have arrived. In my letter to you, I mentioned I have some business to attend to. So may I hear your story once I have resolved it? Please, he indeed said that in his letter. Well, it is not too late to speak after he feels more at ease. She cheerfully agrees, yes, that is fine. Aslan supports Leela's hand as she steps down. Glock stands in a corner, secretly watching them. A sly smile spreads across his face. Elsewhere, Rosaline paces around her room, wondering, is this really going to be all right? Things are getting out of hand. Rewinding to a short while before Glock bursts through the door, Rosaline asks, what is wrong? Did something happen? Helena Laerston, that woman, has arrived at the Imperial Palace. I heard she went straight to the Duke's office. Helena is at the Duke's office? Could Aslan have summoned me just to let her hear the words I spoke? No, Aslan would not do that. When he first brought me to the estate, he did not say anything to Helena either. Besides, telling Helena about the threat accomplishes nothing, Glock decides. Whatever it is, if she has come here, it will be troublesome. We cannot let Aslan Thello cancel the wedding because of her. I will try to approach her. Rosaline asks in shock, what? You are not planning to harm her, are you? If you do that, Aslan will not let it slide. Do I look like someone who would do something foolish? I know what I am doing. Just wait here quietly. She can only watch in silence as Glock leaves, though he says that Glock will not handle things quietly. He will certainly do something to Helena. Inside a luxurious glass case, sparkling jewelry is on display. Aslan asks with a smile, how did you find this shop? It does not seem like a place noble ladies usually frequent. Jenna showed it to me before. She said I could find lovely items here. I feel like I am searching for treasure. If there is anything you like, just tell me. Yes, I know. Leela walks around, observing, then suddenly stops. She quietly admires, so beautiful, if the price is reasonable. I will buy it. She looks at the astronomical price tag in shock. The money she brought is far from enough. Aslan looks at her and approaches, asking, are you not buying it? She forces a smile to deflect. Ah, yes, I do not really like music boxes. Even if I buy it, it will just gather dust. The more she speaks, the more embarrassed Leela appears. Then I shall gift this music box to the Duchess. Huh, you do not need to do that. Come now, accept it. Blushing, she receives. It all right. After he turns away, she smiles happily. If this were before, I would only think of him as a flirtatious man. But after reading Aslan's letter, I can feel his genuine sincerity. A moment later, they open the door and step outside together. I have instructed them to deliver the music box. Thank you, Aslan. Oh. It is raining. If we walk to the carriage, our clothes will be completely soaked. I will go fetch an umbrella. She cannot hide her surprise. Huh, oh. Wait, I am not worried about my clothes. I am worried that Aslan will get wet. As the rain falls in heavy drops, she secretly worries. The rain is getting heavier. Is Aslan all right? Suddenly someone appears. It turns out to be Glock. It has been a long time, Helena. She is secretly startled by this voice, or rather, should I call you Leela Violet instead, Glock. Lairston, why are you here? Who knows, perhaps to take revenge on the sister who struck my head and ran away. Trembling with fear, she steps back. Someone please help. Me, Glock's cunning eyes narrow as he grabs Leela's hand. No one can help you here. Look around, there is nobody. At all, panicked, she looks around for help, but the only answer is the sound of the rain. Tears well in her eyes. Aslan, there is no need to be so afraid. Just do as I say, and both Aslan Thello and you will be safe. Leela's face turns. Tail, what do I need to do? Stay far away from Aslan Thello. Go somewhere where he can never find you. Now that I have realized Aslan's true feelings and finally have the chance to tell him, he glances at her and says, impersonating a noble, fabricating an identity, and obtaining marriage approval from the imperial family. I wonder if that counts as an insult to the royal family as well. Right, she starts in surprise. What about that? If you do not leave Aslan, both of you will face the judge together. Aslan stands to lose all the power, wealth, and reputation he has built up all this time. Just because of a worthless commoner like you. Hearing this, she is left numb with shock and utterly devastated. I understand. I will leave. Aslan, a long while after Glock leaves, Aslan returns. My Duchess, I am sorry to keep you waiting. My Duchess, my Duchess, is something the matter? She lowers her head, her voice strained. Was I supposed to surprise you? But Leela forces herself to hold back. I must leave. Aslan asks with concern, what are you saying? Did something happen in a low? I am sorry. Aslan, he cries out, my Duchess. Leela raises her head, but her tears stream down endlessly. First, let us go home and talk. You are not going anywhere until I understand everything. My Duchess, the carriage gently rolls forward. Inside, Leela Violet offers a gentle smile, but behind that smile, her eyes tremble. Aslan presses, you must leave. What does that mean? Did something happen while I was away? He knows for sure that something has happened, but in such a short time, how could she have found out? Or is this a scheme by Glock Clairston and Rosaline Peridot? If those two are threatening Leela, he seems to be overexerted lately. He cannot afford to be this weak. Before he can resolve anything, the carriage quickly arrives at the estate. Aslan helps her inside to rest. By now, the Duchess's bedchamber must be ready. She responds sadly, yes. Danton leads her upstairs, saying, please follow me, Duchess. Suddenly, Aslan grows weary. He can no longer stand on his feet, hearing a strange noise. From behind, Leela turns around to check. Right before her eyes, he collapses onto the floor. Her face loses all color. Aslan, Danton is equally panicked. Master, someone call the doctor here immediately. There is nothing seriously wrong. Due to exhaustion and lack of sleep, his body is simply in the process of recovering. Leela's voice trembles. Therefore, you do not need to worry too much, Duchess. He is only sleeping. I understand. Thank you, doctor. Exhausted and sleep-deprived, just how busy has he been? Indeed, our master has been overworking himself lately. Leela turns in shock. What? Recently, his sleeping time is less than 2 hours a day. He suddenly returned to the imperial palace, even skipping meals and burying himself in work, leaving us no choice but to worry. Her face turns paler by the second. Does Aslan have to deal with such things? I cannot share the details of his work, but I can tell you one thing. Everything he does is to protect you, Duchess, to protect her. Perhaps Aslan is also facing some threats, just like how Glock came to her today. In the end, Aslan is always doing everything for her. It is to protect her that he exhausts himself to this point, yet she wanted to leave him. After hearing just one sentence from Glock, Leela offers him words of comfort. I want to hear so many things from you, and I also have things to tell you, so please wake up soon, Aslan. She sits quietly by the edge of the bed. She holds his hand to warm it. Suddenly, Aslan's hand twitches and she leaps up in joy. Aslan, are you awake? He groans softly. Leela, you are truly awake. Thank goodness. I made you worry. I am sorry, Leela. You have nothing to apologize for, Lord Aslan. On the contrary, I am the one who should apologize. I made you worry for nothing. Ah, your body might not be recovered yet. I will call the doctor. There is no need. Didn't you have something to tell me? But something makes him pause for a moment. Let us lay bare everything we have buried deep inside. Leela Violet is taken aback by this proposal, but she still gives a bright smile of agreement. Yes, of course. At the same time, Rosaline's panicked voice rings out. What? Aslan collapsed? Glock's expression turns sour. It is not clear exactly when. It would be perfect if that woman quietly left while Aslan Thello was unconscious, but it seems she will not. On the contrary, they might cling to each other even more. Perhaps, her face darkens. I am not doing this anymore. He turns back. What? Rosaline shrieks. From now on, I will not do any of the planned things you told me to do. I no longer want to be the Duchess. Being dragged into such matters is terrifying. I only want to go to a place where no one knows me and live a peaceful life. What nonsense are you talking about? He shoves Rosaline down without mercy. My head is already about to explode and you are still bothering me. Stop talking nonsense and just do as I say, just like you have always done. With that, he turns away. She bites her lip in deep resentment. Suddenly, she stares at the vase on the table. She reaches out to grab it and silently creeps toward Glock. As the footsteps draw closer, he quickly turns around. But in the blink of an eye, she strikes Glock, sending him crashing to the floor unconscious. Rosaline holds the vase in horror, standing frozen. Back at Aslan's side, Leela asks, do you remember once I said that a broken ceramic vase cannot be glued back together, and even if it is, cracks will still remain, he replies. I remember, Leela Violet continues, I was wrong. Humans are not ceramics, nor are human feelings and trust. It is all right to have cracks when putting things back together after they break. In fact, those cracks will serve as reminders, so that we do not make mistakes again. What our relationship will look like in the future depends on how we act in the present, he murmurs. Our future self. Leela Violet smiles brightly and continues. That is why I want to talk to you. We need to talk to build trust, rely on each other, and bond for the long term. Furthermore, what I truly want to say is that I love you, yet I did not speak of it and only tried to avoid it. I assumed I would definitely be rejected and feared the pain that follows. For many days, I could only lament alone with a torrent of thoughts and fears. Finally, feeling unable to bear it any longer, I ran away. I am sorry for leaving without a word. I am sorry for only thinking of my own feelings and speaking harsh words to you. Aslan is a little embarrassed. That is all my fault. I do not say this to hear an apology, but because I believe that if I express my sincere feelings, you will do the same. Leela squeezes his hand tightly. Just as I said before, my amnesia is real. At first, I knew nothing and was completely disoriented. With the help of my aides, I retrieved my memories from before I was 20, but it stopped there. To fill the gap of the remaining years, I sought out the person who married me, which is you, but the truth is when I met you, I only wanted to stay by your side. At that time, I thought it was a rational and necessary decision to regain my memories, but in truth, that was merely a foolish justification. Even though I did not remember who you were, I unconsciously held on to you because I felt I could not let you go. Being with you, I slowly recalled everything. That is also the reason why I could not bring myself to say it. I feared that if I confessed I had remembered, you would leave me. May I ask you? Something, your words and actions all this time were not. Intentional to test my reaction, right? No, I have always wanted to do those things. I was afraid of disappointing you, so I hid it. But when I lost my memory and stayed by your side, I could not control those strangely intense emotions. Then what about the ring you gave me? His cheeks flush. I want to be a real husband and wife. With you because I love you. Hearing this, Leela Violet's heart flutters. Both fall silent, their faces flushed. She wonders if she should mention Glock coming too. Find her, although she does not want Aslan to worry hiding. It will only lead to the same outcome as before. This conversation is for both of them after all. Finally, she bravely speaks up. Aslan, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Today, Glock Clareston came to see me. What? Did he threaten you? Leela nods. Yes, he told me to leave you. If I do not, the truth about me posing as a noble and deceiving the imperial family will be exposed. Aslan seethes with silent rage. Is targeting him not enough that Glock must target Leela too? She asks in surprise. Yes, he quickly reassures her, it is nothing, you do not need to worry about that. But if Glock truly considers it an issue, he will not easily let it go. That is why I... Before he can finish his sentence, Danton shouts from outside. Master, he opens the door and asks. What is going on? An unexpected guest has arrived. I believe you need to step out, master. It turns out the guest is none other than Rosaline. She shrieks, let me go, I must see Aslan immediately, causing the maids to exhaust themselves trying to stop her. You cannot do that. Aslan recognizes this voice as Rosaline Peridot. Rosaline screams in desperation, Aslan! But what she receives is a look of utter disdain. From him, Aslan immediately orders, send her away, if she continues to cause a scene. Call the guards. Yes, I understand. Wait, Aslan, please listen to me. Leela curiously steps out to see. She is shocked by her appearance. Rosaline, Aslan snarls, Danton. Call the guards. Rosaline kneels, weeping, please forgive me. Duke Glock Clareston, Leela waits in utter bewilderment for her words. Rosaline confesses truthfully, Glock Clareston threatened me. I have just escaped from him, but I do not know when he will find me again. He threatened to expose my secret to force you to marry me. He passed this information to your competitor, Mechit. After that, he plotted to ruin your reputation by bringing you and me to court. Meanwhile, I will pregnant with Aslan's child. And then, the side branches of the Thello family used the pretext of Aslan breaking the law to drag him down from his position as the head of the family. Ultimately, he kills Aslan and frames it as an accident. Just thinking about it makes Leela shudder. She continues to confess, Glock wants to use my position as the Duchess to seize all of Lord Aslan's wealth and the Thello family. Although there are times I feel swayed by Glock's words afterwards, I realize that I am wrong. So there are times I try to give up, but Glock threatens to expose my secret. If I betray him, I am so terrified of Glock Clareston that I lose my way and make a mistake. Please forgive me. Aslan's gaze is as cold as ice. At this point, you only come here begging for forgiveness because you want to save your own life. Rosaline raises her head, remaining silent. If you use being coerced as an excuse, it will not work. Leela speaks up, trying to persuade him. Glock Clareston is highly skilled at manipulating others by exploiting their weaknesses. I understand this all too well because I have suffered greatly at his hands. If Rosaline is held by him through her weaknesses, it is certainly not easy to escape. Aslan suddenly speaks. Lady Leela stands up to defend her. If she is truly threatened and has no other choice, I do not believe she should receive the same punishment as Glock Clareston. He remains silent in the face of her firm words. Leela speaks again, but of course, we cannot simply forgive her for agreeing to the plot to harm Lord Aslan. Aslan grits his teeth and, suppressing his anger, says, My lady is entirely correct. I wish to speak with Rosaline for a moment. You should go and rest. Our conversation might take quite some time. Leela listens to Aslan and heads to her room to rest. After she leaves, he raises his voice, telling her she is truly fortunate. Rosaline Peridot, you should have died alongside Glock Clareston, but It is impossible to treat someone who is threatened by him and comes here of her own accord to beg for forgiveness, can I? If you cooperate with me from now on, I will spare your life. 1,000 thanks to you, your grace. You do not need to. Thank me, the one who saves you is not me, but my Duchess. She feels relieved and deeply grateful for Leela's help. A few minutes later, Leela is waiting for him to return when she is startled by the sound of footsteps and she quickly stands up. Aslan, are you finished talking? Aslan smiles. Yes, Rosaline will cooperate with us from now on. She looks bewildered. Cooperate? Do you need her help? He replies, not right now, but the information Rosaline provides will certainly be useful. Useful? Does that mean Glock Clareston is going to do something else? Do not worry too much, Leela. I have arranged everything so that nothing will happen to you. Leela feels incredibly happy to have someone love her so deeply. Then, please tell me about the things that will happen to me. A few days later, Glock mutters in bitter resentment. Rosaline Peridot, you dare betray me. If it is not for Rosaline, the plan I prepared would not have hit a snag. How can I bring her back to my side? Since that day, Amber House is surrounded by guards, making it impossible to break in. As long as I overthrow Aslan Thello, everything will be fine. If only Astan and the side branches of the Thello family stand on my side. Suddenly, there is a loud murmuring of gossip around him. Hey, have you heard the news? Mechet Company is about to sue the Thello family. A lawsuit over what? It seems to be related to the Duchess of the Thello family. Hearing this, he is startled. Has that matter been exposed? Everyone is. Like that, without my help, they only know how to ruin things. A few days later, at the trial, Leela tries to maintain her composure. Aslan holds her hand in encouragement. It will be all right, Leela softly calls Aslan. He reassures her, trust me. Thank you, Aslan. The time arrives and the trial officially begins. The judge steps forward to begin. Silence, everyone. The trial commences now. A few days before the trial, Glock casually bursts through the door and shouts, Astan Herbeck. Who lets this man in without my consent? His servant steps forward to stop him. Before the guard can do anything, Glock pushes him aside. Get out, I hear a very strange rumor. Have you sued Aslan Thello and his wife? Astan glances around warily, then orders his servant, go outside and keep watch. Do not let anyone in. Yes, I understand. As the servant leaves, Glock continues to press him. You clearly promised not to file a lawsuit if Aslan Thello remarries. You make it sound so simple. That man intends to expose me as the mastermind behind the carriage accident. Shouldn't I strike first? What? A few days ago, a strange woman came to tell me exactly that. She said Aslan Thello is planning to accuse me. I hear he specifically names me as the culprit of the carriage accident. I do not know how she knows, but if that secret comes to light, I am finished. Wait, not many people know I am the mastermind behind that accident. Did you leak that information to Aslan Thello? You plan to sacrifice me to reap the benefits alone, don't you? Nonsense. It is true that I plan to sacrifice you because it is much easier for you to sue than for me to do so. But it is useless now because you choose the wrong timing, dragging me into trouble as well. If you expose Aslan's weakness first, there is no longer a reason to force him to marry Rosaline. That marriage should have been prioritized over everything else. He kicks the table hard and glares threateningly. Fend for yourself. I will absolutely not testify for you. Do you think that threatens me? I have already found another witness. I do not need your help. Glock storms out, slamming the door behind him, his eyes flashing with ice-cold malice. At the Duke's mansion, Leela smooths the sheets on the bed. I have been away from the Imperial Palace for so long, yet this place remains exactly the same. It feels as if it is prepared for me to return at any moment. Suddenly there is a knock on the door. Yes, please come in. Leela feels a wave of joy when she sees that person is Aslan. Aslan, is there something wrong so early in the morning? I only want to see if you sleep well. Or not, news of your family in Alo has arrived. Everyone is doing well, so please do not worry. Your family asks me to take good care of you while you are here, so I come to see you. Leela smiles warmly, feeling deeply touched that everyone always cares. Especially him, and this is a letter sent to you. He helps her open the letter as she looks on in confusion. The matter You spoke of that day is happening much sooner than I anticipate. Just the other day, Leela is eager to know what her future holds. Then, please tell me about the things that will happen. To me, thinking back, he feels a lump in his throat because her unfortunate fate approaches so rapidly. Aslan tries to speak. You may have to appear in court for the crime of impersonating a noble. Although Rosaline betrays Glock Clareston, there are still many others who hold that weakness of mine, but you have nothing to fear. I already resolve all issues related to that before our marriage. There is absolutely no way you will face punishment, returning to the reality of the courtroom, even though he promises nothing will happen. She is still overwhelmed by discomfort. But perhaps no one is as uncomfortable as him. Astan sits there, trembling, sweat pouring off him as if he is facing a death sentence. The judge begins the trial. I expect everyone to participate seriously. For the court to deliver a fair verdict, I invite the prosecutor to present the indictment. The prosecutor stands up. On the 27th of last month, the defendant Herbeck accused the Duchess of the Thello family of fraud and impersonation. Consequently, the defendant faces charges for deceiving the emperor and defaming the Duchess. Astan begins to play the innocent victim. No, it is not that. I simply could not conceal the truth I accidentally discovered, so I reported it to His Majesty. The Duchess of the Thello family is indeed hiding a crime. The defendant claims the Duchess of the Thello family is hiding a crime. Can you state clearly what this crime is? Yes, he swallows hard. The Duchess sitting over there is not Helena Lairston. The real Helena Lairston has been dead for a long time. According to your testimony, the real Helena Lairston passed away long ago. Then who is the Duchess of the Thello family sitting there? She is merely a commoner whom Count Lairston brought back. She poses as Helena Lairston for a long time, deceiving everyone. She even lies and insults the gods during the sacred wedding. Hearing these slanders, judgmental and hostile looks turn toward Leela. She tries to maintain her calm. The exposure of her true identity is inevitable. Trust in Aslan. Astan speaks again, startling Leela. I have a witness. The judge invites the witness in. A witness, please step forward. The witness Astan refers to stands up. Leela panics, her face turning pale. That person is... A pillow flies through the air, striking Leela hard on the head, leaving her dizzy as she collapses onto the floor. 3 people giggle, looking at her with mockery, taking pleasure in the fear of the weak. Back then, Leela could only bite her lip and endure, letting the humiliation seep into her every breath. Thinking back, her heart still clenches. The memory of that year, once thought to have faded, now rushes back, painfully vivid. I thought I would never have to see them again. The judge begins the questioning. Witness, if you are prepared, we shall begin. Are you willing to testify truthfully in accordance with your conscience and accept legal responsibility if you lie? Yes, I swear. Witness, please proceed. Ever since Lady Helena, or rather the real Lady Helena, was born, I have worked in Count Lairston's household, but tragically Lady Helena passes away at a very young age. The entire family is plunged into grief, and the one most deeply wounded is the Countess. Before we know it, she begins to believe that the deceased Lady Helena is still alive. The Count exhausts all efforts to treat the Countess, but no matter the remedy, her mental illness does not improve at all. Finally, one day, the Count brings home little girl who closely resembles Lady Helena. Perhaps he cannot bear to watch the Countess live in perpetual sorrow over her lost daughter. And the poor Countess believes that the child is truly her daughter. The judge interrupts. Wait, witness. You just state that the Count brings back a young girl. What does that mean? Is it true that Count Lairston brings the child legally with the consent of her parents? The witness displays clear hesitation. That is likely correct. I hear that he gives money to the child's parents. Are you implying that Count Lairston engages in human trafficking? Oh no, absolutely not. It is more like an actress playing a role. Because the Countess is in despair, he gives money and requests her to play the daughter's part. Just ask the woman sitting over there. Even though it is a facade, the Count cherishes her like a real daughter for the sake of the Countess. Yet she dares to forget her false identity as Lady Helena, seducing a man outside and betraying the Count. At this, murmurs of malice fill the hall, all directed at Leela. If those words are true, then the defendant is not in the wrong, is he? It appears the Duchess is indeed the one who deceives His Majesty. Aslan senses the panic building inside Leela. He takes her hand, squeezing it to reassure her that no matter What happens? He remains by her side. Leela raises her head blankly to look at him. Aslan smiles and nods, silently telling her to trust in herself and him. The judge gives the order. The witness may step down. He sits in deep thought, connecting the testimonies to deduce the truth. Suddenly, Aslan stands up and says, "Your Honor, may I have the opportunity to present our defense to protect my wife's honor?" The court grants you the floor. He speaks as the representative of the Thello family and the Duchess's husband. I completely reject the testimony of the previous witness. I swear before this sacred court that the woman sitting beside me is indeed the daughter of the late Count Lerston, Helena Lerston, and the Duchess of Thello, my life partner. There is a fierce reaction from the crowd. Lies, Duke Thello is lying. I present the evidence to prove my testimony. This document is drafted by Count Lerston before his passing, ensuring that the Countess officially adopts my wife into the family. Judging by the date of drafting, it is clear that the Count officially accepts my wife as a daughter of the Lerston family before our marriage. That document is clearly forged. That woman fakes it to marry the Duke of Thello. If Count Lerston truly considers her a daughter, why does he not adopt her long ago? The judge strikes his gavel. Order: the defendant must refrain from making speculative statements regarding the plaintiff. The plaintiff may continue. He calmly continues his testimony. Just as the defendant states, the Count and Countess intend to adopt my wife before she reaches adulthood. However, before the procedures are finalized, the Countess tragically passes away, causing the adoption to be delayed. As time passes and my wife reaches adulthood, Count Lerston finalizes the adoption that could not be completed before. During that period, I meet and become engaged to her. Although Count Lerston is initially displeased with our engagement bypasses protocol, he ultimately approves of this union. During the wedding preparations, the Count fears that my wife's background might affect her future marriage. Therefore, even if it is late, he rushes to complete the adoption process. Just a few days ago, Aslan tells her about Count Lerston adopting. Raised her, Aslan resolutely protects Leela to the very end. Even though my wife is not their biological daughter, is the defendant deliberately twisting the parents' deep love and concern for their child? Before their marriage, Aslan convinces the Count to adopt her, but he keeps it a secret, fearing she, who finally has a real family, will be shocked. Public opinion begins to shift in her favor. Ah, so that is what happened. The Duchess of Thello is so pitiful, losing both her adoptive father and mother only to be slandered. Ah, wait a moment, isn't that name a bit strange? Your Honor, if Count Lerston officially adopted her, why does she use the same name as his deceased biological daughter? Why does she not use her real name? This is proof of forgery. Aslan replies with confidence. Your Honor, they have a reason for doing so. The fact that my wife's name is identical to the deceased daughter of the Count and Countess is to allow her to inherit the estate of Countess Lerston. The late Countess Lerston, during her lifetime while preparing for the adoption, worries that my wife's background will be exposed to high society. To prevent my wife from facing disadvantages in aristocratic circles once her commoner origins are revealed, the Count and Countess decide to let my wife use their biological daughter's name. To corroborate all of this testimony, I present as evidence the handwritten adoption document by Count Lerston and the will of the Countess. According to this will, Countess Lerston leaves all her assets to my wife. If the late Countess does not view my wife as her own daughter, how could she write such a will? The judge reviews the evidence and accepts it. All documents are notarized. The signatures and handwriting indeed belong to the Count and Countess. Further verification may be required, but for now, the court recognizes the evidentiary value of the documents presented by the plaintiff. Aslan looks at him and asks, the defendant operates an iron company, does he not? What does that have to do with today's trial? As if watching a boring comedy, Aslan responds, the Mechet company operated by the defendant is the direct competitor of the plaintiff's company in the bidding for the Western Railway. Therefore, I accuse the defendant of conspiring to harm my wife and me for his own personal gain. The man evades. Your Honor, he is slandering me with matters entirely unrelated to this lawsuit. The judge agrees. The court sustains the objection and requests the plaintiff to refrain from remarks that damage the reputation of the defendant. Aslan raises his voice solemnly. I understand completely, Your Honor. If so, I will now present the reason behind my assessment of the defendant's actions. I, Aslan Thello, stand here to expose more of Astan Herbeck's crimes. Leela stares in awe at his decisiveness. Astan Herbeck struggles to resist, but his words hold no weight anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? As everyone surely knows, not long ago I met with a carriage accident during the investigation. Following the incident, I discovered evidence pointing to the chairman of Mechet Company, Astan Herbeck, as the mastermind. After identifying the defendant as the instigator, I continued to gather proof of his involvement. Besides physical evidence, I have witnesses prepared to testify to this very fact. The court may question them. Astan Herbeck cries out in shock. "Ah, no," he stammers. I am ruined. At least I must cut ties with them. I admit to the statements of the Duke of Thello." Aslan smiles with satisfaction. Terrified, Astan Herbeck confesses, But I did not act alone. The branch families of the Thello household and the elders are the true culprits. I was threatened, so I had to follow their instructions at the time. At any rate, it is time for a conclusion. The court will now deliver the final verdict. First, regarding the defendant's allegations. The court finds that the defendant, Astan Herbeck, committed severe slander, gravely damaging the honor of Duke Thello and the Duchess. Furthermore, the defendant's attempted murder is exceptionally grave. Showing no remorse, the defendant slandered the plaintiff to cover up his crimes with malicious intent, an act of slander that also constitutes an insult to the imperial family. The court sentences the defendant to 25 years in prison, including hard labor. On the following day, fresh newspapers hit the stands, filled with sensational headlines. The rumors of Duke Thello being sued for forgery, the shocking assassination attempt on him, the chairman of Mechet Company, Astan Herbeck, slandering the Duchess, and Herbeck's attempted murder exposed in court. Yesterday's trial becomes the talk of the town. So, in the end, is the Duchess of Thello not a commoner? Well, if she were a commoner, that position would indeed be out of her reach. What nonsense! Her status as the Count's daughter is recognized in court, so her bloodline is not an issue. The nobility values lineage even in the smallest matters, so it is only natural that the Count and Countess hid her identity to protect her, doing such things just to line their pockets. Those people are truly greedy. Inside the manor, Leela reads the paper and feels a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness. If public opinion soured over my identity, what would have happened? People would despise me, wouldn't they? Aslan reassures her. Slowly, everyone's focus will shift to Herbeck's crimes. What matters is that I can finally call you by your true name, Leela Violet. He calls her by her real name after a long and challenging journey. A few days after the trial concludes, Mechet Company falls into chaos without its chairman. Thello's company, after securing the bid for the Western Railway, acquires Mechet Company and expands its operations. Leela writes a letter to her family. Thanks to Aslan, everything is going incredibly well. I will return to Aloy soon. Finishing the letter, she carefully folds it and slips it into an envelope. A knock suddenly sounds at the door. Yes, please come in. Aslan steps inside. Leela. Aslan, what brings you here? I merely come to see you. Tell me, have you given any thought to announcing your real name? I do not. Object, but is it truly wise to do so? With such a massive uproar having just occurred, I worry that if you get dragged into this again, your reputation will suffer. So you worry for me, but I believe now is the perfect moment when interest is high. Since everyone already knows you only lived as Helena for the Count and Countess, you can freely live under your real name from now on. Will people believe it? They will, and even if they do not, I will make them believe it. Thank you. I shall do as you say, Aslan. Aslan always puts her first, and she is immensely grateful to him. Suddenly he asks, My lady, how would you feel if I bring your family to the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning? Pardon? With a few renovations to Amber House, the three of them can live there very comfortably. Oh my, if you do that, it would be wonderful, thank you, and I am so sorry. You are always working so hard for my sake. Aslan gazes at her beautiful smile before catching her arm and pulling her into his embrace. Do not say that. If you truly feel apologetic, then compensate me. Compensate you? How do you wish for me to compensate you? That is something you can slowly think about, my lady. Do we not have all the time in the world now? If possible, I want you to dedicate all your time to me. Stay by my side and let us live happily ever after together for the rest of our days at Leela's home in Eloy, her family eagerly awaits her return. A moment later, Aiden cries out in excitement, "She is here!" In the distance, the silhouette of a carriage slowly approaches. Coachman brings the carriage to a halt before them. Leela happily opens the door. "Father, Mother, Aiden, you must have worked so hard." "Leela, it is nothing. It is not you but Aslan who worked the hardest. Thank you so much, Your Grace. How can we ever repay this kindness? Please do not say such things, Mother. I only do what I must." Saying this, he casts a sheepish glance at Leela, which makes her burst into a soft chuckle. Suddenly, she asks, "Would everyone like to come to the Imperial Palace together?" Aiden immediately chimes in with enthusiasm. "I absolutely agree. I want to live in the capital. The magnificent city is waiting for me." Beside him, Sophia expresses her agreement as well. "Since Leela will be living at the palace from now on, we should follow her. We will be happy living together without any worries." The vision of a bright future painted by her mother's words leaves her in a daze. At this moment, Aslan gently reminds them, "Then let us bid farewell to everyone before we leave. Eloy, say goodbye." "Yes, you must have received so much love during your time here. Let us stay for a few days so you can say your farewells to everyone." She falls silent for a brief moment, then casts her gaze over the surrounding scenery. "I have met so many wonderful people, but now we must part. I will surely miss them dearly once I leave." The next day, a voice echoes inside the classroom. "Thank you so much for everything. I was so happy because you lent me books and gave me the chance to meet the children." The pastor replies, "I am the fortunate one to have met you, Lady Leela, but once you leave, the children will miss you terribly." Just as he speaks, a group of children bursts into the room. "Teacher, please don't go. Please stay with us." She smiles comfortingly. "Oh, it is not a permanent farewell. I will return from time to time, so we will see each other again." "Teacher, is it true that you are marrying Mr. Aslan?" Her face flushes red at the sudden question. "What, Jody? Why do you think that?" "No, Mr. Aslan said it is a secret, but shouldn't Teacher Leela know? Mr. Aslan said he is going to marry Teacher Leela." "Did Aslan really say that?" Another little boy throws himself into her arms, weeping. "Teacher, don't get married. You must marry me. Teacher, live here with me and marry me instead. Do not cry." Rich, meanwhile, Aslan is focused on his work. Suddenly, he turns to ask, "Is my wife's name change proceeding smoothly?" Oscar quickly reports, "Yes, it will be approved in a few days." "I see. Then it is better to return after the name change is complete. Keep an eye on the press to suppress any strange rumors. Warn them that I will take every possible measure if they write nonsense." "Yes, I understand. Your Grace, everything will be arranged before we return to the Imperial Palace." "What about Glock Clareston?" "I have positioned men to tail him constantly. According to the intelligence, he is meeting that person today. From Glock's perspective, the offer is impossible to refuse, so we will certainly capture him." "Very well. We cannot allow him to slip away like a common rat after the misery he inflicted on my wife." By nightfall, a figure in a black cloak navigates an alleyway. Behind him, two figures shadow his steps in silence. Glock likely senses their presence. Immediately, he quickens his pace. Glock curses under his breath at these persistent leeches. He hides behind a corner. He cannot have gone far. "Search the area thoroughly." Glock smirks. "How foolish." Glock pulls out a letter to read. "This is all I can do. Remember your promise. Meet at the agreed time and place." Rosaline Peridot indeed. Keeping her close is the right choice. In the end, she remains useful, foolishly handing over her entire fortune without even needing to be threatened. "Did you truly think I would give up so easily? You escaped this time, but there will not be a next." A few days later, Glock walks down a deserted path. Approaching an alley, he whispers, "Rosaline, I am here." "Rosaline, come out." Unease washes over him as Glock detects a presence behind him. He spins around in anger. "Hey, if you are there, speak up." Yet contrary to his expectations, Glock is greeted by the familiar faces of the two men who tailed him the other night. What is this, you bastards? Has Rosaline been captured? Why are you suddenly threatening a passerby? Do you know who I am? You are Glock Clareston." "What? How do you know that?" "It seems you still do not grasp the situation." "What are you saying? What did you do to her?" "Honestly, dying in ignorance is a fitting end for you." A slashing sound cuts through the air, followed by Glock's agonizing Screams, clean up here and report to me. The rest of you move out now. The group answers in unison. Understood. The scene shifts back to Aslan's study as he listens intently to his subordinate's report. He then smiles with satisfaction. Aslan stands and commends his men for their hard work. Slipping on his coat, he departs. Truth be told, I have known Glock Clareston's whereabouts for a long time. I only bided my time to deal with both Aston Herbeck and those harboring ill intentions. Towards me, everything proceeds according to plan. Brushing his thoughts aside, he sees the image of Leela waiting outside the house. Aslan replies, Leela, forgive me. He gently presses a kiss onto the back of her hand. Rather than waiting for the perfect moment, every time I see Glock, I think of the suffering you had to endure. I arrived late because I wanted to prepare thoroughly. Sophia speaks up cheerfully. Why apologize? We could have made our own way to the palace. We must thank you for being so thoughtful. Shall we set off then? They laugh together, wrapped in a warm family atmosphere. A long journey later, they finally arrive. Inside the estate, Leela says with a hint of anxiety, Aiden and my parents are not yet familiar with the layout of Amber House, so perhaps I should help them unpack. I have already arranged servants, so you need not worry about that. Instead, I have something to tell you. Could you spare me a moment? Of course. Is Glock Clareston dead? Aslan confirms it. Yes. Did you do it? I have no intention of blaming you. I only worry that you might get into trouble. So please tell me, are you all right? Yes, I am. That is all that matters, my. But do you not feel afraid or disgusted by me? Not at all. Even though he is family to me, it is like a toxic bond that has already been severed, so you do not need to feel guilty. Whatever you do, I will support you, now and always. Does Lady Rosaline know about this? No, she does not know yet. In any case, I think we should let her know. She is one of the victims he harmed, after all. The Duchess is absolutely right. That is fine. It is thanks to Rosaline that I could deal with Glock. Thus, Leela is led to Rosaline's room. Are you really leaving, Rosaline? Glock is dead now. No one can threaten you anymore. You can just stay and live here. Rosaline only avoids her gaze and hangs her head low. No, how can I do that to the Duchess? Only by leaving can I express my deepest gratitude. Thanks to the Duchess, I am fortunate enough to escape death. But if I am not careful, I might be disposed of just like Glock at any moment. That is why I must flee to a remote place and live like a ghost. After all, I have no family, friends, or any reason to remain here. Are you going back to the Peridot region then? No, that place holds far more painful memories than happy ones. I see, so where do you plan to go? It is hard to adapt to a strange, unfamiliar place. Anywhere is fine, as long as it is not this place or my hometown. Leela cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, she speaks with firm resolve. Rosaline, if you ever need help, please tell me at any time. Such sincere kindness touches Rosaline's heart deeply. Tears stream down her face. You have suffered so much. So many things have happened, but as someone who also went through a terrible time because of Glock, I have some words I want to say to you. Rosaline chokes on her tears. I am truly grateful and so sorry for everything, Duchess. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for my sins to you. I am sorry, I am so sorry. Leela's heart aches as she wants to support that endlessly trembling figure. I used to hate her so much, but now I feel nothing but deep pity. Now everything is settled. After Rosaline leaves, the days become extraordinarily peaceful. At this moment, Leela is accustomed to Aslan's presence, sitting by her side as she handles her private matters. She falls into silent contemplation as she scans the contents of a letter, wondering how she should reply to this letter. Leela turns around and asks, Aslan, if you are free. But as he does not respond, she tries calling his name again. Aslan? Only then does he snap back to reality. Forgive me, my love, I am just lost in thought for a moment. Your face looks so pale. Did something happen? It is nothing, just some business matters. I do not know how to respond to this, which is probably why my expression looks a bit too serious. She falls silent deep in thought, wondering what kind of letter would make Aslan react this way. Night falls, and in a certain room, Ray silently gazes at the scenery outside. Her hand keeps caressing a pocket watch. She repeatedly mutters, Aslan, you must always. On the other side, Leela sits motionless on the bed. After a series of knocks, she calmly says, Come in. Jenna cannot hide the joy on her face. Duchess, it has been so long since I last saw you. Jenna, it has indeed been a long time. Have you been away somewhere? I do not see you working. In the estate. The truth is, I went back to my hometown. Shortly after you left, my lady, I also resigned. But a few days ago, I heard the news of your return. As soon as I heard it, I sent a letter to the Duke's office expressing my wish to serve you again. It is highly fortunate that I am rehired. It turns out Aslan even pays attention to Jenna's matters. Thank you for coming back, Jenna. Having you here brings me such peace of mind. My lady, please do not say that. From now on, I will do my absolute best to make up for the time I could not serve you, so if you need anything, please let me know at any time. Ah, it is perfect timing since I am planning to go out. Help me prepare something simple, will you? Of course, my lady. Since you have entrusted this to me, I will turn you into the most magnificent lady in this palace. All right, that sounds fun, Jenna. A moment later, Leela changes into a gorgeous gown. Jenna selects matching jewelry that enhances her beauty. It is all done, my lady. What do you think? Leela gasps. Oh my. She stands dazed, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Jenna, when did you learn to style like this? I will take that as a compliment, my lady. It looks very beautiful, but isn't it a bit too extravagant? I only intend to go out with my family today, at the same time. In the courtyard, Aiden asks impatiently, shouldn't sister be here by now? You silly boy, wait a bit longer. It is still a long way from our scheduled time, but compared to me, father and mother came out to wait even earlier. Not long after, the sound of carriage wheels echoing reaches them. She steps down from the carriage. Oh dear, why is everyone standing out here? You could have just waited for me inside. Mr. Violet asks in a daze, is that really our daughter? Aiden also asks, who is that? She asks back in confusion, why do you ask that? Hearing the voice, it is definitely my sister, but I almost didn't recognize you. Only Sophia praises her wholeheartedly with tears in her eyes. Oh my goodness, looking at you like this, I truly feel that you have become a duchess. You are so beautiful that you surprised your father. Leela, you look like a queen from a fairy tale. Oh, please. Everyone, do not praise me too much. As expected, this outfit is indeed too extravagant. I should have told Jenna to remove some jewelry. To be honest, my daughter, seeing you so beautiful and elegant, I wonder if you have suffered all these years because you chose the wrong parents. Or not, she calls out emotionally. Mother, please do not say such things. It is thanks to you and father's devoted upbringing that I can stand here today. Moreover, whenever things get difficult, having you, father, and Aiden by my side allows me to think of our family and overcome everything. Her father and younger brother well up with tears. Leela, sister, oh my child, you have matured so much. Forgive me, I did not understand your heart. If you want to make it up to me, mother, then we must have a wonderful time today. There are so many places in this imperial palace that I want to take our family to. The mother and daughter continue to chat with each other. The family of four dines together at a luxurious restaurant. Afterward, they continue to stroll and shop at countless boutiques. The outing goes incredibly well and is filled with joy. Lounging on the sofa, she recalls the precious moments with her family. I want them to experience only the very best. Fortunately, I have saved up a decent amount of money. Sophia walks over to express her happiness. Thanks to you, I get to visit places like this. It is nothing, mother. But how can we just receive all this? Please do not say that, mother, it is simply everything I want to do for you. In the future, I will take our family to even better places. Before she can finish her sentence, a voice rings out. Look at that, it is absolutely ridiculous to watch. Leela confusedly looks for the source of the voice. In that direction, a noblewoman sneers. These days, there are so many newly rich people who love to act like real nobles. How laughable. Indeed, how can a lady behave in such a lowly manner? But how could it be any different with that kind of background? They only know how to use money to bribe servants. Oh, dear, what if they hear us? But this is exactly their chance to flaunt their money to worthless people, isn't it? Sophia takes the initiative and suggests, let's go outside for a bit. I want to get some fresh air. The trip finally comes to an end as Leela's family rides back together in the carriage. As expected of the capital, I visited once before, but I did not realize it is this vast. It would probably take more than a month to explore it all, wouldn't it? Is there any place you haven't been to, sister? Ah, probably. I do not go out very often. She silently thinks mother must have been hurt by those words earlier. Sophia quickly notices the expression on her daughter's face. Leela, are you all right? What is it? Did something happen to you, sister? Being with you is wonderful, of course, but I worry that the more you hang out with us, the more you will be looked down upon in noble society. You have already suffered so much. I do not want to become a stumbling block that makes you endure even more. No, mother. I would rather we go back to a low than have you disdained by the nobility in the imperial palace. Not at all. Sister, mother, if anyone talks like that, just bring them to me. I will pound them into rice cakes, let them taste a commoner's fist. Besides, you are now the noble Duchess of Thello, who dares to look down on you. Even though this old father of yours is not as fit as I used to be, I can still handle 3 of those petty nobles. Sophia bursts into teasing laughter. What are you talking about? Aren't you just a weak gentleman? Am I? Before I met you, I was very famous. Aiden is right. No matter what our background is, you are a noble now. If anyone looks down on me, it is only because of their own ignorance, so I do not care. But if anyone looks down on my family, I will not hesitate to give them a proper response. As expected of our strong Duchess. That's right, I am no longer the weak Helena Lairston. Since I am living as Leela Thello, I must live up to this name. To do that, I need to solidify my position even further. At least so my parents no longer have to worry. From now on, I will live as a true Duchess. A few days later. My lady, is there something wrong? Leela clutches the book in her hands tightly. Danton, if you have some free time, could you help me with something? Do you wish to learn about the work? Yes, perhaps now is the time for me to take up my duties as the Duchess. Of course, I know I am not beautiful. Perhaps Aslan also thinks so, which is why he hasn't assigned me any work until now. How could that be? Not beautiful, that is absolutely not true. She looks bewildered. He explains. It is true that the master does not want to delegate work to you, my lady, but that is only because he worries the work will take a toll on your health. For my health, yes, even now. He keeps telling us not to let you overwork yourself. It seems there are still misunderstandings that haven't been resolved. In the end, what is still left unsaid? If it is that issue, then there is no longer any need to worry, because lately my health is much better. Now, so can you guide me? In the work now, it should be fine for Danton to teach me, right? I understand. Then starting tomorrow, I will teach you, my lady, step by step. Thank you very much, Danton. From the very next day, she begins learning how to manage the Thello ducal office from Danton. Danton, what should we do in this case? If we do it this way, we cannot make up for the budget deficit, can we? Or do we need to revise the entire budget proposal? There is no need to go that far. In this case, after checking last year's ledgers, the two discuss passionately, completely oblivious to Aslan, who is quietly watching them. From his perspective, Danton and Leela are having a wonderful time together. That thought makes Aslan's face darken. Meanwhile, Leela still naturally converses with Danton. So that is how it is done in this area. That is correct. Your comprehension, my lady, is truly outstanding. I am so flattered. Surely those are not just empty words. You are truly talented, my lady. And perhaps you will be entrusted with tasks soon. Yet, the image of the two seriously discussing work appears incredibly intimate, like a couple, from Aslan's point of view. Aslan immediately raises his guard. Does teaching work really require such tenderness? He only needs to say what is necessary. In his imagination, their conversation must be solemn and brief. Once this is complete, my lady, please bring the handover documents. Understood. His gloominess catches the attention of Leela. Aslan, what are you doing there? He quickly smiles and answers casually. Oh, it is nothing. Meanwhile, Aslan constantly corrects his own thoughts. That's right, Leela is my wife and Danton is a loyal servant. Why do I have to doubt the two people I trust the most? Danton speaks up. Then please excuse me. Very well, thank you for your hard work, before the words of gratitude are fully expressed. He notices something unsettling. Danton is quite handsome, unmarried, highly capable, and single. At this thought, his entire being quickly reverts to his previous gloomy state. This leaves Leela slightly concerned. Is something wrong? Aslan, your complexion does not look very good. Aslan replies dejectedly, No, it is nothing, my lady. Danton silently understands the situation and quickly makes his escape. I am truly sorry, my lady, but I have urgent business, so I must leave. Right away. Oh dear, I am sorry. You are so busy, yet I am taking up your time. Not at all, it is just that if I do not leave. Ah, no, if I do not handle my duties, I will be in danger, so you misunderstand. Master, a few days later, Aslan opens the door to the study, very naturally. He walks over to a chair beside Leela. Aslan sits down and explains with a smile, "Forgive me, my love, I am only resting here for a moment. Please do not mind me." Learning. From his previous experience, Danton observes the atmosphere between the two of them. Only after a moment does he reluctantly return to the topic under discussion. So, these are all examples of cases where employees commit serious violations. The content on the next page is about the disciplinary procedures for such cases. However, Danton cannot help but freeze. Under Aslan's intense stare, this confuses Leela Violet, who asks, "Danton, what is wrong?" He stands up abruptly. "Forgive me, Duchess, I must speak with my master for a moment. Are you truly that bothered, my lord?" Aslan still feigns ignorance as if nothing is amiss. "What do you mean by that? Please do not pretend not to know. When I teach the Duchess business, you are never like this. It is just a coincidence. As the master of the company, I am merely curious if the lesson is proceeding smoothly. Please do not say that, but do you have any intention of getting married?" This question leaves Danton utterly bewildered. "Pardon? I say this because I notice you have been quite distracted with your work lately. If you agree, I will try to introduce you to a good match. Is there anything in particular you desire?" "Perhaps. Oh dear, he is the one who once said he would never care about marriage or having a lover. Lately his mental state is more stable, but he remains overly sensitive to anything concerning the Duchess. My lord, I understand what you are worried about, but I swear, I have never had any other intentions toward the Duchess besides assisting someone like you. It was so in the past, it is so now, and in the future I will always be your loyal servant." To you, such a deeply sincere oath makes. The corners of Aslan's eyes flush red. "Very well, that is enough. I have misunderstood you." "Not at all, it is my fault for letting you misunderstand me. All right, let us look on the bright side. This is the first time my master is so deeply in love. After all, on a clear, bright day beneath the temple, everyone is working, while up above, a silhouette stands quietly by the window frame. Her dry coughs ring out incessantly. Seeing this, the director asks in worry, "Sister, you have been coughing for days without getting better. Are you truly all right?" "I am fine, it is nothing major." She refuses to call a nurse. "Then may we call your son?" "There is no need, do not tell him anything." The director hesitantly calls out to Gray Thorol. Gray's gaze wanders into the distance. As she ponders, she toys with her watch and slowly recounts. "Lately, I often have a dream. There is a young girl who takes care of me. A young girl, is she not a nun living in this monastery? I do not know, I have never seen her here, but I feel as though I have known her for a long time. Perhaps we shared a bond in the past. She might be a local living around here, so I will try to look for her. Do you remember any of her features?" "Or not, I only remember vaguely, perhaps. She has brown hair, very pale skin, and for some reason her eyes look very sad." The scene shifts as Leela Violet's voice rings out. "So we will study up to here today, shall we? Of course, thank you for your hard work today." With that, she cheerfully slides the door open and steps outside. Suddenly, Aslan's voice echoes. "Is the class over?" "Yes, have you been waiting for me here?" "Because there is a place I wish to go with you. If you have no other schedule, could you spare me some time now?" Could this be an invitation for a date? "Certainly, but where do you plan to go?" "I plan to go to the department store." She asks with immense concern. "Really? I am fine with it, but will you be all right?" Leela Violet thinks to herself, "I heard the upper class hates crowded places like department stores." "Ah, lately I am planning a department store business, so I intend to do some preliminary research. If there is a hotel along with a department store around the train station where many residents visit, it seems it would be good for customer retention. Since this is an area I am not familiar with, if the Duchess could lend me her aesthetic eye, I would be truly grateful. So that is how it is. In that case, I will quickly get ready to go out." With that, Leela Violet happily turns around and departs. Watching her retreating figure, he thinks he must carefully remember what the Duchess likes. If she receives a gift of a department store filled only with things she loves, Would she be happy? Thus, the two of them head to the department store together. Leela sits in a corner to rest when suddenly she raises her head in surprise. With a design like this entire set belongs together. Aslan, you do not need to buy this. Just now you clearly said it was beautiful, did you not? No. Just because I say it is beautiful does not mean we should buy everything. That is so wasteful. But the Duchess likes it. Is this really a waste? I forgot that Aslan has always had the habit of buying everything he sets his eyes on. Seeing Leela like that, his eyes darken. As he assesses her, actually this is part of the preliminary research. She can only cry out in bewilderment, pardon? He makes up an excuse because the main customer base of the department store is female. With the Duchess's help, I will analyze popular products by category and field that female customers love. Analyzing existing popular products is crucial to the success of a business. Therefore, the Duchess is here to give me valuable business advice, she silently wonders. Is that so? Then I will purchase this glass cup as a reference product. Then go, no, wait a moment. Yet he firmly pays with a bank check, which makes her feel extremely helpless. We really do not need to buy that. Gosh, seriously, the store clerk smiles warmly. Look at that, the Duke truly loves the Duchess. People around them also begin to whisper. Are they not the Duke and Duchess of Thello? I heard they had a bad relationship, is it all just baseless rumors? A few days later, inside the villa, Leela Violet looks at the letters on the table in utter bewilderment. Are all of these invitation cards? Yes, Duchess, it seems the rumor of your happy marriage has spread, so everyone has sent invitations to you. All this time I have lived as the Duke's wife, yet never once have I received this many invitations. As soon as they learn of my good relationship with Aslan, looking at these, I know what their purpose is, but I cannot just say I dislike it and ignore them. Furthermore, the master also asked me to convey this message along with the invitations. Leela Violet is slightly surprised. Aslan, what did he say? He said that if you do not wish to go, there is no need to reply. I am truly grateful he said that. It turns out he thought ahead and cared about my pressure. Such a gentle man. Even so, would it not be very impolite to decline them all? Danton, where do you think I should attend? Danton enthusiastically helps. Does the Duchess have any conditions? First of all, the larger the scale, the better, and it must be a family that holds no hostility toward Aslan and me. If so, then this seems to be a good choice among these options. Duchess, my opinion is good, but how about asking for the master's opinion as well? That is also good. I need to discuss with Aslan which final one to choose among these 5 invitation cards. Thank you for your help. As Danton is leaving, she suddenly pauses. Ah, Aslan must be busy. I will go find him later. Night gradually falls. Leela Violet knocks on the door and calls for Aslan. It is me. He is only wearing a thin robe. Duchess, is there anything else at this hour? More, I have something I wish to discuss. With Aslan for a moment, he blushes slightly in embarrassment, avoiding her gaze. This. Let us go inside first. Leela Violet also shyly speaks up. Forgive me. Thus, the two of them sit together. Inside the room, Aslan pays little attention to the envelopes, his gaze fixed solely on her. His lips curve slightly. Seeing that Aslan remains silent, she turns to ask, is it also hard for Aslan to choose? He jolts with a small gasp, leaving her in bewilderment. Ah, no, looking at this, I feel this seems to be the most suitable place. I was eyeing this one too. Indeed, our minds are in sync. Then next week I will attend Lady Jingerwell's party. Her smile makes Aslan daze for a moment, blushing as he silently calls her Duchess asterisk. Then he smiles and says, I understand, Leela Violet. In his heart, he constantly reminds himself to treat her with the utmost importance. Time slips away. Inside the monastery, a girl gently supports Grey Thorol. Sister, it is time to notify your son. It is all right, I want to rest for a bit. I am nearby. If you need anything, please tell me any time. Grey Thorol only sadly watches her retreating figure as she bends over, coughing repeatedly. There is truly not much time left. I will die soon and will no longer be a burden to you. The next day, as Leela Violet reviews The documents she anxiously ponders. It has been a long time since I attended a high society party. I wonder if I can do well. Suddenly, an announcement comes from outside. Duchess, you have a guest. Really? Seeking me out instead of Aslan. There should be no one special looking for me. Could it be the noble families? Yes, the owner of the Prost brand, lady. A Lady Prost wishes to see you. This shocks her. Lady Prost. Of course, I know who Lady Prost is, the best designer in the empire, whom even noble ladies find difficult to book. But why her? Danton quickly explains. Ah, forgive me, Duchess, I meant to mention this but forgot. The master has commissioned the Duchess's attire from the Prost brand. Today, Lady Prost herself has brought it over, my attire. But I never expressed that I needed a new gown. Did Aslan do this because he noticed I am about to debut in high society? Duchess, please go and have a look. Attire from the Prost brand, just imagining it is thrilling. Wait, there is still work. It is all right. It is my fault for forgetting to inform you of the schedule. Just let me finish the rest. You need a change of pace once in a while. Please enjoy yourself. So she follows Jenna outside. Jenna smiles and introduces. Lady Prost must have been waiting for long. This is the Duchess of Thello. Upon seeing the person before her, Leela Violet is completely stunned. She cannot help but cover her mouth and exclaim, "Oh, it is my absolute honor to meet you for the first time and to serve you. I am Lady Prost, the owner of a small brand on Waitohi Street." Leela Violet smiles in response. "A pleasure to meet you. I have heard so much about you, so there is no need to be so modest. You flatter me. I have also prepared a few designs beforehand, but if the Duchess directly shares your personal desires, we will likely achieve a more satisfying result. Do you have any favorite design style?" "I do not have anything in particular that I favor." "In that case, why don't you try selecting a design from here? I will try to tailor a piece that matches the style you choose." Leela Violet quickly flips through her catalog. They are all the latest trendy designs in the city. Truly a trendsetter, but is this all? It would be wonderful if there are more elegant designs. Is there nothing you like in this catalog? They are all exquisite and impressive. However, one can easily see that these designs do not seem to suit me very well. I see. I showed them to the Duchess to see if you have any desired style, but I should have shown you this design right from the start. You know that design, don't you? It is on the first page of the second portfolio. Please bring it over. Here, now the designs I am showing. You are my ambitious works, but they are incomplete as I have yet to find the right owner for them, even though they differ slightly from current trends. I believe it will accentuate the Duchess's elegant grace. I am truly curious about the gown that Lady Prost is so confident about. Then, Lady Prost's assistant brings over a portfolio for her. Here it is. Inside is a gown designed with butterfly sleeves. Leela Violet is also quickly captivated by it. What a beautiful gown. I will take this one. She also smiles happily in praise. An excellent choice. I will take your measurements now. I will tailor everything, especially the waist. There, done. I have prepared beforehand, so it will not take much time to sew it. Before long, I will return with the completed dress. These words surprise Leela Violet. Ah, wait, is it all right without a contract? I have yet to pay the deposit. Well, the Duchess has paid the entire cost, including both the deposit and the tailoring fee. Leela Violet frowns in confusion and asks again, "But I only selected the dress just now." "After all, didn't you know about that?" Rewinding to a few days ago, Aslan enters and asks, "Are you Lady Prost, the owner of this shop? Is that not Duke Thello? Why would such a prominent figure suddenly appear here?" "Yes. Indeed, how may I help you?" Before she can finish her question, Aslan quickly interrupts. "I want to commission a dress." "Who is the dress for your grace?" "My wife will be the one wearing it." Lady Prost silently wonders. In curiosity, I heard the Duchess of Thello is not very active in high society. Why the sudden dress order? Yet on the surface, she remains composed and replies, "I see. What kind of designs or styles does the Duchess usually prefer?" This question makes Aslan hesitate for a moment, and then he suddenly gives his answer. "My wife looks beautiful in anything she wears." His response sends a wave of shock through Lady Prost's heart. "Did I hear that correctly?" The Duke of Thello, notorious For being gruff and cold actually utters such words. Yes, so do not worry about the budget. Make the most beautiful and exquisite gown. Anything will suit my wife. Ah, is it possible to make it without meeting her in person? I only know her approximate measurements. It is difficult to tailor it without a fitting, and I would also like to understand her preferences. However, Aslan looks helpless. Due to a few reasons, I cannot call you to the mansion right now. For such a demanding and difficult request, I will naturally pay in advance. If she is pleased, I will gladly pay even more. Staring at the amount on the check, Lady Prost stands in a daze. She bows deeply and declares with certainty, "Please leave it to me, I will have it ready as quickly as possible." Returning to the present. That is exactly what Lady Prost has been explaining to her, so that is how it is. Leela Violet feels completely bewildered after hearing this. So Aslan commissioned a dress for her back in the spring and already paid for it. The tailor has completed the gown according to his request, and that dress happens to be the very one she just chose. Leela Violet's heart swells with sweet happiness. It turns out that back when she was misunderstanding the relationship between Rosaline Peridot and Aslan, he was all ready. Having a dress tailored for her, she looks up and replies with a smile, "Then I will wait until the dress is finished." Honestly, he could have at least mentioned it. It makes her feel so. Guilty, he is a man who always brings her surprises. With that thought, Leela Violet immediately goes to find him. "Aslan, I just met Lady Prost. I heard that not long ago you asked her to tailor a dress for me. You found out. I'm afraid of putting pressure on you, so I did not say anything." In his mind, he cannot help but grumble at himself. Good heavens, I should have just kept my mouth shut and sent it as an anonymous gift. Wouldn't that be better? Then he explains aloud, "Frugality is indeed a virtue for a noble lady, but you already possess plenty of it. Just consider this as the cost of maintaining a noble lady's dignity, so any amount is perfectly fine." "Aslan, thank you. I was just worrying about which dress to wear to the next party. Thanks to you, my worries are gone." Aslan pauses for a moment. It is no trouble at all. Early the next morning, noticing a bit of a bustle outside, Leela Violet steps out and asks, "What is going on?" "Ah, your grace, you are awake." "It is nothing, really. These items have just been delivered. According to the merchant, they are all gifts from the master to you, my lady. Please have a look to see if they suit you. Everything is fully paid for. You only need to sign the receipt for this quantity." The sight before her eyes makes her tremble, unable to contain herself. How could it possibly go? To this extent, night gradually falls, and inside the grand monastery, Grey Thorol lies in bed, carefully tucked under the blankets. She is extremely weak, clutching a watch tightly in her hand. Grey Thorol suddenly thinks of a certain figure and cries out, "No, Aslan." On the day they are invited to the Jingerwell family party at the Thello mansion, Aslan asks if she is ready. "Yes, please wait for me a moment." A short while later, she steps out in her luxurious gown. Leela Violet smiles softly and asks shyly, "How does it look? I wore it with the gifts you gave me." This vision leaves Aslan utterly spellbound. He blushes with embarrassment and praises her. "You look truly beautiful." "Aslan, I only wore it because of your gifts. It is indeed very beautiful." "Then, beautiful lady, please grant me the honor of escorting you." Leela Violet flashes a tender smile. "Thank you, my courteous gentleman." And so the two of them walk away hand in hand. "We look exactly like a couple, don't we? If I do not escort you, we would not look like a real couple at all." "That is not what I mean. Of course we are a real couple, but doing little things like this together, you understand what I mean, don't you?" "I understand. Still, in my opinion, it is only by doing things like this that we can truly be called a real couple." Right after that, Aslan leans in and kisses her on the lips. After he pulls away, Leela Violet gasps in sheer embarrassment. Flustered, she begins to stammer, "Why would you suddenly say that?" Aslan smiles, amused. "Say what?" Leela Violet covers her mouth and turns away shyly. "A kiss on the lips." Ah, a kiss on the lips between husband and wife is indeed indispensable, isn't it? Hearing this, she is left utterly speechless. She then turns to leave. "All right, if we keep this up, we will be late for the party. I can wait for you forever." But with that, the carriage rattles to a start and eventually pulls up outside the venue. Leela Violet feels anxious. genuinely nervous since Aslan is not by her side. Perhaps I should have attended a couple's gathering instead of asterisk. A ladies-only tea party. No, that is not right. This is something I must accomplish on my own anyway. I cannot hide. For my beloved family and for Aslan, I will overcome this challenge by myself. The servant announces in a loud voice, "The Duchess of Thello is entering. A pleasure to meet you, Duchess of Thello. Thank you for the invitation. The honor is entirely mine as you have graced this party with your presence. Please relax and enjoy yourself. Did you review the invitation details? Let us have a wonderful and comfortable time today, just like real women." After Lady Jingerwell walks away, Leela Violet watches her retreating figure and reflects. I think attending Lady Jingerwell's party is indeed the right decision. I wonder if the others will welcome me as warmly as Lady Jingerwell. Two women in front of her are eyeing her. Seeing this, Leela Violet steps forward to greet them. A pleasure to meet you all. If you do not mind, may I join you? Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you, of course. You are the Duchess of Thello, correct? I have attended almost every gathering just to catch a glimpse of you, and now I finally have the chance. It is truly an honor. Is that so? I am pleased to meet you as well. Yes, I left the city center for a while to recuperate because I was unwell. Oh. Dear, are you feeling better now? She smiles and replies, yes, I am fine. I apologize, it seems you have gone through quite a difficult time lately, and perhaps I have troubled you with my clumsy words. Ah, indeed, I only read about it in the newspapers, so I do not know the full details. Your father passed away, and then your family affairs were widely publicized. You must have suffered a great deal. Even so, your resilient spirit is truly admirable. If you ever need any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask me. Hearing this, she quickly realizes the underlying malice. It is a veiled insult, implying she is shameless for showing her face here despite being exposed as a commoner. Nevertheless, she maintains her smile and replies, it is nothing. My husband takes such wonderful care of me that I have long forgotten those trivial matters. The woman presses on. It seems the Duke loves you dearly, does he not? Leela Violet replies tactfully, looking slightly embarrassed. Yes, we are still as blissfully happy as newlyweds. Sometimes it is hard to hold him back. If I say I want a single flower, he is ready to buy up all the flowers in the entire city. For me, I am not joking. Hearing this, she forces a smile and replies, ah, it is wonderful to see you two maintaining such a good relationship. But perhaps you have been under too much stress without realizing it, so you should visit a doctor for a checkup. Indeed, you had to go away for your health recently. You look so thin, which worries me deeply. Since you have no children yet, you must take better care of yourself. As a fellow woman, I must say the honeymoon phase between husband and wife passes much faster than you think. The two of them giggle together. Naturally, as a commoner, a woman is best off being frugal, but if she does not realize that being too thin makes conceiving difficult. Leela Violet's face darkens with anger. Thank you for your concern. I indeed still have much to learn from those who are already wives. Thank you. Speaking of which, I hear you recently welcomed a third child. It is truly enviable. A child is the joy of a married couple, and a blessing to the family. Having struck her weakness, the woman can only flush red and gasp. Oh, Leela Violet continues to smile in retaliation. All of these blessings are made possible because you have embraced that child as your own. At this, she raises her voice, me. I do not wish to discuss that matter right now. Watching the two of them stomp off in fury, Leela Violet lets out a troubled sigh. I suppose that is the best way to handle it. A moment later, outside the venue, Aslan paces back and forth, unable to sit still. Even though she said she would be fine, I still feel anxious. I'm afraid she might be looked down upon by others. Suddenly, he glances at Danton standing behind him. Seeing this, Danton steps forward and suggests, if you are so worried, why not go pick up the Duchess as soon as the party ends? I certainly did not misjudge you. Why did I never think of that before? Danton, prepare the carriage immediately. Pardon, right now, but the party is still in full swing and it is a ladies-only gathering. If we show up, the Duchess might find it more awkward than helpful, yet Aslan remains firm in his decision. I know, we will just wait without letting her notice. Rather than standing here doing nothing, I will feel much more at ease waiting for my wife right outside. The mansion, defeated, Danton bows. His head, I understand, your grace, we will prepare to depart immediately. The scene shifts to the monastery, where Grey Thorol lies in bed, crying out repeatedly. Suddenly, Grey Thorl snaps her eyes open, tears still. Clinging to her lashes, sitting up in a panic, she gasps for breath and cries, "Aslan, no!" Meanwhile, at Lady Jingerwell's mansion, Leela Violet stands by the balcony, feeling somewhat melancholy. She bows her head sadly and thinks to herself, I already expected this, but it is still so hard to enjoy moments like this after those who sought to degrade her. Leave, the ones who follow only speak. To flatter her, much like open hostility, such behavior only makes her uncomfortable, or is it because she still has not fully adapted? It is. Time to go back in now. The clicking of her heels echoes as she approaches Lady Jingerwell. I had a wonderful time today, my lady. Really. How wonderful. I will invite you again next time, so you must absolutely come. Yes, I will certainly be there. Soon after she departs from the mansion, the buzzing murmurs around her leave Leela Violet slightly confused. What is going on? Aslan comes into view and she quickly walks up to ask, Aslan, what is happening here? Ah, Leela, I felt worried about you, so I waited to take you home. This makes Leela Violet incredibly happy. When did you arrive? Have you been waiting long? Not at all, I just got here. They take each other's hands, drawing the curious gazes of everyone around. Then one lady remarks, their relationship is truly wonderful. Another lady adds, Sigh, my husband does not even come to pick me up. It seems bringing another woman into the mansion is not such a big deal after all. These words cause Aslan to glare in displeasure. He quickly turns to Leela Violet, smiling as he says, Shall we head back now? She happily replies, Yes. The ladies standing around continue to gossip. But isn't the Duke of Thello exceptionally handsome? How wonderful would it be if all men in this world were as handsome as him? Perhaps the Duchess must have saved a country in her past life. In the meantime, the carriage rolls away. Inside, he gently asks, Did you have fun at the party? Leela Violet hesitates slightly. To say I had fun would be a lie. Even though most people were very friendly, I am still not used to high society. I should have prepared you for these gatherings sooner, but since I failed to do so, the fault is entirely mine. Hearing this, she softly calls his name Aslan. He continues, From now on I will. Before he can finish, the carriage suddenly jerks to a halt. Leaving them bewildered, Aslan steps down and asks, What is the matter? My apologies, Your Grace. An animal suddenly lay down in the middle of the road, so I had to make an abrupt stop. Carriage, so that is how it is. Leela also asks out of curiosity, What is wrong? Oh dear, it seems to be severely injured. What should we do? Can Aslan heal this creature? If we bring it back to the mansion, we can treat it. How fortunate. I will check if there is anything for first aid and return right away. Suddenly, the carriage driver screams in panic. Ah, wait. Leela also freezes in her tracks because of that shout. Aslan witnesses the scene before his eyes and screams in sheer terror. Leela, with a dull thud before she can even understand what is happening, she is pushed aside. Aslan, Aslan, because of me, you, Lord Aslan. Suddenly, the arm that is being held tightly by her twitches slightly. Aslan groans in pain. Ugh, Aslan, are you awake? You are not hurt anywhere, are you? It seems there is nowhere bleeding, however, Aslan's face is filled with utter bewilderment. What is wrong? Yet responding to her is an extremely puzzling question. From Aslan, who are you? These words instantly stun Leela. She asks again like someone who has lost her soul, Is it true that you just asked me who I am? Aslan, do you really not remember me? Upon seeing her tears begin to fall, Aslan calls out in panic, Ah! Wait a moment, surely you are my beautiful, lovely Duchess. Seeing him speak like that, she is slightly confused. Is Aslan not someone who has lost his memory? If so, does it mean? Right after that, he smiles and explains to her, Forgive me, it is only a joke, Leela. That carriage is moving slowly, so I am not gravely injured. If you are startled, I apologize. Oh, she bursts into tears, making Aslan panic. Leela, she petulantly turns her face away and reproaches him. I am truly so worried about you, just thinking about that moment makes my heart squeeze. I am sorry, truly sorry. I only want to tease you so you will not worry about the accident, but my thoughts are shallow. Never joke like that again. If it happens again, I will demand that you walk for the rest of your life without riding a carriage. And so, Leela stands up, turns, and walks away. Aslan is forced to chase after her and calls out, Leela. The two coachmen can only look at each other. If they leave it like this, what should we do? What about the repair costs and the treatment fees? At the same time, inside the monastery, everyone whispers in anxiety. What on earth is going on? She says she will take a nap, but she still does not wake up. The director, standing in the distance, also witnesses this. The nuns inside say to him, "We cannot leave Sister Gray like this, Director. Now is the time to make a decision. All right, I think it is best to inform her son of the situation before it is too late. Send a letter immediately to Duke Aslan Thello." At once. It is not until some time later that the carriage stops before the mansion gates. Danton hurriedly steps outside to greet them. "You are back, master." But Aslan quickly gestures to him. "SHH. It seems she is exhausted, so she fell asleep in the carriage on the way back. Leela needs to change her clothes, so call her close maids here. I understand." And so Aslan carries her inside the house. He opens the door and enters the room. He gently lays Leela Violet on the bed. "Leela, my beloved wife, you must be very shocked today because of that incident. Those jokes that I normally never make, strangely, whenever I am by your side, I want to try them once. Is it because I like seeing every expression you show me? Please stay by my side in the future as well. Leela, I will never let you go again." The next day, at a sumptuous dining table, Aslan suggests, "Next time let us go see a play together." "See a play? No, Aslan, you are very busy lately. Do not overwork yourself just for me." "It is fine. The railway is now stable and the business plan for the shopping mall is also nearly complete." She inwardly calls him a liar. The last time she peeked at Aslan's desk, the pile of documents there looked gargantuan. Moreover, Danton recently complained to her, "Duchess, please stop, Master." "What? Stop him from doing what?" "Currently, Master is constantly canceling important work schedules because he says he does not have enough time to spend with you, Duchess. I beg of you, please remind Master that both the clients and I are at our limits." Returning to reality, Leela frowns as she ponders. If that time is time Aslan struggles to carve out by canceling important tasks, then she will not feel comfortable and cannot accept it. Aslan, caught red-handed, is speechless. Then he smiles and explains, "Just resting a bit is fine. If anything happens, it is my responsibility, so you do not need to worry." "But by the way, from whom do you hear that information? Is it Danton? That is not the important issue right now. Either way, I will not go out with you until all of your work is finished." Aslan continues to ask, "Or is it Oscar?" Seeing that he does not pay much attention to her warning, Leela calls out once more, "Aslan." He is a bit flustered, turning away with a blush as he says, "I understand, but after that you must go on a date with me." Hearing this, Leela happily agrees, "All right." And so a few days pass and Aslan finishes all of his pending work. The sound of a pen rustling echoes. "Everything is done. Then, as promised, tomorrow we will go see a play." "Yes, you have worked hard." It is unbelievable that he can handle all of that in just a few days. It turns out his promise to ensure nothing goes wrong is true. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoes from outside. "Master!" Aslan tells him to enter. Danton hurriedly approaches him to report, "It seems you have received an urgent letter, and it needs to be checked immediately as it may contain very important information." This makes him extremely bewildered. "An urgent letter?" Then Aslan picks up the letter to inspect it. A moment later, his face turns pale as he speaks. "I have roughly grasped the situation already. Thank you, Danton. Please step out." "Yes, master." After Danton leaves, Aslan takes the letter out of the envelope. The moment he sees the contents, his face darkens. Leela, sitting nearby, cannot help but feel anxious. "I think I have seen that expression before. I wonder if Aslan is facing some serious problem." Then she speaks up to ask, "Aslan, is something wrong?" Seeing her approach, he quickly turns his face away to evade. "It is nothing. It seems to be just a minor administrative issue in the association. Tomorrow's date will not be affected, so you do not need to worry." Meanwhile, He quickly hides the letter beneath a pile of documents. Aslan hastily stands up. Since the work is done anyway, why do we not go for a walk together? Yes. However, she is still extremely anxious, casting a glance behind her. A corner of the envelope makes her realize the monastery. Why does he have to lie and hide a letter sent from the monastery like that? The next day on the stage, the actors are still performing. Below, every member of the audience marvels at its brilliance. She alone remains lost in thought. Speaking of the monastery, I feel a sense of familiarity, yet I cannot clearly recall it. Could it be that the memories of the original novel, which I have forgotten for so long, are returning? The letter comes from the monastery where Grey Thorol, the former Duchess and Aslan's mother, resides. Although there are monthly updates regarding her condition, this one seems different. That urgent letter brings a sense of unease for no clear reason. Aslan grinds his teeth as he reads. That letter, the contents of the letter state, Grey Thorol is in critical condition. If he does not visit immediately, he might not make it in time to be by her side when she passes away. Lady Grey's illness has become severe, leaving her in a critical state. Even though we swore never to meet again until one of us passes away, now that the moment is truly drawing near, I feel so suffocated. Grey painfully cries out back then, "Do not forgive me." Those final words of his mother, spoken in that dry voice, pierce deep into a corner of his heart. Those words are the decisive reason that drives Aslan Thello, after an unhappy childhood and difficult teenage years, to become resilient and close. His heart, just like yesterday's situation. Aslan, is it true that you still have not completely opened your heart to me? Why? Why do you hide the truth about your mother from me? Until the play ends, Leela Violet remains lost in deep contemplation, silent. Suddenly she pauses. Aslan asks, "Are you all right?" Leela, she turns to look at him, replying with a smile, "Yes." She thinks to herself, a person who is so considerate and kind to me, perhaps. Perhaps he forgets, but Aslan confines his mother for life inside the monastery. After his mother passes away, Aslan finally goes to the monastery, looking around the place where his mother lives for so many years. Aslan stands and gazes at the room Grey once occupied. He sadly thinks to himself, it is strange that mother can live in a place like this without uttering a single complaint. Even though mother lives her entire life as a high noble, at the end of her days, she has to wait for death in this shabby room. Aslan recalls that truth and smiles with a touch of irony. At that moment, Leela forward to greet him. "Hello, are you the son of Lady Grey, correct?" Aslan only stares at her in silence, offering no response. Leela bows her head and continues, "Lady Grey often speaks of you and is very proud of her son during her lifetime." Her words leave him slightly bewildered. Aslan bows his head and mutters to himself, "Mother often tells stories about me? Yes, I have not even introduced myself yet. My name is Helena." Although her voice is soft, Aslan hears every word clearly. Helena. The woman's name is nothing extraordinary, yet it etches itself into Aslan's memory like a brand. Aslan and Helena stay by each other's side throughout the funeral. Grey is now at peace. The two look at her one last time together. The monks and priests recite prayers for the departed. Aslan sheds no tears, but Helena is drenched in tears of deep sorrow. It is as if Helena is Grey's biological child. Is it because Helena cares for his mother while her own son turns a blind eye? Ever since the funeral, Aslan begins to pay attention to Helena. Aslan silently stays by Helena's side. Whenever she cannot stop crying or brings food to Helena when she refuses to eat, Aslan cares for Helena in this manner, gradually nurturing various feelings. Little by little, however, not long after, Aslan completely changes his attitude toward Helena. The two stand facing each other, exchange words that she cannot clearly recall. Aslan demands in bewilderment, "What are you saying?" At that moment, she sadly proposes, "Please marry me." Aslan Thello, I know the secret you are hiding, the secret I hide. In Aslan's eyes, Helena, who holds and weaponizes his most painful past as a weakness, looks more terrifying than a demon. However, Aslan has no choice but to comply with Helena's threats. "After 3 years, I will completely leave you." Does Aslan decide to sacrifice 3 years to protect His honor returning to the present. Reality, the two sit inside the carriage. Aslan asks, is the play interesting? Leela Violet smiles and replies, yes, it is. It seems you do not focus on the play much earlier, do you? Is there anything making you feel concerned? Did you see me like that? In her heart, she thinks. He also looks anxious throughout the performance. Yet how does he find the time to notice my mood? She continues, yes. Actually, I am thinking of something else halfway through. The truth is, this play is adapted from a novel I love. While watching, I recall the book's contents, so perhaps I am temporarily a bit distracted. It is wonderful to know that the play is adapted from the novel that she loves. Then on our next date, let us try visiting a bookstore. Shall we? Yes, that sounds wonderful. Perhaps Aslan accepts Helena's proposal partly because he cares for her at that time. However, there may also be other reasons related to tension, a sense of duty, or other personal motives. Perhaps, is it possible that Aslan accepts Helena's highly unreasonable marriage proposal out of a sense of indebtedness? Because Helena took care of his mother, Grey Thorol, does Aslan feel that accepting Helena's request is a way to repay that kindness? Perhaps it is just as she thinks. In the original novel, Aslan despises Helena throughout their marriage. If Aslan, in the midst of her being lost in her own thoughts, speaks up to call Leela, do you have something you want to say to me? She hesitates slightly. Deep down, she cannot help but feel anxious. Does she even dare to say this? It seems Aslan wants to hide the matter of the monastery from her. Nonetheless, she still decides to ask Aslan, the letter that you received yesterday. Ah, it is nothing. Perhaps you are mistaken about something. This is not working. When she thinks of the pain she caused Aslan in the original novel, she cannot bring herself to speak of it. Aslan, too, seems to understand something. Is that so? And so the two remain silent until they return to Amber House. Today is truly wonderful, thank you for spending your time. Leela, there is something I want to say to you. I will wait. It's in my room, whenever you are ready. To listen, please come. Yes, what is it about? Everything you are wondering and perhaps worrying about, we promise to speak honestly with each other after all. Indeed, they have decided to be honest with each other, but why does she still fear voicing her thoughts? She falters in response. Yes, thank you, Master Aslan, for encouraging me. I will come to see you in a moment. Afterward, Aslan tells her about his biological mother. He looks at her and gently explains, my mother is no longer lucid, perhaps because she suffered a great shock in the past. It is shameful, but at that time I did not have the confidence to face it, so I sent her to the monastery. Although it is called care, in reality, it is no different from imprisoning my own mother. However, he does not speak of his mother killing his father. She thinks to herself, uttering those words must be incredibly painful. That is also a shocking event for Aslan. He continues, I know it is a reprehensible act, but I fear your blame more than anything else. I am sorry, Leela, for telling you of this ugly matter so late. You truly did not imprison her, did her, right? Huh. You sent your mother to the monastery because you thought it was a safe place for her, did you not? No, I am not that kind of person. I gave up because I could not bear it. I hid from my own mother. Aslan, look at me, I understand. In her heart, she silently thinks, if he truly hates his mother, he would not accept Helena's threats. In the original novel, he cannot bear it when she tarnishes her honor. Suddenly, she presses a kiss onto Aslan's lips. Only after a moment do they part. Blush dusting his cheeks, Aslan calls Leela's name. She gently smiles. It is all right, I will always stand by your side, no matter what happened in the past or how you have acted, just like the way you treat me, in joy or in sorrow, and especially in times of hardship. From now on, I will always be by your side. Leela Violet gently takes his hand. Her words leave him utterly bewildered. Leela, she holds him tightly in a comforting embrace. It is all right. If you find it too difficult, then you do not have to say anything more. In truth, you want to go see your mother, do you not? Aslan sadly nods as if in response to her words. Then, I will go with you. Early the next morning, Aslan thoughtfully instructs, while I am away, please take care of the house for me, Danton. Please leave it to me, my lord. Leela, in a beautiful dress, steps forward and asks, the monastery must be very far, isn't it? Yes, it is a long distance to the northwest of the city center, so It may take several days. Moreover, the railway in the west is not yet complete. That is why I am quite worried. Perhaps this journey will be much more exhausting than traveling by train. It is all right. I also want to meet the former Duchess at least once. So that is how it is. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know at any time. Thank you, she gently places her hand on his. As they travel on, dawn breaks. Inside the carriage, Leela leans against his shoulder and falls asleep. Even in her dreams, she still murmurs his name, Aslan. He smiles softly, thinking she must be exhausted. Her sleeping face is still so beautiful. Her bright eyes always sparkle, and her small lips are red and luscious when she stands before him. You are truly beautiful, my Duchess, are you not? No. Even from their very first meeting, she is already stunning. Aslan recalls the restless nights spent tossing and turning in bed. Sometimes I dream of a future I have never experienced. In those dreams of the future, there is always a woman named Helena. The moment I meet Helena for the first time, I am captivated by her. But then she begins to threaten me, using my mother's honor as hostage. I feel contempt for myself for having once loved such a person, but I have no choice other than to accept her proposal. Although I am somewhat shaken by the fact that she captured my heart, if only for a brief moment. Above all, I do not want to hurt the person my mother cherished her entire life. Furthermore, I believe that 3 years is a duration I can still endure. The married life that begins with that threat passes by with unexpected peace. She lives in seclusion, like a shadow of the house, although I care deeply about the existence of this nominal Duchess. I believe my mind will not be swayed. There are times when she also steals glances inside Aslan's room, before she falls gravely ill from overwork and loses consciousness. The next day he wakes up with a flushed face. Master, are you awake? There is still much work to do, so I cannot simply lie here like this. Just then, the towel on his forehead falls off. Slightly dazed, Aslan picks it up and asks, "Is this your doing?" No, actually, the Duchess stayed by your side all night. It seems she left early out of worry that she might bother you, Master. A moment later, Aslan sits up in bed. He gently steps onto the floor. I will continue my work, so please organize the reports regarding the territory. Yes, I understand. Right after, Aslan coldly shuts the door. Standing outside, he is slightly bewildered. Why does she treat him so kindly? Is this also one of her ways to take advantage of him, to make him dependent on her? After that, he pays more and more attention to Helena. Although she is only his wife in name, arranged through threats, she remains by his side throughout their married life. Returning to reality, he thinks, I am sorry. In that dream of the future, I also wanted to be by your side, but I realized it too late. With that, he gently places a kiss on her forehead. I love you, Leela. This time I will absolutely never lose you. Just like that, the carriage continues along the sunlit road. The light shining inside wakes Leela Violet. She blankly opens her eyes and calls out, is it morning already? Aslan. She quickly sits up with a flushed face. Seeing him sound asleep before her, she is utterly flustered. Why is she lying in Aslan's arms like this? Is this a dream? Surely it is just a dream. At that moment, Aslan also flutters his eyes awake. Joyfully, she throws herself into his arms and clings tightly to him, sighing, It is so wonderful to see you the moment I open my eyes. I want to have a dream like this every day. If possible, I also want to appear in your dreams every day. This makes her startle and sit up. Oh, only then does she realize this is not a dream, and she shrieks in embarrassment. Aslan, it is a pity, but you must wake up now. We have to stop by the eatery ahead because we are about to leave town. Yes, I will get ready right away. There is no need to rush. And so the two of them head into the eatery together. The food is already laid out on the table. Leela lowers her head, brooding over what happened earlier. I wonder when Aslan woke up. Why did I say I feel so happy seeing him the moment I open my eyes? How could I say such words? Have I gone mad? Suddenly, Aslan asks with a tinge of sadness, As expected, does the food not suit your taste? Ah, no, that is not it at all. Then let's eat. He ladles some soup into a bowl for her. There will be no restaurants on the road ahead, so you need to eat a little here. I am still eating. I want to feed you myself, but... Aslan, why do you always try to make me eat? This flusters him. Well, it is all for your health. Yes, but I think it is because every time I see you eat heartily, I also feel happier, she cries out with emotion. Aslan, a few hours later, it is strange. How can a place so eerily quiet feel so comfortable, even though she has never set foot here? Before, it is as if she once lived here. Aslan turns to ask with concern, is something making you uncomfortable? I am perfectly fine, Aslan. Just then, footsteps approach, and the director greets them with a smile. It is an honor to have you visit our small monastery. I am the director here. Welcome. My lord, I will lead you all inside. Immediately, thus the three of them enter the monastery. The director says, thank you for traveling. Such a long way here. May I know what has happened? Yes, first I must inform you of the condition of Grey Thorol. Grey Thorol's quarters overlook a sun-drenched garden. When she first arrives, she is in a rather unstable state. But fortunately, she gradually adapts to life here and settles down. After regaining her strength, she actively helps with the work here. The others also see Grey Thorol's exemplary behavior, and thanks to that, they work even harder. As well, Grey Thorol never neglects the early morning prayers and volunteer activities. I think that the Lord bestows a great blessing upon our monastery. But last winter, she falls ill from an unknown cause, and this causes many things to change. Although we invite local physicians as well as the renowned doctors sent by the Duke, no one can cure Grey Thorol's illness. Not only is she left uncured, but the cause of her illness remains undiscovered, so she has to continue enduring the pain, especially since last month her symptoms worsen, confining her entirely to her bed. Aslan is deeply worried. Is that so? The director continues to inform him. According to the doctor, she may not survive this autumn, which is why I sent the letter. The other sisters and I are cut off from the secular world, but Grey Thorol is different from us. Therefore, we hope that Grey Thorol can be with her family in her final days. After that, the director also leads Aslan and Leela to Grey Thorol's quarters. However, as they walk, he suddenly pauses. Ah, there is one thing I forgot to mention earlier. The health of Grey Thorol has deteriorated to the point where she can no longer speak, so she is not intentionally ignoring. The two of you, please understand. Yes, I understand. Leela also smiles gently. Easily, I will not misunderstand either. I understand. This is the room where Lady Grey is staying. Lady Grey has her family visiting from afar. To see her, perhaps she is just asleep right now, but please do come in. Yes, and so he steps inside and sees Grey sitting by the bed. Grey, your son is here, yet she shows no reaction at all. The director explains. After her illness became severe, sometimes she does not react to external stimuli like this. Tomorrow, if Lady Grey's condition improves, I will call the two of you back here again. At this moment, Leela also turns and gently calls Aslan. He softly steps closer to Grey's side. Finally, Aslan makes up his mind and calls out. Hearing this, Mother Grey reacts slightly, and she turns her gaze towards him, calling out. Suddenly, Grey painfully clutches her head and screams. Sweat pours from her forehead like a river. Grey screams, calling him a monster. Facing these intense reactions from Grey, Aslan is deeply saddened and speechless. She gasps for breath, clutching her chest and crying out, "You monster!" Seeing that the situation is bad, the director says, "I will go call the doctor." Leela also panics. What should she do? Suddenly, she turns and pauses as she spots something. She hurries towards it. She pushes the door open, then Leela approaches Grey and whispers, "Lady Grey," as she holds out a breathing bag to her, "please breathe into this." Right after that, Grey takes one breath after another. Leela waits a moment, then leans in and asks, "Do you feel more lucid now? Are you all right?" Witnessing this scene, Aslan cries out in utter astonishment, "Leela, you!" Sometime later, the doctor arrives to examine her and reports that she has taken a sedative and will wake up soon. Fortunately, it seems to be just a temporary symptom, and there are no signs of her condition worsening. Even so, if she continues to show signs of instability, please call me. Thanks to the Duchess's timely emergency aid, there is no need to worry further. Leela gasps in surprise upon hearing this. Yes. The doctor bows as if to confirm once more. Then the director turns to look at the two of them. Fortunately, we managed to handle it before the seizure worsened her condition. Where did you study medicine? Leela hesitates in confusion. I do not know. In any case. Thank you very much. Thank you, Duchess. I will guide you through the basics until Lady Grey wakes up, being praised. She blushes deeply. Yes. At this moment, Grey lies on the bed, breathing softly. Standing beside Aslan, Leela cannot help but feel a little doubtful. Why do I do that? Even though I have no memory of studying medicine, my body naturally acts on its own. A moment later, the three of them go on a tour around the monastery together. The director turns around as they walk to introduce. The place you just saw is our kitchen. I see. Leela feels a little confused, thinking to herself, it truly is strange. The more I look around this place, the warmer my heart feels. As if I once lived here deeply and vividly. A flood of memories rushes into Leela's mind. In it she is by her side asking, the weather is beautiful today, isn't it, Lady Grey? Nostalgia and joy fill her. She also looks at Leela gently and replies, it is indeed beautiful, it feels like home. Memories that I have never experienced keep flashing back. Seeing Leela silent and solemn, Aslan asks anxiously, is something wrong, Duchess? She shakes her head, slightly flustered. Ah. No, it is nothing. A few days later, Leela raises her hand to knock on the door, then holding a stack of books, she enters and smiles. Lady Grey, I am here. She only sits gently on the bed, smiling back. Over the past few days, I have come to see Lady Grey instead of Aslan. Today, I brought some flowers. However, Grey remains silent. The weather is lovely, isn't it? That is why. These flowers are so radiant. Grey turns her head without answering. Suddenly, she pauses upon seeing the Bible on the table. Oh, it has been a long time since I saw this book. I like it very much too, if you don't mind. May I read it to you? Only then does Grey nod. In response, this makes Leela extremely happy. Yes, I will start reading now. At first, I only want to bring some joy to Lady Grey, who always looks out the window. Or perhaps I see the image of my grandmother from my past life in Lady Grey. A sickly grandmother who could only look helplessly out the window or watch TV. I miss how she eased her boredom. Leela reads the Bible to her continuously, and he is very glad that she is able to help with Lady Grey's recovery, even if only in this way. And I am also glad that Lady Grey seems to be enjoying this. Night gradually falls. Finally, Leela closes the Bible. I am finished reading. Now I will tell you about the first time I met Aslan. It was a cold winter day. After the reading ends, I share a little of the story of Aslan before borrowing a new book, and Lady Grey also seems to be waiting for the story about Aslan. There is a handkerchief embroidered with small flowers. I think that the more effort I put in, the more Aslan and Lady Grey will understand each other. See you tomorrow. Lady Grey. The door of the monastery room slowly closes. Grey looks outside. Her gaze seems a bit sad. And the next morning, Grey looks out the window again. Leela enters and calls softly, Lady Grey, I heard that you skipped your meal again today, didn't you? She asks hesitantly, have you forgot? Are you waiting for someone? Grey shakes her head, softly closing her eyes, wondering, what is this memory and who is this woman next to me? Right now, Grey is also startled as something flashes, and beside her is a glowing pocket watch. Grey softly picks it up, her eyes wide with shock. The monastery door slowly opens, Grey holding the glowing watch in her hand with a hint of doubt. That dream is definitely what the pocket watch showed me. This watch is no ordinary watch, so that dream is not meaningless. If so, while my mind is still clear, what I must do is... Grey touches her hand against the wall to move. She is walking to a room with a flickering fire. It turns out Leela is sitting and reading. By the lamplight, just then the door is pulled open. Leela turns her head to look and asks, who is it? Grey walks in. It is me. Leela is extremely astonished. Lady Grey, she sits down on the chair and speaks. Please give me some of your time. I have something to give. You, yes. Duchess, first of all. Let me bring... No, there is no need to act so stiff. I am the one who came to see you first, so please be at ease. Although we have not officially introduced ourselves, we have spent a few days together. However, though you may already know, my name is Grey Thorol. I am Leela Thorel, in her heart, Leela thinks, she has always shown no emotion. At this moment, Gray remarks, "You are married to a slan, and the stories you told are all very interesting." Leela hesitates. "Yes, I have not had the chance to thank you for being so busy all this time. My remaining time is short, so please understand." "Me, Lady Gray, I am fine, so." "Please do not say such words." Gray looks at her with a gentle smile, then reaches into her pocket to pull out an item. "Instead, I have something to give you. This is an heirloom, passed down from generation to generation. In our family, have you ever seen it?" "Ah, no, I haven't. Have I ever seen this watch before? Why does it feel so familiar?" Gray smiles and says, "I intended to pass it on to my daughter, but I only have a slan, so perhaps passing it to you makes more sense." "Ah, thank you for giving me this precious item. All right, are you leaving already?" "Lady Gray?" Gray gently places her hand on the door. Leela only silently watches her retreating figure. Gray sadly wraps her arms around herself as she leaves. "I hope you will take good care of Aslan too." "Yes, Lady Gray." Leela glances down. The pocket watch is emitting a strange light. Is it light from the watch at this time? She returns to her room. The light. Just now, what was it? Lady Gray's words and this shining watch, I cannot understand either of them. Back then, she advised, "In the future, I hope you will take good care of Aslan." What does it mean? Did Lady Gray see the light from that watch right now? The watch continues to shine. Is this memory my past? No, this is Leela from her past life sitting before her stepmother. Although she looks very similar, her eyes are somewhat painful and sad, yet there is something very different. Leela looks around in confusion, wondering, this is definitely the world of the original novel. The obsession of Countess Lerston, the abuse of Marissa and Glock, all the tragedies happen just the same. In this place I still do not meet Aslan, until I come to another hell created by Count Lerston. Count Lerston sells me to a dying old man as a second wife. It is a horrific marriage. The surrounding space is enveloped by a dim light. The contempt of sons who are older than myself is even more despairing than being treated as a servant by my husband. Back then, the people around her look down upon and trample her. "Actually, you are a commoner, aren't you? That's why you are sold here, right?" They look down on me because I am sold by my family. Count Lerston is truly a sly fox. Even if he is a dying old man, selling such a gloomy woman to father is truly despicable. Yes, no matter how cheap the price, selling someone from a commoner background like that is really too much. Does your brother know how your family dies because they are too aggressive? Hearing this, Leela sobs, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. She hurriedly springs up and clutches his legs. What are you saying?" "My family is dead. You really do not know? How foolish. How long is it since Count Lerston swept everything clean?" "Ah, no, it cannot be. My family in my dream dies because of Count Lerston. Although I hate Count Lerston, I have no way to seek revenge. Except for one sole way, I kill the person who will soon die of illness and then escape. I do not stop running, regardless of day or night, and finally I arrive at a place completely isolated from the world. Inside the dark room are endless wandering thoughts. At first, I think that maybe someone will come to arrest me, or the people in the monastery. The monastery will report me. But there are many others in the monastery besides myself, and I cannot even explain my own circumstances. Seeing those sights, I resolve to live a new life. Within the monastery, that is why this place feels so familiar to me, for this is where I begin my dreamed of new life. Time flies swiftly with each passing year, and I naturally become a member of the monastery. Seeing the door slightly ajar, she feels a slight wave of surprise. Who could it be so early in the morning? And the day arrives when I meet that person. By fate, she is a woman who conceals everything except her name, Gray. With the refinement gained from learning noble etiquette to replace Helena, I easily recognize her innate elegance. I respect Gray and strive to grow closer to her. Gray opens her heart to me as well. I feel incredibly happy. Lately, it is the most blissful time of my life. To me, Gray in that dream represents a rare peace after a long period of suffering. However, it does not last long. Just as in reality, Gray in the dream falls ill with an unknown, incurable disease. Standing by the door of Gray's room, she sadly bows her head and calls out, "Lady Gray?" She tightly grasps her hand with deep regret. "If even I die, you will be left all alone again. Please do not say that, Lady Gray. I wish I had known you sooner. Then both you and that lonely child would have fared better. Are you speaking of that boy?" "My lady, yes, that child, my poor son. When I leave this world, who will remain by his side? Your son is living well in the capital, so why do you still worry so much?" But wait, looking at that face, she sobs, uncontrollably in sorrow. Is he the one who left Gray all alone in this place? In the dream, I feel jealous of Aslan at that moment, because back then, Gray is my only family. Even though he receives boundless love from her, that son never once shows his face, so I utterly detest Aslan. Gray weakly turns around. She tightly holds a pocket watch in her hand and instructs me, "Take this. My grandmother gave it to my mother, and my mother gave it to me. I wish to pass it on to my daughter, but I do not have one to receive it. That has always been my deepest regret. But now that I can entrust it to someone worthy, my heart finds peace. It is yours, Lady Gray." That is the last time I see Gray. Although I am still drowned in sorrow, Gray's funeral is meticulously prepared, and just before the funeral begins, someone from the outside appears. "Lady Gray, you will feel no more pain there and will finally rest in peace. From now on, you will suffer no longer." At that very moment, Aslan approaches from afar. He hands her a handkerchief. "It seems you will be needing this. I am Aslan Thello." In her past life, Leela turns in astonishment and replies, "So this is the son of Lady Gray. That is how I meet Aslan. For the very first time. Although I dislike Aslan for not being by Gray's side during her final moments when I think of Gray's last wish, I cannot bring myself to ignore him. Yes, that child, my poor son. When I leave this world, who will remain by his side? It is for this reason that Leela in her past life speaks to him. Actually, Lady Gray is very proud of her son. My feelings toward Aslan are highly complex. He hesitantly places his hand over his chest and replies, "Thank you." Joy, jealousy, resentment, and longing mingle with curiosity and insecurity. Over time, I only feel more bewildered. She closes her eyes to sleep, her head nodding repeatedly beside Gray's grave. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and drapes a coat over her shoulders. Aslan gently offers, "I will watch over her, so please rest tonight." That warm and thoughtful consideration seems to build trust with every action. Yes, I look at Aslan and remember Gray, then make a decision I should never have made, proposing a deal using the sole weakness of Aslan Thello. Before doing so, she hesitates greatly. Even though she knows his weakness, confronting and threatening Aslan is no easy feat. As the day of Aslan's departure from the monastery draws near, his voice echoes, "I wish to bid you farewell. Before I leave, yes, please have a safe journey." Suddenly he asks, "I wonder if..." This startles her. "Do you have something to tell me in private?" "Yes, I have something to say to you as well." "What do you mean?" "Let us meet behind the monastery in a little while." I sense that the moment Aslan approaches me on his own is a perfect opportunity. And so the two hold a private exchange. Aslan is utterly astonished by the things she says. "What? I will not trouble you for long. Please marry me for exactly 3 years. After 3 years, I will leave you of my own accord." Aslan's face darkens as he looks at her. Thus, before even hearing what Aslan intends to say, I offer a deal using his weakness as leverage. Aslan stands frozen, staring intently at her. After a long moment, he lowers his head and agrees, "I understand. We must leave soon, so please prepare quickly." "Yes, I understand." And so the carriage begins to roll. Inside, the silence is tense until Aslan suddenly speaks up. "It will take a few days to reach our destination." "Yes, and soon the road will become rougher, so please rest beforehand." These words leave Leela deeply astonished. Upon leaving the monastery with Aslan, I realize this. Aslan is a warm person, just like Lady Gray, and I also realize that he has endured times of loneliness and pain just like me. Blinded by my own grief, I completely overlook Aslan's sorrow. She recalls how he said before, "It seems you will be needing this. I am Aslan Thello." Back then, she reaches out to receive the handkerchief, but at this moment, she reaches into her pocket to search for something. There is no turning back now. The journey continues until late at night. She is still diligently embroidering the handkerchief. The cloth is now adorned with vibrant flowers. Aslan asks in slight surprise, "What are you doing?" "I am embroidering." "The handkerchief you lent me before." This leaves him dazed for a moment, and that is when I believe the original. Novel begins. I become Aslan's wife, and he ruins the family of Count Lerston. At the time, I think Aslan helps me exact revenge to keep Grey's story hidden. But even after successful revenge, my life is far from happy. Aslan cannot help but clutch his head in frustration and sigh. "Helena," she flinches and responds, "Yes." At that moment, he coldly brushes past her and warns, "Stop this. Every time you do this, I grow sick of it. Even so, please look at me, even if only for a moment. If there is anything displeasing, I will correct it. I can chain myself to satisfy you." Aslan turns to gaze at her with sorrowful eyes. She adds, "So please, look upon me with a little tenderness." The encounter between Aslan and me is wrong from the very beginning, yet I always yearn for Aslan's attention. "Aslan, please," for after the revenge is complete. Aslan is the only thing I have left. The following evening, she sadly stands looking out of the window. "Today, Aslan must go out again, the more I beg." For his love, the further Aslan distances himself. In truth, it is only then I realize that I am suffocating Aslan. Commoner, an impostor who must live her entire life as a duplicate of Helena alike. Me, I am not someone who should dream of marrying Aslan, even if I were the real Helena. How dare I long for love? I exploit his weakness just to possess someone so magnificent, someone far beyond my reach. The sound of her footsteps echoes steadily. Stepping into the room only to find herself alone makes everything feel suffocating. I know that I myself in the original novel am in the wrong, but it is far too late for regrets. As she thinks, she closes her eyes. At first I am envious of everything he possesses, the care and overflowing love from Lady Grey. Furthermore, he is an all-powerful man who defeated the family of Count Lerston, Aslan Thello. Even by marriage I can never become like him. People constantly point fingers and gossip about her. This is the first time I have seen a duchess so clumsy in etiquette. How can such a woman capture the heart of Duke Thello? Could it be because of her body? My immature presence diminishes the prestige of the Duke Thello's family. I have been far too selfish all this time. I fail to make him happy the way Grey loved him. I feel deeply apologetic toward Aslan in the original novel. But wait, what are Aslan's feelings then? Why does he not kill or hide me as in the original novel, but instead keeps me by his side as his wife? That is when the story of Aslan Thello, not Helena Lerston, begins. Right before my eyes, some time later the door slowly opens. Danton respectfully bows in greeting. "You have returned, sir?" he coldly asks. "Where is Helena?" "After you left the mansion, sir, she retired to bed early." "I see, and what of the illegitimate child of the Count's family?" "The cavalry is pursuing him night and day, so we will likely discover his hiding place soon. But I have a question." Aslan glances over and asks, "What is it?" "I know that at the lady's request you ruined the family of Count Lerston. I wonder what transpired between the two of you," but he remains silent, listening to Danton continue. "Even though you pursue the lover and illegitimate child of Count Lerston to the very end, why do you treat the lady so coldly? Could it be that she is threatening you?" At this, Aslan interrupts him. "Danton, yes, that is not the case, so do not worry. I love Helena very much." Aslan's response leaves Danton bewildered. "Pardon? Yes, I am not surprised by your reaction. Even I cannot comprehend my own heart." With that, he turns and leaves. Standing nearby to witness this, she is also stunned. "What? Aslan loves Helena. He loves Helena. Though I know not when these feelings began, that is the greatest reason Aslan does not cast away Helena, for it is an emotion that even reason cannot comprehend." Aslan repeatedly attempts to restrain his heart. Whenever his feelings for Helena waver, Aslan usually goes out or buries himself in work. A voice calls from outside, "I am coming in." However, that resolve never lasts long, just like a pond rippled by a tiny pebble. She gently brings water into his room. Since Danton is still working, Helena's presence continuously creates ripples with it. Aslan's heart. Aslan coldly replies, "Yes," and Aslan bitterly detests that truth. When working, everyone must look after their health. Image of Helena approaching with a bright, angelic smile makes Aslan feel as though she knows all his thoughts and is intentionally playing with him. The hand, resting on Aslan's desk, clenches tightly. Suddenly, he snaps his head away and barks. That is enough. This inevitably makes her ask in confusion. Pardon, he continues. To coldly question her, why do you suddenly want to do things you have never done before? No, that is not it. I have no intention of making you uncomfortable. It is just that lately you do not seem to sleep. Well, at that moment her hand slips, dropping the water glass. The glass shatters, causing her to cry out in sheer terror. She hastily bends down. I am sorry. Aslan's gaze darkens before her hand can touch the shattered glass. He calls out, Helena. She raises her head in confusion and answers, yes. Do you wish to help me? She replies in bewilderment, yes. If you wish to help, then please stop disturbing me. Especially sudden actions like today, they make me feels incredibly uncomfortable. However, lately I worry deeply for Aslan. Even though it is a contract marriage, I still feel the need to fulfill my basic duties as husband and wife. Even so, every time Aslan seeks to confirm Helena's feelings, he only speaks even more bitter words. The next day at the territory of Count Peridot, Aslan arrives at the estate of Count Peridot to pursue Marissa and Glock, who have fled from the territory of Count Lerston. Rosaline steps inside and softly introduces herself. Hello, I am Rosaline Peridot. Aslan coldly demands, where are the servants? Well, actually, because of Marissa, my father fell into immense debt, so we can no longer afford to hire servants. I see. Are you certain that Marissa and Glock are the ones who came to the Peridot territory? Yes, actually it is. An incredibly dreadful time. What happened? At first I thought they were just guests visiting our territory. However, that woman named Marissa dragged my father into severe gambling debts and caused him to pass away from the shock. As for Glock, Aslan loses his patience and cuts her off. Enough, that is a painful story to hear. If I make you feel uncomfortable, please accept my apologies. So where are they now? I do not know where they are now, but they certainly have not gone too far from here. Aslan suddenly falls into a deep silence. Rosaline adds, Glock will definitely return here. Why are you so certain? It is quite embarrassing, but actually I once had a romantic relationship with Glock. Although it ended long ago, if he learns that another man has come to find the woman he once loved. Aslan nods in understanding. Ah, do you mean that? My coming here might provoke Glock. Exactly, Glock Clareston is an extremely possessive man. That is an interesting theory. I am not lying, my lord. Anyone would feel that way when seeing the one they once loved beside someone else. I am not talking about that. If Glock approaches you, notify me immediately. I will pay off all your debts. In return, come with me to the estate in the capital. That dangerous man might harm you as well. Rosaline cries out in astonishment. My lord, then is it true that everyone who loves someone feels jealous like Glock without exception? Rosaline replies in confusion. Yes. Aslan's face flushes slightly for a moment. When seeing the one they once loved beside someone else, does a sense of possessiveness truly arise? Yes, it is the same feeling for both women and men. Very well. Then I want even more to bring Miss Rosaline to the estate in the capital. Aslan wants to confirm the love of Helena through the presence of Rosaline. He hopes Helena will become jealous and beg for his love even more, and so Rosaline is brought back to the estate by him. It is an honor to meet you, madam. I am Rosaline Peridot. This leaves her completely bewildered. However, she cannot help but think that Aslan now has a new woman. She replies in confusion, yes, I am Helena Thello. She and Aslan are merely a couple in an arranged contract marriage, not a real union of love. Aslan acts as if he loves Rosaline to provoke Helena. He begins taking walks and organizing picnics only with Rosaline, things he has never done with Helena. When laughter echoes from Aslan's bedroom at night, Helena feels completely abandoned. That night, Rosaline opens her round eyes wide and says, then I shall take my leave first. Helena can only watch her retreating figure, her hand resting on her skirt, tightening slightly. No matter what answer she might receive, Helena still wants to ask Aslan about his true heart. Is bringing Rosaline into the estate because he completely wants her to leave. If that is true, Helena will immediately vanish from Aslan's life, disregarding the agreed 3-year term. The moment the door opens, Aslan says to Rosaline in confusion, "I told you to return to your room. I am sorry it is not Rosaline but me. Aslan, are you waiting for?" Rosaline, her sudden appearance, leaves him thoroughly flustered. "Forgive me for coming uninvited. If you do not mind, please allow me to ask you one thing." "What is it?" I'm not sure if I have the right to ask, but why did you bring Rosaline to the estate?" "As I have said many times, Rosaline is a distant relative of mine in distress, so she is only staying here temporarily. For a short while. It is all right, please speak from your heart. I already know you are Rosaline's guardian." This leaves Aslan completely bewildered. Helena raises her trembling voice. "Forgive me, it is truly shameless of me, but could you please tell me honestly? Do you really not want to see me, and do you wish for me to disappear from your life?" Aslan quickly stands up and pulls her into a tight embrace. Helena is completely confused. Aslan at this moment sadly expresses, "I am sorry." She feels lost. Why is he acting this way?" He hesitantly replies, "If only I had been honest with my feelings from the very beginning, perhaps you would not have had to suffer this much pain." Aslan and Helena pour out all the secrets they have kept hidden for so long throughout that night. "Helena, actually, even to this day, I still resented you for using my mother to threaten me at that time." After hearing this, she remains silent, not knowing what to say, but even so, "I still love you deeply," she whispers in confusion. "Is that true, my lord?" "Yes, it is quite ridiculous, is it not? Even I cannot understand myself anymore." Both Helena and Aslan realize it on that day. Though it starts with resentment, the negative feelings toward each other completely melt away like snow. She gently reaches out her hand to touch Aslan's face. He only stares blankly, waiting. She slowly leans close to his face. That night is their first true night together after many years, as the light from outside shines into the room. Next to the bed where she lies, there is a letter. She slowly wakes up. The moment she sees the letter, she is extremely bewildered. Clearly, last night, Aslan was shy and undressed, calling out for Helena, remembering that she also feels embarrassed and blushes. She suddenly sits up. Could it be? Don't tell me this all happened because Aslan was drunk. Yet the letter catches her attention. Oh, she reaches out her hand to pick it up, her eyes widening in surprise. This contains Aslan's instructions. "I have urgent business, so I must leave first. If I behaved improperly yesterday, please forgive me. My lady, if you do not mind, please have dinner with me tomorrow evening." She can now dream of a future with Aslan. Afterwards, she heads to the dining room. Danton carefully pours the tea and solemnly reports, "My lady, the master asked me to deliver these words to you." "What did he say?" "After completing his work, he will send Miss Rosaline back to Count Peridot's territory." "Oh, then Rosaline will." "The master told me to relay that he will continue to have the Duke's Knights protect Rosaline, so you do not need to worry. And the master also wishes to apologize to you as well." "What?" Aslan, Danton explains on his behalf. "Over the past weeks, it seems his cold behavior and Rosaline's stay at the estate caused you deep sorrow and anxiety. I am truly glad that everything between you two is resolved. I thought the master would never marry, but now, with a kind lady like you, she cannot help but feel deeply moved. Aslan is indeed an affectionate man." Seeing her tears well up, Danton calls out in embarrassment, "My lady. Oh, forgive me for crying all of a sudden. I shall excuse myself first." The door of the room closes in a hurry. Since her childhood living with her family, this is the most blissful feeling she has known in this life. But right after, the shadow of misfortune creeps up on Helena. Someone approaches from behind and calls, "Hello, Helena. You seem to have forgotten your Lairston family, haven't you?" This sounds terribly sad. The moment she sees Glock, she trembles with fear. "Why are you here if you do not want to die? Do not be foolish enough to cry for help. What is with that look on your face?" I treated you so well, I even opposed Count Lairston when he forced you to marry. Why are you doing this? Helena, do you want to know how I came here and why? That woman whom Aslan trusted, she is willing to do anything that I demand. Was it Rosaline who brought you here? Oh, why do you look at me like that? You know it too. Rosaline can never escape my grasp, sharing the same fate, surely you understand. Both you and Rosaline are so utterly foolish. Do you all think that just by clinging to the Duke you can gain power? Every time I open my mouth, you always hang your heads and tremble like a newborn beast. Stop it. Helena, do not order me around. Do you want everyone to know about your background? The Duke is trying to eliminate the Count's family. Do you want everyone to know you are merely a commoner pretending to be Helena? I wonder if the Duke knows that truth. Yet, she is forced to submit to Glock's threats. I hear you used your body to seduce the Duke, but surely no one would think you are a fake, Helena, just as Glock says. In her past life, Aslan opens his heart to Helena too late, leaving her unable to explain her true situation. Glock proposes Helena leave the estate at once. If you come with me, I will say nothing to him. What? Glock knows Helena's weakness and exploits it. It is better if you disappear without a trace. Rather than being exposed as a fraud, make your choice quickly. The honor of Duke Thello's family depends upon you, Helena. Aslan sighs wearily as he steps inside. Danton rushes out and cries, Master, there is an emergency. My lady has suddenly disappeared. Helena has disappeared. Why did you not inform me sooner? I am sorry, I thought my lady would returning early after going to meet a friend. From childhood. The childhood friend says, yes, he did not look well at that time, but I absolutely never expected that. He still has not returned. Aslan falls into silent contemplation. He recalls the moment he questioned Rosaline. Do you mean my coming here might provoke Glock? Yes, Glock Lairston is highly possessive. I cannot abandon Helena. Call Rosaline immediately. Yes, I understand. He then asks where Helena is. Rosaline hesitates and replies, I do not. No, this makes him lose all patience, and he clenches his fist. Your last chance, Rosaline, she only cowers, remaining silent. Have you ever contacted the Count's illegitimate child? Rosaline stammers, I. Immediately after, she falls to her knees. On the floor, I have committed a crime worthy of death. I am being blackmailed. He came to the villa and threatened to reveal my secret to everyone. I was once pregnant with Glock's child. If that news is revealed, I will. Do not bring up those nonsense excuses. Tell me immediately where Helena is right now. Glock tried to make me the Duchess to extort money. Glock planned to eliminate the Duchess. At that, Aslan quickly mounts his horse. Helena, please be safe. I have only just confessed my heart to you. After all, why? Meanwhile, in the distance, someone hides behind a tree trunk, drawing a sharp sword as he waits. After that, the original novel that she does not know of unfolds. Aslan wanders alone to find Helena and is killed by assassins sent by the paternal family. In this life, Aslan survives, but the Aslan of the past life dies. After that, everything happens exactly according to Glock's plan. In the blink of an eye, the Thello-ducal family loses both its master and mistress, gradually falling into ruin. Rosaline claims to be Aslan's mistress, and the Duke's paternal family confirms that, thus, the assets of the ducal family are transferred to Rosaline, Glock, and the paternal family of Thello. Light floods into the room. Leela lies on the bed, murmuring anxiously, Aslan. No, her brows furrow tightly in distress. Soon after, her eyes flutter open. Her hand gently tightens as she picks up the pocket watch to gaze at it. This is what showed her the past life. Meanwhile, a voice echoes, leaving her dazed. Leela, do not be so surprised. Lost in confusion, Leela asks, are you the Helena of the past life? She replies gently, that is correct. Leela asks with a hint of anxiety, what happened after Aslan died? She tells Leela, I am so glad you find happiness in this life. Aslan is by your side now, isn't he? I always prayed for another chance to start over, and it seems the pocket watch gifted by Gray has helped me fulfill that wish. We do not have much time left, Leela. Time. The time for us to meet. And the time Gray has left to hold on is running out. What? What do you mean? In my past life. I broke my promise to Gray. I lost Aslan to Glock's cunning schemes. But I hope your future will be different. That way, Gray and Aslan will not have to face a painful parting. Do you have a way to cure Gray? Before my death in the past life, I met a doctor from H. Is H the neighboring country on the western border? Indeed, that is where Gray lived before she became the Duchess. The illness she suffers from is an inherited disease from the ancestors of H. An inherited disease. Yes, that illness first appeared in her grandmother's generation and then passed down to Gray. Not long after Gray passed away, this truth and the treatment became known. At present, there is likely a doctor in the vicinity of he who has proven the treatment's effectiveness. If you find that person, Gray will be cured. As soon as morning comes, I will inform Aslan and search for the doctors of H. Actually, when I discovered this truth, both Gray and Aslan had already passed away. Now that I can tell you this, my efforts are not in vain. Helena, is your body all right? I have completed my task. Now I must return to where I belong. Leela, your past life has ended, so leave the pain behind and live with the joy of the future. This is my final request. Witnessing her fade away before her eyes, Leela cannot help but cry out, Helena, I will fulfill your wish and not let your efforts be in vain. A few days later, the doctor is brought to Gray's bedside. He continuously applies medicine and checks her pulse. After a while, he comes out. The director waits outside in extreme anxiety. Sir, how is Gray's condition now? Her health is weaker than I thought, but fortunately, the treatment is not yet too late. Oh, thank God. In any case, I only recently completed my research on this disease. How did you know to contact me? Someone recommended the doctor to us. Me, why? Is that? You grew up in Hex, did you not? That person said it would be very helpful. Oh, if they knew my origins and recommended me, they must be highly skilled and deeply knowledgeable. Will I have the chance to meet them in the future? Even without research, they could deduce a part of Gray's illness. I truly wish to hear their opinion. Actually, though it may be hard to believe, the one who recommended you is the Duchess herself. A few days ago, she suddenly had a dream. At this moment, inside the parlor, Aslan expresses his joy with great delight. My mother is gradually recovering. Leela Violet also cries out excitedly. That is truly wonderful. Leela, can you tell me about your dream? I rushed to call the doctor, but I never expected a miracle to actually happen. Aslan, even if I tell you now and you do not believe me, it is fine. Why would I not believe you? Hearing this, she still hesitates. The Duchess seems so tense. I do not know where to begin. The first day. We met the first day. We met. He then recalls what she said on that day. You dropped. This is very precious. I almost lost it. Please accept this. If you ever need help in the future, take this and come to the Thello estate. Yes, from that day until the moment I sought you out, there is too much to explain. The day you came looking for me. At that time, Leela tremblingly raises her head to look at him and asks, do you still remember me? After recalling, Aslan answers her, it was raining very heavily that day. You wore only thin clothes and fled all the way to my estate alone. So you still remember? Of course I do, because I have always been waiting for you to come. You were waiting for me? Yes, to be precise, ever since our first meeting, I have always been waiting for you to appear. It seems we have a long story to tell. Would you like to take a walk with me? Thus, the two of them converse together until night falls. Aslan, I have finished my story. It is hard to believe, isn't it? Even I cannot believe it, so I do not know how you must feel. No. I believe you. Really, even if Lady Gray's recovery and Aslan's past are real. It is still an unbelievable tale. Aslan looks down at her, asking softly, do you know what I think after hearing your story? She waits in bewilderment for his words. First, I feel very surprised, yet also deeply pained to know that you also went through that nightmare just like me. Aslan as well. Could it be that Aslan is holding her? But it is truly fortunate. For now I can tell you everything. Leela, before marrying you, I had a dream. I met the woman I love and married her. But in the dream, I treated her with utmost cruelty. I did not feel comfortable acting so cruelly toward her, yet I could not control myself in the dream, no matter how hard. I tried. At first I thought this dream was merely a nightmare, but as it recurred more and more, I could no longer dismiss it as a coincidence. I quickly began searching for the woman in my dreams and turned what I saw into reality, the dresses that suit her and even the handkerchief she embroidered. In the end, I appeared before her as planned. When I met her in real life, I felt my heart was about to burst. And by now, surely you realize who the girl in that dream is, don't you? Tears begin to well in Leela's eyes. Aslan, I have wanted to meet you again so much. Leela, the next morning, Aslan thoughtfully cuts the meat and pushes the plate toward her. Eat some more. No, thank you, I still have not finished this. If you do not eat, your health will decline if the food at the monastery does not suit your taste. Suddenly, the director approaches and interrupts. Wait. Pardon my intrusion. I know you are still dining, but due to urgent news, I must inform you immediately. Is it related to Gray? Yes, indeed, Gray. She has finally woken up, and upon learning that her son has arrived, she expresses her wish to meet and speak with you. Really, that is wonderful, truly wonderful. Aslan also breathes a sigh of relief. It seems she is recovering faster than expected. We should reward the doctor from H handsomely. As for my mother wanting to meet me, seeing his hesitation, makes Leela deeply anxious. Aslan, please go there and speak with Gray, surely. She wants to see you very much. I am not sure. I worry I might hurt my mother. Perhaps it is too late and she only has resentment left for me. Aslan, Gray loves you very much. Based on Helena's memories as well as my own experience, I am certain she misses you deeply. These words make him blush. He recalls being held in Gray's arms as a child, she saying softly, my son is so adorable. And so the three of them go to meet Gray. He gently opens the door as soon as they step. Inside, the air seems to turn cold. Aslan bows his head somberly and right after he steals his resolve to call out, Mother. Gray smiles with utmost happiness and calls, Aslan, come here, my son. He is deeply moved. Mother, oh mother, I miss you so much. Aslan and Gray talk for a long time. They tell each other everything, even things they have never now dares to speak of it. Only after a long while does Gray realize, dazed. Oh, time passes so quickly. I apologize. I do not think I would keep everyone waiting for so long. Leela smiles and replies, it is all right, Lady Gray. The director has long left to attend to his work, and I enjoy this. Seeing the two of them sitting opposite each other and chatting like this, Aslan blushes shyly. Gray says gently, Leela, I only worry because I have not done anything for him yet. Now that he has taken such a wonderful partner, I have nothing left to worry about. Mother, why do you suddenly say such things? He blushes in surprise. Thank you, Lady Gray. Deep in her heart, Leela is also incredibly happy. The pocket watch brings a new opportunity not only to her but also to Aslan and Gray. Night gradually falls. Thank you very much, Lady Leela, for taking care of me once again. You do not need to be so polite, Lady Gray. Since you are the new Duchess of the Ducal House, I cannot address you so casually like this, but if you do not like it, I will not call you that anymore. If my memory were intact, I could have thanked you so much more. It is a pity that I no longer remember Lady Leela reading books to me, or when I held the pocket watch and went to find you. Ah, that is right, the pocket watch, I shall return it to you. Now, there is no need, it has already found its new owner. Magical items sometimes have a way of finding their new masters like that. Right now I want to talk about Leela. Every time we speak of you, I see that Aslan always smiles. This shows that Leela always treats both my son and me very well. I am simply returning what I have received. If it is about what you received, are you talking about us meeting in our dreams? She is slightly surprised. How do you know about that, Lady Gray? Though it is hard to believe that dream perhaps truly happened, it seems the pocket watch took pity on us and gave us another chance. It truly is the power of that watch, actually. I do not know much about it either, for throughout my life I could only use it halfway. However, my late mother once said that if one keeps the pocket watch, it will prevent impending misfortunes. Prevent misfortune, but she also said that although that mystical power can ward off misfortune, it cannot bring happiness. Those words are true. Happiness can only be created and protected by oneself. Since the power of the pocket watch chose you, Lady Leela must surely understand the meaning of this. After a while, the two finish their conversation. Leela walks and ponders. Perhaps I understand a part of what it means to create and protect. Happiness, I always long to be with my family. Lately, I have had to meet them in secret. I do not want to leave Aslan, but the capital is still too dangerous a place for my family. Suddenly, the director approaches and calls out, "Duchess, hear you." "Sir, are you looking for me? You do not have to do these trivial chores. Actually sitting still in one place is quite boring, which is why I am doing this. You do not need to worry. You are a guest, yet you help the monastery so much. We are deeply grateful." Why are you looking for me?" "Yes, the Duke is looking for the Duchess." "Aslan, is Aslan not with Lady Grey right now?" And so she goes to find him. "Are we leaving the monastery already?" "Yes. Now I must take care of the affairs in the territory. Besides, Mother also hopes we will soon return to a peaceful life." "Did Lady Grey tell us to return early?" "Yes, I would not joke with you about this. Lady Grey said she will stay at the monastery, right?" Aslan nods sadly. "Aslan, is that expression because you already tried to convince her?" "Yes, but because Mother is so resolute, it seems we cannot go together. Mother wants this for us and for the Thello family. She does not want to become a burden to us anymore." Even though Aslan explains that it is not like that, Lady Grey remains very firm. "I understand Mother's feelings. Upon returning, her issues will be gossiped about by high society. This will be very difficult for her, especially since she is still ill. I respect Lady Grey's choice. But if she stays here, Lady Grey will still feel very lonely. Even though the nuns take good care of her, this is still a foreign place to her. That is why in our past life, Lady Grey and I relied on each other. That is true, it is shameful, but no matter how much I think, I still cannot find a sure way to bring happiness to Mother." Happiness. Leela recalls when Grey told her that happiness can only be created and protected by oneself. Then she says immediately, "Aslan, I understand it now. I have just thought of a way for Lady Grey, you and me to all be happy." Aslan asks in surprise, "What is it, Leela? You also hope that Lady Grey will not have to live in loneliness, right?" "That is true, but as you said, if Lady Grey returns to Central, she will be forced to return to high society, even if she does not want to. On the surface, perhaps no one dares to show disrespect to the Duchess. But behind her back, there will surely be many rumors and speculations about Lady Grey. This will make her feel stressed. You are right. Although Mother is gradually recovering, these things are still too much for her. Perhaps my wanting to bring Mother back to Central is truly out of my own selfishness. Then why do we not bring Mother to a quiet villa near Sco? Let us keep Lady Grey's return a secret from the nobles in Central. That is a good idea. My lady, if we ask Mother to live alone like that, would staying at the monastery she is familiar with not be more comfortable for her? That is why I suggest this. I also do not want Lady Grey to be alone anymore. If she is not to be alone, could it be that you are talking about that place? Yes, I want to bring Lady Grey to live with my Amber family. Surely that will be much better than letting Mother live all by herself. Yes, and that way we can all visit our loved ones together. Although I deeply appreciate your offer, if Mother's condition worsens, it will surely cause a lot of trouble for your family. I only worry that my desire to bring Mother back will impose a burden on your family." "Well, I do not think so. Since we already know the treatment method, Mother's condition will certainly improve. Above all, my family also really needs Lady Grey." "They need my mother." "Yes, my family is still not used to life in Central and the noble culture. If Lady Grey can teach them etiquette and culture, it will be very helpful." "Do you mean we should live together and help each other?" "Yes, they can live together and complement what each other lacks. If so, I will also feel more at ease. Compared to only receiving news about my family through letters, do you not think so, Aslan? I too will feel more at ease if Mother does not have to stay at the monastery." "Truly. It is an excellent idea. My lady, how did you think of this?" "It is all thanks to Lady Grey. She told me we can avoid misfortune, but happiness must be created and maintained by ourselves." Aslan's face blushes as he calls, "Leela, Aslan, we have lived too long causing pain to those we love, including our own families and each other. Because we do not want to be hurt and do not want to hurt others, we have pushed away those we love. But let us not do that anymore. Let us live together with the ones we love. Night gradually falls, and a few weeks later, Gray decides to leave the monastery after being persuaded by Aslan. Once Gray agrees, the preparations for the move go smoothly and quickly. The carriage begins to move, with only a short distance remaining. Inside the carriage, Leela asks with concern, "Do you feel any regret, Lady Gray?" "It is not regret. I only feel sad because I could not return what I received before leaving." To them, Gray's happiness is already the greatest return. Everyone surely wishes for that. Is that so, since everyone cares so much? I must live even better. However, I worry that my illness might trouble Leela's family. Hearing this, she looks at her for a moment. Gray continues, "My only worry is this. Because I have been lonely for so long, I deeply crave attention from others. Therefore, I worry that my clumsiness and vulnerability might trouble Leela's family. Since it is hard to reconnect relationships, I worry that I might make Leela's efforts in vain." She calls softly, "Lady Gray, please. Do not say such things. My family is eagerly waiting for you to arrive. On the contrary, you might even find us bothersome later on. If my little brother gets too mischievous, you must definitely give him a good scolding." "A little boy? Do you have a younger brother too, Leela?" Leela's words make me feel even more excited. This will be the first time I live in a house with so many members since I was a child. It is nothing at all. I am glad that you like the idea. My family is still preparing for your arrival, so until then let us stay together at the Duke's townhouse in Sko. Yes. I appreciate your help, Leela. A few days later at the Duke's townhouse, she steps down from the carriage. Aslan extends his hand and says, "Please go inside, mother." She replies stiffly, "Yes." At this moment, Danton also rushes out and calls, "Master, my lady, though I still have many shortcomings, I am Danton. I am the Duke's butler. It is my great honor to serve the former master of the Thello house." "Very well. Danton, where is the Duchess's family now?" "They received the message and are on their way. They should arrive soon." "Good. In the meantime, prepare a room for my mother." "Yes, then please have a meal first." At this moment, he walks past her. Gray stands behind, hesitating slightly, her heart beating wildly with anxiety. Just then the doors open and rows of servants stand waiting in line. Gray can only stand and look at the backs of Aslan and Leela. From behind, everything seems to become chaotic in her mind. Darkness envelops Gray's emotions as a loud scream echoes. "Stop it!" The sound of breaking plates crashing to the ground rings out repeatedly. She falls to her knees in sorrow and sobs. Someone's hand is raised high alongside Gray's scream. Although she makes an effort to return to the Duke's townhouse in Central, every step seems to grow heavier. In her memory, this house is always associated with exhaustion and stress. Not a single person in the townhouse notices the change in Gray except for one. From behind, Leela approaches and smiles at her. "Lady Gray?" Leela is different. Having endured years of submission under Count Lairston, she understands that Gray still carries nightmares that cannot be erased. This makes Gray relax a little more. The surrounding room is cleaned neatly. Gray exclaims in surprise, "Are these flowers?" "Since you like flowers, I changed the atmosphere a bit. I wonder if you like it." Gray is deeply moved. Thank you so much." Leela approaches and tightly holds her hand. "Compared to what you did for me, this is nothing. The plan was quite rushed, but Aslan also helped a lot. Lady Gray, if you do not mind, let me show you around the house." Leela holds Gray's hand tightly. "Even though you are familiar with this place, I made some changes for your convenience, so I will explain them directly. This house has changed." Standing nearby and witnessing this scene, Aslan feels incredibly happy. "Yes, please come this way first. This is where you will stay, Lady Gray. We discussed with everyone and chose the room with the best light. The light here is beautiful. I replaced the curtains with sheer ones because I did not want the light to be blocked. Is that so? There is one more thing I want to show you. Let us go this way." Light from outside floods into the room. The balcony behind the door is filled with flowers. What do you think, Lady Grey? Every season I will plant a new kind of flower on this balcony. Grey's eyes instantly grow. Dark, this place holds the days when, even if I wanted to die, I could not. Cannot die, my poor Aslan. But now Leela smiles softly, looking toward Grey. A warm family portrait is painted right here. She closes her eyes tightly in deep emotion. Thanks to Leela, I now realize this villa is inherently this beautiful. I am glad. You like it? Night falls. Grey sits at the table, hesitating slightly. Not knowing what to say, across from her Leela's family laughs and chatters with great excitement. Aiden exclaims, Senal is indeed a place of endless delicacies. Mr. Violet chimes in with equal eagerness. There is truly nothing like this. Aslan smiles and says, I tried my best to prepare enough to repay what we received from Aloy, but I still worry if there is any shortcoming. How could that be? Lord Duke, no, brother-in-law is the absolute best, and everyone has already started dining. A while later, Grey finishes her meal. Aslan glances at Leela, nodding softly. She stands up and speaks, We shall excuse ourselves first. He follows her lead. Please feel free to carry on with your conversation. The door slowly closes, leaving the room to Grey and Leela's family. The atmosphere turns quiet and slightly awkward. Suddenly, Sophia speaks up, addressing Lord Grey. She replies in embarrassment. Yes, may I call you Grey, or should I address you as Duchess like before? Please just call me by my name. I understand, madam. Grey, as we introduced earlier, my husband and I are Leela's parents. The boy sitting next to us is Aiden, Leela's younger brother. He quickly chimes in. Hello, Lord Grey. We are so grateful that you decided to live with the Violet family. Though we have many shortcomings, I will try my absolute best. Oh, we are going to live together, so please do not worry too much about that. Dear, we originally live a simple life, but now we suddenly have to manage such a grand villa and so many servants, so we still have a lot to learn. We are truly fortunate to have you, Grey, by our side during this difficult situation. I am also deeply grateful to everyone. I hope we get along and support one another. When the room opens, Aslan and Leela appear. Aiden playfully raises his finger and reports, The atmosphere is great. Only then can she breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He looks at her comfortingly, I believe everyone will do well. The next day, Leela's family and Grey look as though they have become a real family. They support each other and embark on a new life together. A few days later, Aslan, I hear from Danton. What are you saying, my lady? Grey is teaching various subjects. I even give up teaching my brother the Pola language, so it is truly a blessing. Aiden is also giving mother strength. It must be quite troublesome. No, not at all, that is a comfort I cannot provide for my mother. Meanwhile, Grey patiently guides Aiden. Thanks to Grey's management of the villa, my parents are also extremely grateful. He reaches his hand toward her and calls, Leela. Her face flushes red. Yes, now the only thing left to settle is our business. Our business? I want a child of our own. If possible, I hope they look like you, my lady. Blushing with embarrassment, she calls his name, Aslan. Seeing her reaction, he chuckles. I am only teasing. My lord, how can you make such a joke in broad daylight? Suddenly, the door opens with the voice of Danton. My lady, you may need to read this letter immediately. Looking at the letter in Danton's hand, she is slightly surprised. A letter from the Grand Temple? There is no reason they would send a letter to me. She slowly unfolds the letter, and the words inside leave her utterly shocked. Therefore, according to the will of Count Lairston, the inheritance shall be transferred to Helena Lairston. Furthermore, only Helena Lairston, who is Leela Violet, can inherit the estate of Count Lairston. Seeing her panicked expression, Aslan asks with worry, What is the matter, my lady? Aslan, something is not right. I must go to the temple immediately. At the Grand Temple, Aslan anxiously asks his wife, Are you all right? I am sorry. I need some time to organize my thoughts because I have just learned too many things at once. Let me call a carriage. Right now, she is still deeply confused and cannot bring herself to believe it. In that moment of shock, she gasps, That is impossible. I understand that Countess Lairston left the estate to Helena, but isn't that the inheritance meant for the real Helena Lairston? At that time, he trembles with rage. If Helena dies before she reaches adulthood, the entire estate will be donated to God. Damn it, then lock her in the attic. We only need to keep her alive until she reaches adulthood. That is enough. I know that. That is why I was imprisoned at the Count's estate. Yet the lawyer before her explains, even though the Countess wrote her will that way before she passed. A way she modified it? What does that mean? Perhaps you did not receive this information, my lady. It might have been intentional. I shall explain the situation at that time. Before she passed away, the late Countess Laerston lay on her deathbed. She was in immense pain. Yet she struggled to speak. Is it possible? The lawyer asked anxiously. Are you still lucid, Countess? I need to change it so Helena. Yes, I am still listening. Please speak. My will, please change it. It is too late, but I want to make amends to the girl who took Helena's place, especially the last surviving child. I want to atone for my sins and allow her to be compensated. At the time of her passing, a line was added to the will. Helena Laerston, who is Leela Violet, shall inherit the estate of Countess Laerston. The Countess realized her sins before she died and deeply regretted causing those indelible wounds to the young girls. Leela finally understands. So she left her estate to me, the one who played Helena, but I must refuse to accept that money. The Laerston mansion is a living hell. Even though I understand the tragedy the Countess suffered, the fact that I am a victim remains unchanged. She must face God's judgment for her sins. However, my lady, inheriting this estate is legally a separate matter. Your acceptance of the inheritance does not mean you forgive her. Leela remembers the moment the Countess held her. I love you, Helena, our daughter. Please do not forgive me. She sighs sadly. The Countess is truly a stubborn soul until her final moments. The reason we send this letter to the Duchess is because we no longer have the legal right to hold these assets. Must I still inherit the Countess's estate even if I intend to donate it elsewhere? I am sorry, but yes, that is correct. I see. Very well, please give me some time. I will make my decision. And arrangements. After boarding the carriage, she remains deep in thought. Aslan calls softly, my lady. Leela leans against his shoulder. I am sorry, Aslan. I think I have become much harder. Now, you have no need to apologize to me for anything. As long as you are well, I am happy. Aslan, may I hold you for a moment? Of course, my lady. Are you all right? I keep remembering the past, and I still resent Countess Laerston for stealing my entire life. But at the same time, I find her to be somewhat pitiful. She is always unhappy, and I am the one closest to her. Because I can feel that pain, I still feel confused, witnessing her life of endless reunions and farewells with her deceased daughter due to Count Laerston's schemes. Leela, you are the victim here, so you do not need to feel sympathy for her. Thank you, my lord. But now I cannot just keep blaming Countess Laerston because I am no longer a child, nor am I Helena's replacement anymore. If so. Before he can even finish, she makes her decision. Yes, I have decided I will inherit the Countess's estate and use those funds to protect terminally ill patients and victims of domestic violence. After consulting with the priests, they advise me to establish a charitable foundation of my own to do this. If that is your wish, my lady, the Thello Ducal House can assist with many things. Of course, I will be leaning on you a lot in the future. My lady always possesses such a warm heart and strength. You never cease to amaze me. It is all because you always guide me. Thank you. Aslan, a few months later at the Thello Ducal Mansion, everyone raises their glasses and cheers. To our bright future and the charitable foundation. Gray, this champagne is exquisite. Seeing you this happy makes me glad as well. I always study diligently under Gray's guidance. She is truly admirable. Then could you teach me how to select good wine now? Sophia hears this and scolds him. You only learn strange things. Well, after all, hosting a grand party is also a part of noble life. Sophia then softens her tone. Gray, suddenly Mr. Violet asks, by the way, where is your sister? I saw her when we greeted everyone, but now she is nowhere to be found. I must go look for her. Oh, father. You are so dense. The Duke has not been seen for a while either. Ah, they must be having a wonderful time together. Meanwhile, Leela sits reading a letter intently. Dear Duchess, thanks to your assistance, I am able to settle down peacefully in this village. The villagers are all very friendly. I thank you every day and enjoy peaceful days. Though this cannot repay your kindness, please accept these flowers. I select the most beautiful ones from the flowers I grow. I hope they bring a little joy to you, my lady. May you always be happy. I send my deepest gratitude and apologies. Aslan asks, what is the letter about? It seems she is doing very well, and I feel more proud than I imagined. You are truly the most benevolent person I have ever met, my lady. I am not that good. Oh, you embarrass me. Aslan, her heart suddenly beats rapidly, and Aslan's face flushes as well. He steps closer and steals a sweet kiss. Then he whispers gently, Leela, may I hold you closer? Confused, she replies, yes, you may. Hearing this, Aslan wraps his arms around her waist the moment he lifts her into his arms. She calls his name in slight surprise. He lifts her higher, holding her tenderly, and whispers, I have yearned so deeply for the day you would open your heart to me. As he presses a kiss onto her shoulder, she blushes and gasps, ah, me too, Aslan. He gently lowers her onto the bed. Can I take your words exactly as I hope? A tear of happiness glistens in Leela's eyes. Yes, I love you. Aslan, he tenderly kisses her eyelids. I love you too, Leela. The two embrace in pure bliss. She smiles, thinking, Aslan, now I know what it means to create our own happiness. And how to protect that very happiness, the watch that brought you and me together again, has led us to make different choices from our past life. After their passionate embrace, Aslan whispers, my lady. She smiles and says, thank you, Aslan, for loving me in this life as well. They look at each other with deep affection, and he suddenly laughs. Of course, if you allow me, I will love you like this in this life and in all the lifetimes to come. Really? Then how long do you intend to love me, Aslan? He answers with utmost sincerity, perhaps forever. The story ends here. Thank you for following the story to the very end. While waiting for new releases, please watch other series on the channel to pass the time. Wishing you endless joy and energy. Goodbye and see you again.